C 51 easy win. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 65. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. What are you doing? Tom and Briar hear a shout coming from downstairs and start running in that direction. On their way to where the shout originated, sounds of a fight could be heard. They could hear spells being called and the sounds of things breaking. When they arrive at the dining room, they are met with the scene of Druella fighting her father and losing pretty badly. Lord Rosier looked pissed as he fired spell after spell at his daughter. Druella could do nothing but dodge for her life and hope for an opening to appear. She didn't want to fight her father head like this in the first place. The plan was to be sneaky and get the drop on him after finishing with her mother. When Tom and Briar saw the state of the room, they knew what happened. Druella probably tried to attack her parents in order to escape. She must have stunned her mother and that had to have angered her father enough to start the fight they see before them. Good job, Drew. You've made my work far easier than expected. Tom says as pulls his wand and aims at the back of Lord Rosier. Expelliarmus. Red lightning-looking magic fires from Tom's wand and strikes the unsuspecting Lord Rosier clean in the back. His wand goes flying out of his hand and Druella finally saw her opening. As the wand goes hurling into the air, she fires a stunner at her father. It lands perfectly and Lord Rosier joins his wife on the floor frozen in place. Hey there, Drew. You're welcome for disarming him, by the way, Tom says as he strolls into the room, revealing himself to his friend. Tom, how did you? Druella was about to ask how he got here or how he even knew to come, but then she saw her brother behind him and everything made sense. Briar contacted you? Yup. It's good that he did too, Tom says as he walks up to Lord and Lady Rosier and takes their wands. He makes sure to bait them down to be sure that there are no spares hidden anywhere. Have you seen my house elf? I sent her to find you but I haven't heard from her since. Huh? I haven't seen. She was about to deny seeing any house elf but then realization dawned on her. I may have thought it was one of my parents' elves and stunned her. Druella says with an awkward expression. Sigh, I would be mad, but you made my job a lot easier with this distraction. Where is she? Tom says as he opens portals to the mirror dimension under Lord and Lady Rosier. She's in my room. Druella says as she sees her parents fall into the same portals as the Slytherin students once did. Did you send them to that mirror place again? Yeah, well, deal with them in a bit. First, let's go and check on my elf, Tom says as he goes to leave the room. But a few house elves stand in his way. What happened to the master and mistress? One of the more brave elves asked as he tried and failed to look threatening. Winky, go back to your duties. Mother and father are fine and will return shortly, Briar says as he shoos the elves away. But, young master, no buts. Run along and continue your work. Actually, start getting this room cleaned up first, Briar says as he gestures to the destroyed room. When the elves give in and start getting to work, Druella leads Tom to her room. Inside they find poor Mimsy frozen in place on the floor with her hand in her pocket. Innovate, Tom calls as he points his wand at his downed house elf. The second Mimsy unfreezes, she pulls a red paper from her pocket and rips it in half. Simultaneously, the paper in Tom's pocket tears in half as well. As she rips the paper, Mimsy looks up and sees her master and 2 others standing above her. When she sees that one of the people above her is Druella, Mimsy crawls towards Tom and points at her in an accusatory manner. Master, be careful of the mean girl. She used magic on Mimsy. She can't be trusted, she says as she starts holding onto Tom's leg and glaring at Druella. Wait, I didn't know you were Tom's elf. If I knew that, I wouldn't have attacked you, Druella says as she tries to repair her relationship with Mimsy. Mimsy ignored every word that came out of Druella's mouth and continued to treat her like an enemy. Tom and Briar found the entire situation hilarious and just sat back to enjoy the show. After listening to them talk back and forth for a minute, Tom decided it was time to step in. Mimsy, Druella really didn't know who you were. Please, forgive her this once, Tom says, and Mimsy looked unsure. Mimsy will forgive the mean girl, but she doesn't forget, Mimsy says as she eyes Druella for a moment. Good, we should go and deal with your parents now. Briar, you stay here and make sure the elves don't do anything crazy. Keep them quiet and working as usual, Tom says, as he can't have elves ruining his plans. Yes, my lord. Briar agrees with a bit of reluctance. Mimsy, you stay with him and watch the elves carefully. If they try to contact anyone outside the manor, stop them immediately and inform Briar, Tom says, and Mimsy nods her head and disappears to watch the elves in secret. Druella, with me? Let's go and speak to your parents. Tom opens a portal to the mirror dimension and they are met with the downed forms of Lord and Lady Rosier. He didn't hesitate to open the portal as the Lord who would be notified is stunned in a separate dimension at the moment. The portal closes behind them, locking the mirror dimension shut for all those without a sling ring. Let's start with your mother, Tom says as he draws his wand and calls out a spell. Innovate. As Lady Rosier starts moving again, she sees the wondrous mirror dimension along with her husband, who is still stunned on the floor, as well as her daughter and her Mulborn friend. What's going on? Where am I? She says as she stands from her downed position. We're in the mirror dimension, but that isn't important right now. Allow me to introduce myself, as we haven't had the pleasure. Whenever we've met, you and your husband dragged Drew off without a word after all. Tom's replies as he takes his Slytherin earring from his pocket and places it on his finger. My name is Thomas Marvolo Riddle, but everyone calls me Tom. I'm the half-blood heir of Salazar Slytherin. What? She yells and looks between her daughter and the ring on Tom's finger. Yes, hard to believe, I know. This should make it a bit easier though, Tom says as he swears on his magic that he is who he says he is. Lady Rosier simply stands there speechless, so Tom continues talking. Swear your loyalty to me as your lord or I'll have to put you through some pain. Usually, I would save the Cruciatus curse for last resorts and people that piss me off. Well, you were going to give my friend a truth potion that could very well hinder her growth. So you did piss me off quite a bit. Forget what I said before. You and your husband are the exact people that I would use that curse on. What's it going to be? Swear your loyalty or pain? I would give you more time, but I have to prepare for the arrival of Lord Prince tomorrow. While waiting for Druella's mother's answer, Tom points his wand at her menacingly. Francesca Rosier didn't know what to do. She would usually let her husband make the decisions and froze without making a choice. It seems that you need a bit of motivation. Crucio. Tom calls and red lightning dances off of his wand and strikes Druella's mother. Ah! She screams at the top of her lungs and drops to the floor in convulsions. C52 preparing for guests 2 chaps today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 67. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After some proper motivation, Druella's mother swore her loyalty to Tom the same way the Slytherin students did. After Tom stopped using the Cruciatus curse on her, Francesca took a while to get her breathing under control. Her mind was reeling from the unimaginable pain Tom put her through. She could feel aches all over her body as if she just ran a marathon without any training. Throughout the whole thing, Druella watched on with slight reluctance. She may have started growing apart from her parents since joining Hogwarts, but this was still her mother that Tom was torturing. She swallowed her reluctance and looked forward with determination. I may not like it, but it has to be done. After she swears the same oath like the rest of us, the pain will end and I can go back to being mad at her, Druella thought. Once the oath of loyalty was sworn, Tom had Lady Rosier stand beside her daughter and moved on to his friend's father. Innovate. Tom calls and Lord Rosier awoke from his frozen state. Huh? He said as he stood from his place on the floor of the mirror dimension. Hello, we've met already, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Tom. Tom goes on to give him a similar speech as his wife. As Tom was talking, Lord Rosier waved his hand and called the disarming charm without a wand. Expelliarmus. Royce Rosier yelled and took Tom by surprise. Anne, I can't remember if I gave Drew's father a name or not. If I did, let me know and I'll change it. Tom dodged to the side, but the spell grazed his shoulder. His bone-white wand flew from his hand and into the direction of Druella's father. Royce sprinted forwards to catch the wand and leapt into the air to snatch it. Flybender. window. Francesca called as she pointed her wand at her husband. Just as Lord Rosier was about to grab the wand out of the air, his wife's spell struck him and he went flying back. "I am glad I gave her wand back to her." Tom thought as he swears to himself that he will do his best to not be surprised by wandless magic like that again. As Tom walks up to his wand and picks it up, Lord Rosier sat on the ground staring at his wife in shock. They may have an arranged marriage, as most nobles do, but he and his wife are fairly close. The fact that she just turned on him was truly a surprise. "I'm sorry, my love, but I swore an oath of loyalty on my life," Francesca said as she keeps her wand trained on her husband. "What?" Royce exclaimed. "Can you at least wait until I'm finished talking before you attack again? I don't like repeating myself," Tom says as he starts explaining the situation again. But this time he keeps his wand trained on Lord Rosier. After hearing Tom's full speech, Royce vehemently refused to swear any oaths of loyalty. This caused Tom to start the torture again, but Lord Rosier had a stronger will than his wife. Even after a full 5 minutes of the Cruciatus curse, the man didn't give in at all. Tom stopped torturing him, as he didn't want to cause too much damage. He decided to just leave him in the mirror dimension for now. It would take time to break someone of his fortitude. While Lord Rosier heaved in pain on the floor, Tom opened a portal back into the Rosier Manor. "Let's go. Any more torture and it may cause some lasting damage. He can sit in here and starve until he decides to swear the oath," Tom said, and the mother-daughter duo followed him out. They were happy that Tom didn't want to cause any lasting damage to their family member. Druella wasn't too shaken up by it, but he's still her father. Francesca, on the other hand, was not happy seeing her husband in such a state. She was truly relieved when her lord stopped the curse and decided to leave. Starvation is better than being tortured by that god-awful curse after all. When they returned to the manor, Tom put Francesca in charge of the elves to placate them. Who knows what they would have done without their master or mistress to keep them in check. Tom doesn't need elves getting in the way of his plans. According to Francesca, Lord Prince will arrive tomorrow around noon with his wife, as she and Lady Prince are close friends. Tom needs to capture them as he did the Rosier couple and get them on his side as well. He isn't strong enough to face the whole of the Slytherin alumni, so he needs to control the information they are given. Once he's strong enough, the Rosier and Prince families can help him move against the rest of the alumni. Firstly, Tom had Francesca take him to the ward stone for the manor. He needs to gain control of it, so he can use the wards against Lord and Lady Prince. With the wards under his control, Tom wouldn't need to take the couple by surprise or use any underhanded tricks. As long as the wards are strong enough, he should be able to beat them easily. "Right this way, my lord," Lady Rosier says, and takes him to the basement of the manor. In the basement, she takes him to a wall and taps it a few times in specific places with her wand. The wall opens up in a similar way to the entrance to Diagon Alley. Behind the wall is a hidden room with a big stone pillar. The pillar itself has different symbols and arrays throughout that glow in a bright blue color. "Give me control of the wards," Tom says, and she hurries up to the pillar with him following closely behind her. "Place your hand here, my lord," she says, and points to a certain cluster of runes. Tom does as she says. As he does so, Francesca places her hand on another portion of the pillar and starts pumping her magic inside. The pillar glows slightly brighter as Lady Rosier says a few words and the light dies down. "Now in control of the wards. You have the same privileges over the manor as my husband and I," she says, and Tom starts testing out his power over the wards. He first tried to use the wards to teleport himself and Lady Rosier to the living room. Suddenly, they both disappear from the basement and appear where he wanted to go. "Good. Now let's run a few more tests," Tom says as he has Francesca call for one of her elves. With a pop, the elf appears and Tom orders it to walk out the front door. As the elf does so, it's stopped by a barrier as if it's walking into a brick wall. After testing out a few more things, Tom can see many ways that he could use the wards to beat tomorrow's visitors. He spends the rest of the day testing out the wards and preparing for his guest's arrival. Tom didn't bother to check in on Lord Rosier, as the man needs some time in order to break that tough exterior of his. Once Tom was sure that he was ready for tomorrow's guests, he took a guest room to sleep in, performed his usual nightly magic practice, and went straight to bed. He has a busy day tomorrow after all. See 53 Arrival of Guests bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 67. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The next morning, Tom woke up bright and early as usual. He didn't bother doing any of his exercises as he doesn't want to tire himself out before the princes arrive. After eating breakfast prepared by the house elves, Tom and Druella returned to the mirror dimension. Tom made sure to open the portal a good ways away from where they left. They also had their wands at the ready as they walked through. Who knows if Lord Rosier would try and ambush them as they entered. When they arrived, they could see Druella's father sitting on the floor with an annoyed look on his face. He was still extremely sore from yesterday's torture and didn't sleep at all last night. He tried every bit of wandless magic that he knew in hopes of escaping. No matter what he tried, Royce couldn't budge himself from this awful place. Albert Einstein once said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Lord Rosier has spent the entire night trying to find a way out. The best way he came up with was to use apparition, so he tried it over and over. With every failed attempt he would try again and again. This continued throughout the night. He even tried to put all of his magic reserves into one overpowered version of apparition. That didn't work either, and now he's out of magic and extremely tired. "Are you willing to serve me or what?" Tom says, and he and Druella walk into the mirror dimension. "No," he answers and doesn't even bother to stand. "I am the heir to Slytherin. You know, even if I am a half-blood, I've already taken control of the entire Slytherin house. I could just kill you and have Briar take over if I wanted," Tom says as he keeps his wand at the ready. He won't be caught off guard again, that's for sure. "It doesn't matter. When Lord Prince and his wife arrive they will hopefully kill you," he says with a taunting smile. "Even if they do kill me, which they won't as I have control of the manor's wards, you would be stuck here to starve for the rest of your very short life," Tom says as he looks at the man before him. "Are you sure you want that to happen? Better I die here than ruin my family's name by serving a filthy half-blood," he says as he spits in Tom's direction. "You do know that when you die Briar will take over, right? Are you going loopy from your night in solitude?" "It's only been a single night," Tom says as he looks at the spit that landed in his shoe. After Tom said that, Lord Rosier refused to speak another word. Tom decided to just check on him once a day until he starved to death. If he doesn't accept Tom as his lord, nothing can be done about it. Tom would feel slightly bad for his friend, but he plans to give the man as many chances as he can. If he can see where the train is heading, then Tom can do nothing to sway his decision. With a shrug, Tom leaves the mirror dimension along with Druella. He will check on Royce again tomorrow. When the time finally came for the princes to arrive, Tom made sure everything was in place. The princes were late and didn't arrive until around 1 p.m. They called through the flue and asked for passage into the manor. Tom had Francesca, Druella, and Briar waiting by the flue for the past hour. Tom was in the next room with Mimsy waiting patiently like everyone else. Everyone including Tom was starting to get annoyed with the prince couple's lateness. When they finally called through the flue, Francesca welcomed them with open arms. Thankfully, the princes didn't bring any other people with them. Just the lord and lady arrived as expected. The second they walked through the green flames of the fireplace, the family of 3 made pleasant conversation with the targets. Except for Druella, who is playing the part of the rebellious daughter. As soon as the flue closed behind the prince couple, Tom started activating the wards and setting some restrictions. The house was now in lockdown. No one was allowed in or out without Tom or Francesca's permission. The flue would not open. If someone were to try and walk outside, they would meet an invisible wall. Apparition was blocked as well, so no teleporting was allowed. Tom made sure there was no way out for the princes. "Hey, Francis, where's your husband? Is he napping during the day again?" Lady Elena Prince says as she gives Francesca a quick hug. "Yes, He wanted to get a quick one in before you arrived. You were late as usual, so I decided to let him sleep a bit longer. He's washing up right now and should be down shortly. Francesca plays off her husband's absence beautifully. I apologize for our tardiness, but potions are a fickle craft and this one needs a bit more care than the rest. Lord Chester Prince says as he motioned toward a vial in his hand. May I see it? It's not every day that I get to see a vial of Veritaserum. Lady Rosier asked and he handed it over easily. As the Prince and Rosier families were performing their greetings in the living room, Tom opened a portal to the mirror dimension on the floor in front of him. He made sure that the portal didn't lead anywhere near Lord Rosier. With the portal on the floor, Tom took out his wand and aimed it slightly above it. He then willed the wards to teleport Lord Prince a few feet over the portal. The second Lord Prince appeared over the portal. Tom called out the disarming spell, Expelliarmus. He said, and the spell hit Lord Chester Prince in midair. His wand goes flying into Tom's hand and poor Chester goes falling into the portal below. Once he fully enters the portal, Tom closes it behind him to prevent escape. Hopefully, he doesn't have a spare wand, but the disarming spell should have gotten it if he had one. Tom thought as he turned to enter the living room. Suddenly, while the princes were being offered a seat, Chester Prince disappeared. His wife gasped in shock and on instinct pulled out her wand. As she pulled it out, the Rosier family did the same. She pointed her wand at her friend, Francesca, while all three Rosiers pointed theirs at her. Place your wand on the ground. Route numbered 3 to 1. Let's not do anything you'll regret, Druella says as she tries to calm the situation. Seeing her situation, Lady Prince tries to apparat away but the wards block her from leaving. Why are you doing this? Lady Elena says as she stares at her longtime friend in complete and utter betrayal. Don't blame her, she's just following orders, Tom says as he walks into the room and takes a seat on the sofa. Orders? Whose orders? Elena asks in confusion. Mine, of course. C54 breaking point. Sorry, but only one chapter today. 2 tomorrow though. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 69. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After a short explanation to Lady Prince, she dropped her wand and surrendered fairly easily. Tom places Lady Rosier in charge of getting her to swear the oath. They are friends, so Tom would give her a chance before resorting to torturous methods. The two women whispered to each other a few times and Elena Prince agreed to swear the oath fairly quickly. Whatever Lady Rosier said to her must have scared her into action. Probably something about the unimaginable pain she went through. After she swore her oath, Tom opened a portal to where he sent Lord Chester Prince in the mirror dimension. When they arrived, the man was in the middle of constantly trying to use apparition to escape. By the time he noticed their arrival, the portal already closed behind them, cutting off his only way of escape. He didn't even get a chance to try and make a run for it. Tom then went on to explain everything to Lord Prince as he did to the man's wife. He also explained how his wife already swore her oath. He was definitely reluctant but nonetheless agreed to swear his oath as well. The threat of the Cruciatus curse seemed to scare the wits out of him. This guy must have either witnessed the Cruciatus curse being used on someone else or he was victim to it. He agreed far too easily after hearing I would use it on him. Why can't Lord Rosier be this compliant? Tom thought as they left the mirror dimension after Lord Prince swore his oath of loyalty. Tom already visited Lord Rosier today, so he's going to let him stew until tomorrow. Now that Tom has the Rosier and Prince families under control, he needs them to call a meeting with the Slytherin alumni and feed them some bogus information. This way he would have more time to prepare for his eventual takeover. He has the Slytherin students under control, so next is the Slytherin alumni, though he would need time to grow stronger and prepare for the moment he's ready to strike. What could ruin his plan is the non-compliance of Lord Rosier. Him coming to this meeting would help a lot, but the man is too stubborn for his own good. Tom would have to start getting a bit more serious with the man tomorrow. The princes were sent home and told to come again tomorrow after breakfast. He would have them stay in a guest room, but that could cause some suspicion if anyone were to find out. The next day, Tom awoke in the guest room of Rosier Manor. He didn't plan on spending much more time here. He still had half the summer left to study at Comatage after all. After freshening up a bit, he went straight to the mirror dimension. Tom didn't bring anyone with him this time, as this visit may be a bit messier than the others. As he strolls on in, Tom could see Lord Rosier sleeping on the floor. Tom didn't trust him after that first time. He was taken by surprise, so he didn't approach. Flybendo. Tom pulled out his wand and called out his spell. It hits Lord Rosier and he gets pushed back and skids along the ground like a skipping rock. H. He yelled as he banged into the floor a few times. I'm really sorry about this, but I need you to start complying. Things are about to get very painful if you don't agree to swear that oath of loyalty. Tom says, and Lord Rosier answers with a wandless spell. Confringo. Royce Rosier calls, but the blasting curse was easily countered. Protego. Tom blocks the spell with ease and looks at the man before him with pity in his eyes. It seems we'll have to go with the painful route. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this. Druella is my friend and I would rather not be responsible for crippling her father with the Cruciatus curse. I guess some things just have to be done. Crucio. The red lightning flies from Tom's wand and the torture begins. Druella's father screamed in agony on the floor as the power of the killing curse courses through every part of his body. The pain was unimaginable and Tom didn't let up for a whole minute. Once he would stop, Tom would ask the man to swear his oath. Every time he asked, Lord Rosier would deny and Tom would start the torture all over again. After half an hour of repeated torture, Lord Rosier finally swore the oath. I guess that everyone has a breaking point. Tom thought as Druella's father passed out after swearing his oath. Tom then opened a portal to the Rosier Manor and levitated Lord Royce through. When they arrived in the living room of Rosier Manor, Tom placed him on the sofa and called for Francesca. Francesca, he calls and she comes walking in a moment later. Yes, my lord, she says, but stops as she sees her husband in a sorry state on the sofa. She rushes to his side and starts throwing out diagnostic charms. With every spell cast, she grows more pale by the second. Her husband has some very bad nerve damage. If they didn't have magical remedies for these types of things, Lord Royce would end up paralyzed from this much damage. It took a bit to break him, but in the end, he swore the same oath as you. I sincerely apologize for the state he's currently in. Tom says genuinely, as he really didn't want to do this to his friend's father. Retrained Medewitch, so nurse him back to tip-top shape. Would you? He's needed for the meeting with the Slytherin alumni. If you need any potions, contact the princes before they arrive. I'm sure they can provide anything you may need. Yes, my lord. I'll get to work immediately, she says as she starts casting spell after spell on her husband. While she gets to work, Tom walks out of the room and is met with Druella, who was snooping at the door. Tom feels a bit awkward as he just got done torturing her father not a moment earlier and she knew it. I forgive you, Druella says as she could tell how Tom was feeling. The man is a prat that was going to dose me with a truth potion. He deserved what he got and it's not like he'll be permanently crippled. Mom will have him up and running in no time, especially with the prince's potions backing her healing. I am sorry though, Tom says wholeheartedly. I know. Around noon, the princes arrived with a few potions to help Lord Rosier with his recovery. Francesca said that Royce would be healed enough to attend the meeting in 3 days. Tom had them call the meeting 5 days later just to be sure. The Prince family was placed in charge of informing everyone of the meeting while Francesca focused herself on healing her husband. C55 Alumni Meeting 2 Chaps today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 71. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When the meeting of the Slytherin alumni finally arrived, everything was looking good. Lord Royce was up and about, looking better and better with each day. He couldn't do any heavy lifting or running, but he was on his way to recovery. Royce was in good enough shape to attend the meeting as well. The meeting itself was going to take place in Black Manor. They are the most prominent dark noble family and insisted on hosting. Seeing as the meeting isn't being held in either Rosier or Prince Manor, Tom would have to stay behind and hope for the best. He's already told his followers what to say. Obviously, he told his followers not to reveal anything about himself or the cause for the change in Slytherin House. The excuse he's using is a fairly simple one. It will hopefully work well and keep the parents quiet for a while. Black Manor. As everyone arrived and crowded into the ballroom of Black Manor, the Slytherin alumni were eager to find out what was going on. Many of them have children in Slytherin and were worried about their safety. The second everyone arrived, they didn't mince words and started questioning the Rosier and Prince couples. The room filled with chatter as everyone started asking different questions. Silence. Lord Black called as he enhanced his voice with magic. Every single person shut their mouth as they didn't want to cause trouble with a powerhouse like the Black family. Let them speak and we can ask questions after, he says, and motions for those with the information to start explaining. The Rosiers then went on to explain what happened to cause such a change in Hogwarts. They explained how they dosed their daughter along with Lord and Lady Prince as witnesses and heard all about it. Apparently, the Slytherin Council found a hidden room in the castle that held a portrait of Salazar Slytherin. They then went on to explain how Slytherin was upset at how far his house had fallen and ordered the children to fix it. They recruited every Slytherin above first year and got to work as the portrait asked. They all swore oaths to the great Salazar Slytherin and got to work fixing the house's reputation. Not only were they doing the work of Slytherin himself, but they were also being trained by his portrait as well. They would all go to the hidden room early in the morning and were personally taught by Salazar in exchange for their work. Many of the alumni were amazed by the fake story told by the Rosier family. They wouldn't believe it if it wasn't backed by the Prince family as well. Many wished they had found the room while they attended Hogwarts. What they wouldn't do to have the honor of meeting Salazar Slytherin. Some were skeptical and needed further proof. But Tom knew this would happen. He has two backup plans for this. The first one should work nicely while the second is only for emergencies. I know some of you may find it hard to believe, so we brought the memory from the questioning my daughter went through. Lord Royce says as he takes out a vial with his memory inside. If Lord Black would provide a pensieve, you all could see it for yourselves. A pensieve was fetched by a house elf and everyone took turns watching the memory. The memory itself is a play acted out in order to fool the Slytherin alumni. It took a few takes to get it right, but Druella is a mighty fine actress. She acted out the part of a rebellious daughter under the effects of Veritaserum beautifully. After seeing the memory, no one questioned it anymore. In fact, they are beyond ecstatic. A real portrait of Salazar Slytherin was found and many of their children have met the man. It may not be the real Slytherin, but the portrait holds all of his memories and knowledge. Their children have the chance to be taught by one of the founders, and boy were they jealous. Once they knew the information was credible, they needed to come to a decision on what to do about it. Tom's followers pushed for them to do nothing at all. They said that the children were doing very well in keeping everything a secret. If they were to get involved, the faculty may find out and remove the portrait from the room. That would be horrible, as their children would lose the chance to study under one of the founders. Not to mention it's every pureblood's idol, Salazar Slytherin. After some convincing, everyone agreed to stay quiet about it and not to reveal anything. They wouldn't even reveal what they know to their children. They would let the Slytherin students continue serving Salazar and reaping the benefits of his tutoring. Although, many of them were thinking of ways to sneak into the school and find the portrait. If only they could turn back time and return to Hogwarts. Rosier Manor. When the Rosier and Prince couples returned, Tom could tell that everything went well. They went on to explain the meeting and Tom seemed happy with the results. This should buy me enough time until I can deal with the alumni, Tom thought with a small smile on his face. Once he knew that the alumni were off his trail, he breathed a sigh of relief. He could now return to Kamar-Taj to continue his training. Tom didn't leave until the next day, as it was late when the meeting ended. He said goodbye to Druella and his followers and returned to Kamar-Taj. When he returned to his bedroom, He left to inform his teacher of his return. She seemed slightly annoyed that he didn't need any more of her help. She must have wanted to learn more of Tom's secrets in exchange for her assistance. After that, Tom went back to his normal training schedule. He continued with his practice in forming a sword with the eldritch energy and worked on constructing the mark for his followers. By the time summer ended, he could form the eldritch energy into what almost looked like a broadsword. Although he couldn't hold it for long and it was far from perfect. He could hold it together for about 5 minutes, but it looked a bit distorted. Tom would need more practice before this skill would be up to the Ancient One's standards. Before returning to Hogwarts, Tom sent some elves to Camp Lehigh in New Jersey to look out for Steve Rogers. If his memory serves him well, which it should, as he has perfect recall, Steve should be joining the army soon. In the movie, he goes to Camp Lehigh for his training. Tom wants to have a front row seat for when Captain America is born. Dr. Abraham Erskine should have fled Germany by now. I just hope everything doesn't happen while I'm at school. Although, I could just use the portals to leave. No one seems to have noticed it by now. That's probably thanks to Lady Hogwarts letting me through the wards. Tom thought as he opened a portal to an abandoned area by King's Cross Station. See 56 Captain America 1 bonus chap. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 71. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom returned to school, everything was the same as last year. The other houses were starting to see that Slytherin wasn't joking about their apologies. They stopped bullying and bad-mouthing the other houses. Except for some of the Gryffindor snake haters who still think that they ran up to something. When everyone returned to the Slytherin common room after the welcoming feast, the council called a meeting and last year's first-year students were brought into the fold. None of them challenged Tom like last year. They were given the opportunity, but how could they beat a fourth year? That, combined with the fact that everyone else had already sworn themselves, brought them to the right decision. Tom didn't threaten them with the Cruciatus as they were just 12-year-old kids after all. Tom made sure to open a portal every night for Mimsy to come and give him a report about the elves in Camp Lehigh. Steve hasn't arrived for his basic training yet, but Tom thinks that it will happen soon. While waiting for the captain to arrive at Camp Lehigh, Tom has been working on the mark for his followers and continued his meditation to find his spirit animal. An BTW. The beginning of the Captain America movie takes place in 1943, but I'm moving it up a bit before Christmas break. The elves informed Tom of Steve's arrival. He's pretty hard to miss as he's a foot away from being a midget. Tom told the elves to follow Steve closely and keep him updated on what happens. When Tom arrived at Kamar-Taj during the break, he kept working on the Eldritch Sword. He was fairly close to mastering it and would soon move on to a different weapon. A week into his time at Kamar-Taj, Tom received news that Steve jumped onto a fake grenade during training. This should be when they decide that he's the right guy for the serum. Erskine wanted to make sure that he wouldn't make another whack job like the last time. The creation of the Red Skull must have scarred him deeply, but at least he's making sure to choose the right person now. Abraham Erskine began developing the super soldier serum in 1930 while still in Germany. In 1931, Wilfrid Mullick brought one of the key ingredients of the formula to Hydra with the assistance of Viola. 10 years later, in 1940, the super soldier serum was tested on Johann Schmidt, turning him into Red Skull in the process. However, the formula wasn't ready for use at the time, and the serum's effects affected Schmidt's personality drastically. Although Erskine would go on to say that his serum didn't fail, it did exactly what he designed it to do. It enhances what is already within. It was Schmidt that was already like that. His serum just enhanced that madness to another level. Schmidt's transformation didn't go as planned because his super soldier serum lacked radioactive exposure, causing the burning away of the skin and tissue surrounding his skull as well as leaving an unpleasant red scab, creating the Red Skull. Seeing as the experiment should take place soon, Tom informed the Ancient One of his departure and left. She tried asking questions, but Tom didn't spill anything as always. Who knows what she would do if he said he was going to see the creation of Captain America and take a few things along the way. Tom opened a portal in an abandoned alley in New Jersey and found a nice hotel to stay in. After he secured a place of residence, he called his trusty house elf, Mimsy. He calls, "Pop." "Yes, Master," Mimsy says as she appears before him. "What's happening at the camp?" he asks. After the grenade thingy, all the moles in charge agreed that Stevie is the right guy for the expedition. Mimsy says with a happy smile, "It's experiment, but good work." "Have they decided on a date for it to take place?" Tom asks curiously. "Tomorrow, but no one is saying where it will happen," Mimsy says as if she failed her master. "That's fine. Just follow Steve wherever he goes and that's it," Tom says as he gives her a head pat. "Have you seen any American elves or wizards hanging around the area?" "No, sir," Mimsy says with a shake of her head and a happy smile. "Good. Keep a few elves on Steve and then tomorrow we'll get to see something really interesting." Hydra facility. "Is there something in particular you need?" the Red Skull says as an artist paints his portrait. "Is it true that you found him?" Dr. Arnim Zola says as he enters the room. "See for yourself." He motions toward the table filled with several surveillance photos of Dr. Erskine. "You disapprove?" "I just don't see why you need concern yourself with this." "I can't imagine he will succeed," Zola says looking nervously at Schmidt's red face. "Again, that is, his serum is the Allies' best defense against the power we now hold. If we take it away from them, then our victory is assured. Besides, Grindelwald has been asking about him and I can't allow that annoying man to get his hands on the serum." Red Skull says with distaste as he speaks of Grindelwald. "Shall I give the order then?" Zolo asks. "It has already been given." Antique shop, Brooklyn. Tom had the elves follow Steve all day today and he just arrived at this shop. He and Peggy Carter just exited a car and were about to walk in. "I can see why the captain is so smitten with her," Tom thought the second he saw Peggy. Tom cast a disillusionment charm on himself and followed closely behind the two. They walked up to the teller and the secret phrases are given. "Wonderful weather this morning, isn't it?" the shop owner says. "Yes, but I always carry an umbrella," Peggy replies, and they're allowed entrance to the back. Peggy leads Steve, along with Tom following close behind, into the hidden lab to Dr. Erskine and his team. It's a big circular room filled with machinery and a pod in the middle. "Good morning," Erskine says as he shakes Steve's hand. A flash goes off and somebody takes a picture of them. "Please, not now," he says, and the photographer walks away reluctantly. "Are you ready?" Erskine asks as he sees Steve staring at the pod in the center of the room. "Yeah, I think so," Steve replies. "Good. Take off your shirt, your tie, and your hat." As everyone is preparing, Tom is staring straight into Erskine's eyes. He activated his legilimency and started pouring through his memories as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Thankfully, Erskine is a genius with a fairly well-organized mind. That didn't mean that Tom could slack off. He needed to find everything this man knew about the serum before his timely death. See 57 Captain America 2 No bonus chapter today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 73. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Tom continued to sort through Erskine's memories, he had to play a game of staying in front of him whilst not getting in Anom's way. Everyone was moving around the room checking machines and making sure that everything was working perfectly. One small mistake could ruin everything and cost Steve his life. When everything was ready, Steve climbed onto the pod at the center of the room. "Comfortable?" Erskine asks as he straps Steve onto the pod. "It's a little big." "You save me any of that schnapps from yesterday," Starve replies as he lay in the pod that looks 3 times too big for him. "Sorry, not as much as I should have. Next time." "Mr. Stark, how are your levels?" He apologizes and turns to Howard Stark. When Tom heard Erskine call for Stark, he wanted to get a look at the father of Tony Stark. Tom owned a good portion of his company, so maybe he should introduce himself sooner or later. Though Howard would be Tom's next victim, he needs to know how the Vita rays work so he doesn't end up like the Red Skull. Observation room. In the observation room, away from all of the delicate machinery, stood a bunch of officials that were there to oversee the experiment. The most notable of these people are Cole Chester Phillips, who is the officer in command of Project Rebirth; Senator Brandt, who is the one that would use Captain America to raise funds for the war instead of allowing him to fight in it; Peggy Carter, who is the one that rescued Erskine from the Red Skull in Germany. These are the biggest names in the Strategic Scientific Reserve, or SSR for short, besides Erskine and Stark, who are the brains of the operation. Then there was the hidden Hydra agent, Fred Clemson, also known as Heinz Kruger. He is Hydra's top assassin and is only here for two things: killing Erskine and stealing any extra super soldier serum laying around. Everyone in the room goes around greeting one another with handshakes. A few of the men were ogling Peggy, but only one look from her and they thought twice and turned away. Jesus, somebody get that kid a sandwich, Senator Brandt says as he sees Steve climb into the pod. Levels at 100%, Stark yells, and everyone gets ready for the big moment. Good, Erskine says as he turns on a microphone. Do you hear me? Is this thing on? He says to the officials in the observation room. Ladies and gentlemen, today we take not another step towards annihilation, but the first step on the path to peace. We begin with a series of microinjections into the subject's major muscle groups. The serum infusion will cause immediate cellular change, and then to stimulate growth, the subject will be saturated with Vita rays. He says as he pulls a switch and 3 vials of blue serum inject straight into Steve. The pod closes, encapsulating Steve completely, and stands straight up. Stephen, can you hear me? Erskine knocks on the metal capsule. It's probably too late to go to the bathroom, right? Steve's muffled voice was heard and is completely ignored by Erskine. Stark, we will proceed, he says and moves away to a safe distance. At this point, Tom had already stolen all of the information he needed from Erskine's mind. He didn't need to actually take anything from the man's mind. Just browsing the information was enough for him to remember it. Right now all of the information looks like gibberish, so Tom will have to start studying mole science in order to understand any of it. Tom could move on to Stark, but it's not like he's going to die anytime soon. There's still some time before the Winter Soldier comes to do his dirty work. Seeing that Tom didn't need anything else, he found a good place to stand and watched the show. On Erskine's command, Stark started ramping up the Vita rays. With every turn of the wheel, he would call out the percentage of Vita rays in the pod. 10%. 30%. 60%, Stark says as a blinding light shines from the window of the pod. Argh! Steve screamed at the top of his lungs. Shut it down. Peggy was the first to call for the experiment to stop. Erskine panicked and calls for Stark to shut down the reactor. As Stark is about to shut it all down, Steve yells from the pod, "Don't! I can do this!" Listening to what Steve said, Howard starts ramping the Vita rays all the way up to 100%. Not a single scream came from the chamber as the light from the window fills the room. After about 30 seconds at 100%, all the machinery started going haywire and short-circuited. Sparks flew off of every machine in the room as they all shut down. The light in the pod dies down and Erskine rushes to open it up. As the pod opens, everyone is met with the beefcake that is Captain America. On this day, America's SS was born. While everyone was celebrating, Tom decided to leave. He didn't want to interrupt and change anything. As much as he found Erskine's death sad, the man had to die. Who knows what would happen if more people with the powers of Captain America came into this world. It's best to let him die and move on. When Tom left the building, he moved into a side alley and called for his trusty head elf, Mimsy. Tom called. "Yes, sir." She appeared and answered his call. "Have an elf watching over what happens with Steve next. Make sure they don't get in the way though. If for some reason Erskine survives, notify me immediately. Also, a man is about to steal a blue vial from in there. He should be thwarted and the vial he steals destroyed. Make sure it's destroyed for me." alright. Tom orders and Mimsy nods her head before popping away. Tom then opens a portal to his hotel room and drops onto his bed. He was about to go into his mind when suddenly he hears someone crunching on potato chips. I was very surprised to see you in that antique shop, Tom. The Ancient One in all of her baldness says as she munches on her potato chips. Hee. Teacher, what are you doing here? Tom asks nervously. Oh, nothing. Just came to see the creation of one of Earth's future heroes. What I didn't think I would find is my student skulking around in the shadows, she says with a disapproving look. I did not skulk, thank you. Also, you were there as well, he says, pointing a finger at his teacher. Yes, but I wasn't using the mind arts on a poor destined to die scientist, and you were definitely skulking. See 58 Testing in the Forbidden Forest 2 chapters today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 75. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Yes, but I wasn't using the mind arts on a poor destined to die scientist, and you were definitely skulking, the Ancient One said as she stares at Tom like a disappointed parent. Stop looking at me like that. It's not like I interrupted anything. The future will continue as you want it to. I just took a bit of information and watched the same show that you did. Tom defends himself. Sigh, what do you plan on doing with the information you took? The Ancient One asks with a sigh. Usually I wouldn't tell you anything, but since you caught me, I'll make an exception this time. I'm going to enhance my body with the super soldier serum. Tom says plainly, though, that won't happen for a while as I don't understand any of the scientific jargon. I'll have to study more science before enhancing my body. We're already building up quite a bit of strength through magic. You attend 2 schools for it almost non-stop. Why do you need to enhance your body? The Ancient One asks. Well, here's the real answer and the really real answer. Which would you prefer to hear? Tom replies. Both. But start with the lesser of the reals, she answers as she starts crunching on potato chips once again. The real answer, as I've told you before, is that I have some future knowledge, especially of the threats that the Earth will face in the future. I would like to be fully prepared for when those threats come knocking, Tom says with a very serious expression. And the really real answer? She nods her head and asks, I just think it would be cool to have the same powers as Captain America. I wonder if they would come in handy in the bedroom as well? Tom says with a smile on his face. Sigh, why did I have to take in such a maddening student? The Ancient One shakes her head and stands from the couch. You love me and you know it, Tom answers as she opened the portal back to Kamatage. The Ancient One replies with an annoyed grunt and leaves Tom alone in his hotel room. The only thing going through her mind is how her student must be going through puberty. With the Ancient One gone, Tom meditated and entered his mind. When he arrived, he went straight for the laptop with his memories and sorted all of the information he received from Erskine's mind. As he finished and exited his mind, Mimsy was there waiting with an eager expression. Master, we made sure everything happened as you said, Mimsy said with a happy smile. Good. Were there any complications? Tom asked. The blue vial didn't get destroyed, so we had to break it ourselves, she replies with a proud smile. Good. No one saw you or anything, right? Tom asked, and Mimsy shook her head. Were there any other complications, or was that it? Nope. Everything else went as Master said it would, she replied happily. Good job. I knew that I could count on you, Mimsy. The second those words exited Tom's mouth, the little elf couldn't take it anymore and started squealing in joy. She couldn't wait to tell all of the other elves how their master felt about their work. Mimsy, keep a team of elves watching Steve for the foreseeable future. I want weekly reports on what's going on in his life. If anything monumental happens, I want to be notified as soon as possible. Don't let the elves tire themselves out though. Put them on a rotation so some can rest while others survey. Alright, Tom says, and Mimsy nods as she pops away to inform the other elves. Now that Tom has taken the knowledge of the super soldier serum, he can get back to his magical studies. He returns to Kamar-Taj and continues his eldritch weapon training. By the time the Christmas break ended, Tom had turned 15 years old. His birthday was celebrated by those close to him in Kamar-Taj as usual. Before leaving, Tom had mastered the construction of his eldritch greatsword. The Ancient One told him to start trying to form some other weapons as well. With the mastery of forming the greatsword, forming other weapons became a lot easier. It shouldn't take him long to be able to summon an arsenal of eldritch weapons. Soon enough he'll be able to start working on Project Gilgamesh. He'll be hurling weapons at people in no time. Tom thought as he boarded the train back to Hogwarts. One other thing that he finished during his time at Kamar-Taj is the mark for his followers. He managed to combine everything and make the perfect mark. The only thing to do now is to test it before placing it on his followers. It's a good thing that the Forbidden Forest is filled with test subjects. He'll just have to sneak out of the castle tonight and find some critters to run tests on. Tom thought as he and Druella entered Hogwarts. That night while everyone was asleep, Tom opened a portal leading outside the castle. He then made his way to the Forbidden Forest and started hunting for some animals on the outskirts. As he was searching, Tom found a few rabbits, deer, squirrels, and owls. He captured them using stunners and tested the mark on them. The results looked to be going well. They didn't seem to be going through any pain. The invisibility function was working perfectly as he was able to hide the marks and make them appear with relative ease. The telepathic communication function was working as well, but as the animals couldn't speak, all he received from them were feelings and emotions. Since he couldn't test the telepathy properly on these animals, Tom summoned a snake with a spell and used the mark on it. This wound up proving that the telepathy was working perfectly. He made sure to also test the distance, and no matter how far the snake went, he was always able to get a message through and receive one as well. The only thing left to test was the lie detector function, which was easily done with the snake he summoned. Tom simply told it to tell him 5 truths and 5 lies. Every time the snake lied to him, Tom would feel his senses tingle slightly. It felt like what he imagined Spider-Man's Spidey sense felt like, except for lies and not danger. Maybe I should find a way to give myself Spidey senses. It would certainly help in future battles. Tom thought as he finished his tests. As Tom was about to start heading out of the forest, he heard rustling in the bush to his left. He instantly drew his wand and turned to see what's near him. As the bush ruffles around, a black cloak comes floating over the bush as if gliding on air. The cloak moves like a living shroud over the bush and along the forest floor. What was even more horrifying was the direction it was gliding. It's moving straight for Tom, and with every second it draws closer and closer. See 59 Lethifold and Marking Bonus Chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 75. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The second Tom saw the black cloak gliding above the bush, he knew that it was a Lethifold. What had him confused was the fact that Lethifolds are only found in tropical climates. How could one of them get into the Forbidden Forest? These questions were pointless as every second that passes, the black cloak grows closer and closer. As the Lethifold was a couple of meters away, Tom aimed his wand at it and called the only spell he knew that could save him. Expecto Patronum. Tom calls and a bright blue light exits his wand. With the blue light came a fully corporeal Thestral Patronus. The Thestral's aura brought a calming and happy atmosphere to what once was a very dire situation. That happy aura rushed outward and pushed the Lethifold back. Just the light the Patronus gave off seemed to singe the cloak as it shrieked in pain. Seeing that its prey conjured the bane of its existence, the Lethifold made a run for it. Tom thought for a second about letting it go. But he can't leave such a dangerous creature on the outskirts of a children's boarding school. Not to mention that 14th of the school consists of his own followers. He can't just allow something like this to possibly harm his people. Making up his mind, Tom climbed onto the back of his thestral patroness and hung on tight. "Follow that cloth," Tom calls, and his patroness starts galloping after the dark cloak. A chase ensues and the Lethifold leads Tom deeper and deeper into the forbidden forest. Tom doesn't mind and rides after the floating cloth. He could just open a portal and return to the castle at any time. The cloth led Tom up a hill, and on the other side is a group of sleeping giants. The Lethifold hid behind the back of a towering giant and hoped to escape while Tom is preoccupied with these huge creatures. Sneaky little bastard has some brains, huh? Tom thought as he hoped he wouldn't have to fight a group of giants. The light from the patroness woke the sleeping giants as they rub their tired eyes and spot where the light is coming from. Though they spotted Tom riding his glowing thestral, the good and happy feelings from the patroness seemed to somehow calm them. The giants simply look at Tom and his thestral with smiles on their dumb faces. They don't attack, nor do they even get up from their position on the ground. Tom smirks as he sees the giants smiling with blissful expressions. "It's behind that one." Tom points to a giant. "Circle around and ram your head into its back." Tom commands and hops off the thestral. The patroness does as Tom said and circled the giant. The giant was laying down in a blissful daze, so it stayed perfectly still. The Lethifold thought that it was safe and the giants would take care of its problem. It wasn't ready for when the thestral patroness rammed its head straight into the back of the giant. The head of the thestral struck the Lethifold and the cloth started burning where the head made contact. The Lethifold started shrieking in pain and tried once again to run away. Before the black cloak could make a run for it, the thestral patroness started stomping its feet repeatedly onto the downed cloth. Just like before, every place the thestral's hooves stomped started burning away. This repeated until the Lethifold was nothing but a small piece of cloth no bigger than a dish rag. The cloth lay there unmoving. No screams, no floating, no nothing. The thestral patroness stomped on the cloth one final time and the Lethifold disintegrated into nothing. Seeing its job was done, the thestral went to return to Tom but was stopped by an angry-looking giant. "Nice thing hurt Brig." Brig don't like nice thing anymore. It grunts and moves to attack the patroness. Tom saw that the Lethifold was beaten and had no plans to fight giants. He opened a portal into his room in Hogwarts and walked in. Before closing the portal, Tom unsummoned the patroness. He then closed the portal, leaving behind some very irate giants. Tom took a breath and inwardly celebrated his victory. Not many people can say that they hunted and killed a Lethifold. Although his patroness did all the work, the patroness is the only known defense against Lethifolds. Other spells wouldn't have had much of an effect on these sorts of creatures. After celebrating his victory, Tom went straight to bed. He has to be up for training as usual, and it was almost midnight. The next morning, Tom and the whole of Slytherin, besides the first years, woke up bright and early for their training. Before training even started, Tom drew everyone's attention to himself. "Attention, everyone, I have an announcement." Tom yelled and everyone shut their mouths and listened quietly. "Lately I've been working on a way for us to communicate and tell who is and isn't a member of my followers. I'm happy to say that I've created the perfect answer to both of those problems." "Druella, would you step forward please?" Druella comes forward and stands beside Tom with a curious expression. "What do I have to do?" she asks. "Hold out your right arm with your palm upwards please." Tom says, and she does as he instructed. Tom places the tip of his wand on her wrist. With his other hand, he draws on the eldritch energy and runic symbols appear and surround her wrist as well. He then chants a few words and the tip of his wand lights up. Tom then pulls out some ink and pours it onto her wrist. As the light from Tom's wand dies down, the eldritch runes disappear into Druella's skin along with the ink. What's left behind is a small black tattoo of a snake eating its own tail on her wrist. This is the mark that all of you shall receive. It does two things. First, it can be hidden and revealed at will, like this. Tom touches the mark and channels magic into it and it disappears. And it can also do this. "Hello, Drew." "Wow, I heard you in my mind just now," Druella exclaims as she tries to reply. "Hey, Tom. I heard you loud and clear. Good job figuring out how to reply, Drew." Tom says, and Druella looks happy with her new tattoo. Everyone form a line and show your wrists. After you've all received the mark, well, begin training as usual. Everyone makes a line and eagerly awaits their mark. Tom didn't reveal the fact that the mark will notify him of their lies. It's better to keep that to himself. If they knew that getting the mark would take away their ability to lie to him, they definitely wouldn't be this eager to receive it. Of course, Tom turned off the lie function of Druella's mark. He didn't want to know every white lie she tells him. That may ruin their friendship, and Tom didn't want that to happen. Although, the function can be turned back on at any time. If something were to happen and he needs the truth from her, he can just turn it on when needed. See 60 Master Double Chapters today. Banzai. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 77. Today is my day off of writing, so no chapters on Patreon tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With the mark in place, Tom will have an easy time contacting his followers. He just needs to contact all of the followers that graduated last year and give them the mark as well. The rest of the school year was spent going through the motions. Tom made sure to spend the majority of his free time on becoming an animagus. Other than meditating to find his spirit animal, Tom has been dabbling in battle transfiguration. He's been working on things like changing the floor into spikes to turning anything into an animal or human to fight for him. Things like animals and human forms are a bit beyond him at the moment. Whenever he tries to make something as intricate as that, it would come out disfigured and revert to whatever it originally was. Tom allowed the Slytherins to win the House Cup this year, although, he made sure that the gap between them and the other houses wasn't too big. With the training his followers are being put through, they could demolish the other house, especially in the practical use of magic. Before returning to Kamar-Taj, Tom charged Druella with contacting the graduates from last year. She would schedule meetings so Tom could give the rest of his followers the mark. In order not to cause suspicion, Tom had them show up in batches. The location would alternate for every batches to not give away the meeting places. When his 4th year of Hogwarts ended, Tom ended up staying in Slytherin Manor instead of going straight to Kamar-Taj as usual. It took 3 weeks to finish marking all of his graduated followers, and boy did it feel good. They may have sworn their loyalty to him, but now he feels as though there's an extra failsafe from betrayal. If they somehow found a way to circumvent their oaths, which is extremely doubtful to happen, Tom would have that extra parachute to keep him safe. Before opening the portal to return to Kamar-Taj, Mimsy gave Tom yet another report on the life of Captain America. The good captain still hasn't been allowed to join the war. Steve goes from state to state doing his shows as a war bond salesman. Although he hates every moment of it, he is helping his country pay for a very costly war. When Tom returned to Kamar-Taj, he went straight to the Ancient One. Late, she says as she paws through a very old-looking book. Sorry, I had to take care of something before coming. Tom replies as he takes a seat on the sofa. What are you looking for in that book? Nothing you need to stick your nose into, she says as she casually flips through the pages. I hope you've kept up with your training. If you can't make at least 10 different Eldritch weapons by now, I may have to rethink making you my personal student. Tom doesn't reply and starts drawing on the Eldritch energy. He first forms his greatsword, and that sword starts morphing into different weapons. An axe, staff, knife, flail, hammer, etc. Tom ended up creating 25 different weapons. The Ancient One looked up from her book and gave her student an approving nod. Congratulations, Tom. You are now a master of the mystic arts, she says as she closes her book with a loud thud. Anne, I made my own standard for when considered a master. Nothing is really said about it in the movies. At least I don't remember anything like that in the movies. I also googled some stuff and decided to just do it myself. The second Tom hears what she said, a proud smile forms on his face. Don't be too full of yourself though. That just means you've passed the smallest requirements to graduated from being a student. I've provided you a strong base to build up from. If you want to continue your studies into the mystic arts, you'll have to learn the rest on your own. Of course, that doesn't mean you can't come to me with questions. I'm still your teacher, and that won't change no matter how much you grow. the Ancient One says with a bit of emotion. "Thanks, teacher." Tom gave her a formal bow and flashed her a smile. "I'll be sure to bug you with any questions from now on." "Sigh, yeah. Just don't interrupt my me time, alright? Also, come find me tomorrow." Every master gets a chance to find a compatible relic for themselves. "Well, go from sanctum to see if you have one," she says, and Tom's eyes light up like fireworks. Relics are items of power like Doctor Strange's Cloak of Levitation and the Ancient One's Eye of Agamotto. They have a slight sentience to them, so Tom can't just walk in and choose whatever catches his eye. The relics would have to pick who can wield them. He only hopes that at least one of the relics on display in the sanctums will choose him. It would be awesome to be chosen by more than one though. "Can we not go now?" Tom asks with his best puppy dog eyes. "No, I'm busy with something at the moment. I should have it all wrapped up by tomorrow though." She wasn't affected and starts shooing Tom away as she dives back into the book from earlier. "Oh, and seeing as you're master now, you can dress however you like." "Thank God I can finally stop wearing these robes," Tom thought and went to his room. "Now I might just have to graduate Hogwarts and he'll never have to wear robes again. Unless it's for some sort of formal reason. Then he'll just have to grin and bear it." Tom returned to his room in camouflage and happily changed into some normal mole clothes. No matter how much he wears them, robes will never be as comfortable as a nice pair of pants along with a shirt. After changing his clothes, Tom goes to the library and browses for what he should start studying first. As a master, he now has unfettered access to all parts of the library. Of course, there are sections that only the Ancient One has access to. The only way to get a book from these places is to ask and hope she agrees. As Tom is browsing the bookshelves, he sees a black book with no title. Something told him that this book would be interesting. It was getting late, so Tom just took the book and returned to his room. Usually, books weren't allowed to leave the library, but Tom is a master now, so he has more privileges than before. When Tom returned to his room, it was almost time for him to get some sleep. He wakes up far too early to stay up late for no reason. Before draining his magic, as he does every night, Tom opened the black book and looked to see what it's about. He couldn't stop the smile from his face when he saw what the book entailed. Shadow manipulation. Huh? I think he'll stay up a bit later tonight, Tom thought as he gets absorbed into the black book. See 61 Shadows bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 77. Today is my day off of writing, so no chapters on Patreon tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom didn't go to sleep until he finished the book on shadow manipulation. It explained the ability to control one's shadow and use it in battle. There are two drawbacks to shadow manipulation. 1. Tom won't be able to control any shadows but his own. 2. His shadow can't leave him, ever. He is the one casting his shadow, so how could it ever leave his side? Although those two things make shadow manipulation seem less appealing, there are still a few things he can do with his shadow. First, he can stretch and morph his shadow into anything. Of course, there's a limit on length and size depending on how big your shadow is at the moment. Second, Tom would be able to bind someone with his shadow. Similar to Shikamaru from Naruto, Tom would have to stretch his shadow into the target's. His shadow would then bind the target's shadow, which would cause the target to be bound as well. Though the target must be weaker than Tom in physical strength, or else they would be able to break the shadow's grip. Another level of shadow binding is the ability to control the target's body while bound. In order to do this, Tom would have to be considerably stronger than the target. Not only would he need enough power to bind them, but he would also need enough to control their body. Third, similar to the shadow binding, Tom would be able to move his shadow into the shadow of an object. In doing so, he could move an object by binding its shadow and pulling it towards him. This is a good skill for stealing. Fourth, with enough practice, Tom could attack with his shadow as well. He would have to morph his shadow into a weapon and attack the target's shadow. Any attacks against the target's shadow would appear on their body. Slash the shadow's wrist with enough force and the hand of the target would be severed at the wrist. This is the highest level of shadow manipulation and would take time to learn. Though Tom wants nothing more than to start working on this, He can't just start controlling his shadow. The mystic arts are performed by taking power from external sources. To control shadows, Tom has to draw power from the shadow dimension. The problem with this is Tom doesn't know if there's a ruler of the shadow dimension. If there is a ruler and he starts taking energy from their dimension, who knows what the consequences could be. Although it's not the same as linking himself to the dimension, as the Ancient One did to the dark dimension, intruding on the property of a cosmic being isn't something Tom wants to do. The book says that the shadow dimension has no ruler, but who knows how old this book is. It's best to be careful and ask the Ancient One about this. Tom thought as he drained his magic before bed. Speaking of linking himself to the shadow dimension, the book says that if he were to link himself to it, which no known sorcerer has ever done, other powers should become available to him. This is from a more theorized section of the book, but Tom agrees with it. If he were to link himself to the shadow dimension, he should gain far more control over shadows. I'll make that my goal, but it probably won't happen for a while. Tom thought as he tucked himself into bed. The next day, Tom ended up sleeping in. He stayed up way later than he wanted, but the book he found was far too interesting for him to wait until the morning. After going through his usual morning training, Tom went to look for the Ancient One. He found her overlooking the training of some novices. "Hey, teacher," Tom calls as he walks beside her. "Have you finished with everything from yesterday?" "Yes, just a pesky demon that was trying to break through to our dimension," she says casually as if it was nothing. "Huh? Was it hard to deal with?" Tom asked curiously. "No, I just needed to find out what type of demon it was. After I knew what it was, dealing with it was fairly simple." The Ancient One replies with a wave of her hand. "Oh, that's good. Do you have time before we go to the sanctums? I found what I'm going to study next, but I have some questions." Tom says, "Already coming to me for questions, I see. Follow me," she says, and they go to her private quarters. "Ask away," she says as they take a seat across from one another. "Well, I found this book on shadow manipulation. In order to start practicing, I have to draw energy from the shadow dimension. The book says that it has no ruler, but things can change as time passes. I would rather not find myself on the bad side of some sort of cosmic being," Tom says, and the Ancient One nods as he speaks. "It's good that you came to me before doing anything rash. I'm not sure of the state of the shadow dimension though. There's far too many dimensions for me to keep track of them all," she says, and Tom's face drops in disappointment. "Though that doesn't mean you can't find out on your own." "How?" Tom asks as his disappointment morphs into curiosity. "Do you remember your trip through the dimensions on our first meeting?" The Ancient One asks. "Oh, yeah? Do you mean that I should go to the shadow dimension in my astral form?" Tom replies with a slightly worried expression. Other than that time when he first met the Ancient One, Tom has never been to another dimension. Even during that time, she was in the driver's seat and Tom was only along for the ride. "Yes, but he'll be accompanying you. This will be your first time willingly traveling to another dimension, so he'll tag along to make sure nothing goes wrong." As she says this, Tom's worried expression eased considerably. "Thanks, teacher," Tom says wholeheartedly. "Should we go to the shadow dimension first or go look for my relic?" Tom asks excitedly. "Let's get you a relic first. It's what we planned for today anyway. If finding your relic takes too long, then well, simply head to the shadow dimension tomorrow," she says, and Tom agrees easily. "Where to first?" Tom asks. "Well, there are some relics stored away here in Kamar-Taj, so we'll start here and work our way through the New York, London, and Hong Kong sanctums," the Ancient One says, and leads Tom out of the room. "I hope I get something good," Tom thought as he follows closely behind the Ancient One. See 62 Relic Search. Only one chapter today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 77. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The Ancient One escorted Tom to an area of camouflage he has never been before. He didn't even know this place existed in the first place. The area resembled that of a museum with what Tom believes to be relics on display in glass cases. We are going to walk past every relic and see if either you or one of the relics reacts. If you feel any attraction towards anything or any odd feelings, let me know and we'll find your relic. The Ancient One says as she gives Tom a tour of the place. She didn't explain every relic they passed, but she would give descriptions of those that seemed to catch Tom's eye. For example, the necklace of Bodil, which grants its wearer the ability to summon a massive army of unkillable ghost bears, while cursing the user with becoming a mindless robber once a month. This isn't something Tom is remotely interested in. Yeah, the army of ghost bears is slightly interesting, but becoming a mindless robber isn't appealed to him at all. One of the relics that Tom wouldn't mind getting is the Eye of Agamotto, which is a medallion similar to the Eye of Agamotto. It can reveal the true nature of things to its wielder. That sounds extremely similar to the skill observed from the gamer. It's too bad that this relic didn't choose him. The relic that Tom wanted the most out of every single one that the Ancient One showed him was a beast of a sword called Dragon Fang. When Tom asked about the sword, her explanation only made him want it more. A wizard named Kajida carved this nearly indestructible sword from the tusk of an extra-dimensional dragon. The sword was passed into my possession for safekeeping upon that wizard's death, she explained as Tom started salivating over the sword before him. Do you feel drawn to the sword? No. But can I have it anyway? Tom asked as he stares up at his teacher with a hopeful expression. No. Now keep moving, we don't have all day, she says and completely crushes her students' hopes and dreams. Tom gave one last look at the beastly looking sword and reluctantly followed after the Ancient One. Although, he made sure to air his displeasure as he muttered about stingy old ladies and their bald heads. The Ancient One ignored him completely and continued with her tour of the place. By the time they finished the tour, Tom hasn't found a single relic that chose him, though he didn't allow himself to get depressed just yet. There are 3 other sanctums filled with relics. His chances of getting at least one are still fairly good. Alright, let's head to the Hong Kong sanctum first, the Ancient One says as she opens a portal. They walk through and Tom is met with yet another museum-type setup. The place had the same Eastern aesthetic as camouflage. They once again started touring the place and Tom still didn't find his relic. Although, the Hong Kong sanctum did have some very interesting relics. For example, the staff of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong Ruai Jing Ubang. Tom may not be interested in fighting with the staff, but that didn't stop him from admiring it. Keep up, the Ancient One called. Coming. Since Tom didn't find any compatible relics, they moved on to the London sanctum. When Tom exited the portal, he was met with a more Western-style museum compared to the last 2. As they toured this one, Tom was starting to lose help in his chances of getting a relic. With every glass case they passed, Tom would get more and more depressed. After searching the entire London sanctum, Tom would once again be leaving empty-handed. At this point, even the Ancient One was starting to think Tom may not have a relic. Although, that doesn't mean he will never have one. He would just have to find his relic somewhere else. Tom's only chance of having a relic except him lay in the New York sanctum. Before entering the portal, Tom crossed his fingers and took a deep breath. Come on, just one relic is all I need, Tom thought as he stepped through the portal. The second he stepped through the portal, one of the glass cases shattered. As the glass shattered, something came flying in Tom's direction. A loud thud was heard as it impacts Tom's chest and knocks him over. I guess you do have a relic after all, the Ancient One says as she eyes what lays on Tom's chest. It's a small wooden statue of a snake about the size of a shoebox. As Tom picks himself up, he holds the statue in front of him and studies it carefully. What is it? Tom says as he feels a slight warmth as he clutches the wooden snake. That is the snake totem. It's a symbol that serves as an emblem of the snake god. Think of the totem as a conduit which the snake god can use to affect our world. It seems that you've caught the eye of a very powerful being, The Ancient One says, "Is that good or bad?" Tom asks as he looks at the totem warily. "It could go either way. I don't know enough about the snake god. I know that she is a woman and that she usually doesn't involve herself with the mortal world, although, it's not like she could access this world in the first place." "Well, except for that totem of course," she explains. "So, what does it do?" Tom asks as he keeps clutching the totem. It may be a totem of some sort of snake deity, but Tom feels a strong connection to it. Just holding the totem seems to calm his mind and bring about a happy feeling. Nothing that I know of for sure, though there are tales of this exact totem granting followers of the snake god mystical powers. You'll have to figure all of that out by yourself. Just be careful when dealing with gods. They aren't allowed access to this world without help from our side. If you end up meeting her at some point, which is very possible to happen, make sure to find out her intentions. Forming pacts with gods isn't against the rules, but forming pacts that could bring ruin to this world certainly is. The Ancient One explained in a very serious manner. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll be extra careful with anything to do with this totem." Tom responds seriously as he holds up his new relic. "Good. Also be sure to keep that totem in a safe place. Just because it's your relic doesn't mean it can't be stolen," she says as a mother would to a child. "All right, but where the hell do I store this thing?" Tom says, and suddenly the totem started shrinking and morphing its shape. It changed into a string necklace with a small wooden snake pendant hanging from it. "It seems the snake god wishes for you to carry the totem on you at all times," the Ancient One says as she scans the totem for anything that could harm her student. "Nothing. I'll watch him closely for a while to make sure though." All right I guess," Tom says as he places the necklace around his neck. "Do you think he'll have another relic here somewhere?" See 63-second relic. 2 chapters today. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 79. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After touring around the New York sanctum, Tom found one other relic that reacted to him. "It seems New York is my lucky city," Tom thinks as he admires his second relic. Held in his hand are the vaulting boots of Volta. These things belonged to Karl Mordo in MCU canon, but Tom seemed to get to them first in this world. They increase the wearer's leaping ability, nullify the adverse effects of impacts from high landings, and are also capable of allowing the wearer to briefly walk on air. When in use, the boots emit orange sparks for each step taken. Yeah, these boots will come in handy during fights. Just the ability to change direction while in the air will be life-saving. Tom thinks as he casts a Scourgify spell on the boots before putting them on. Who knows how many smelly feet sorcerers used these boots before me. With the boots nice and clean, Tom places them on and takes them for a spin. First, he jumps and bangs his head on the very high ceiling of the New York sanctum. "Oh, FCK!" Tom yells and grabs his head but still manages to land safely on his feet. As he lands on his feet, the boots cushion his fall as they are supposed to. After holding his head in pain and glaring at the Ancient One for laughing at him, Tom jumped again and tried to walk on air. He managed to find a foothold midair and the boots started glowing where he stood, creating a sort of floor below the boots, though it didn't last long as the light below the boots flickered for a moment and he fell. This time Tom didn't land on his feet, but he wasn't high enough to receive anything more than a minor bruise. A bit of practice and he'll master using these boots in no time at all, Tom thought as they finished the tour. Tom was hoping to find something related to his Pendragon lineage, but something like that would have most likely been in the London sanctum. Since he didn't find anything like that there, stuff like that must be in his Pendragon vault. By the time they were finished, it was already late in the evening. They wouldn't have time to go to the shadow dimension, so they decided to go tomorrow. The Ancient One left immediately with the excuse of having her me time. What she's really going to do is go to her personal library and read up on everything about the snake god. It's very rare for a god's relic to choose a sorcerer. She's only seen it happen one other time. Thankfully, nothing horrible happened because of it, but that doesn't mean she should let her guard down. The Ancient One may hide it very well, but Tom is her favorite student. Many have come into her care over the years, but none were as young as Tom. What also helps is she can't see his future. Not knowing what the other person is going to say or do makes time with them far more pleasant. She would rather not have him get killed by a god because she didn't do some research. While the Ancient One is making sure her student's relic won't harm him, said student is doing the exact same thing. Tom went straight to the library in Kamatage for texts on the snake god as well. He could only find a single book filled with the names of known gods. In it, he found that the snake god's name is Menazza. Also in the book is names of other animal-type gods. Apparently, there's a spider god as well. I wonder if Spider-Man was blessed by the spider god or something. Tom thought as he closed the book and put it back on the shelf. Since he couldn't find any other books on the snake god, Tom went to his room to get some sleep. Before jumping into bed, he drained his magic as per usual. As he lay in bed tired from his lack of magic, Tom glances at the necklace around his neck. He holds up the pendant and just stares at it. Maybe I should try praying? Tom thought as it is a god he's dealing with a shrug. Tom holds the snake pendant in his hand and starts praying. Snake god, Menazza. I've never prayed to any god, so congratulations, my first. I'm not sure how prayers are supposed to work though. Am I supposed to start praising you or something? I doubt you're interested in me stroking your ego, so I won't. Is there a way for you to send me a message or something? I have some questions if that's alright. If you can respond, do so now. If you can't respond, send me a sign through the totem. Tom says, and the snake pendant's eyes glow red for a moment. Alright, so you can't reply but getting the message. That's good. Give me 1 shine of the eyes for yes and 2 for number. If you can do that, shine the eyes 3 times in a row. The pendant reacts and the eyes shine 3 times. Will we be able to speak soon? Tom asks, and the eyes shine a single time. Good. I would like to figure out this totem sooner rather than later. Next question. Do I have to do anything other than wearing the totem to meet you? He asks, and the eyes shine a single time. Can I do something to speed up that meeting? The eyes flash twice this time. Alright, I'll pray again if I have any questions. Good night, Menazza. As Tom said good night, the eyes glowed once as if you say good night as well. He then went straight to sleep as he has a trip to the shadow dimension tomorrow. While Tom slept, he dreamed of a giant snake that reminded him of Jormungandr, the world serpent from God of War. Although, it didn't have a beard and somehow didn't come across as a man. Standing before something so utterly gigantic made Tom feel especially small. The snake tried to speak to him, and no matter what it said, Tom couldn't hear a word come out of its mouth. When he awoke the next morning, Tom didn't remember his dream of the humongous serpent. Nor did he know he even had a dream at all. See 64 times Snooper bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 79. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After going through the usual morning training, Tom cleaned himself up and went looking for the Ancient One. He made sure to wear his new boots while he always has the snake totem around his neck. After searching through Kamatage, Tom found his teacher in one of the outdoor training halls. She was meditating and floating above the ground with the Eye of Agamotto active. Tom didn't want to disrupt her, so he sat on one of the steps and meditated himself. He's been spending most of his free time trying to find his spirit animal, and it's been taking longer than he thought it would. The Ancient One couldn't find much in her library about the snake god, Menazza. She isn't a god that has had many encounters with sorcerers, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. If she doesn't have contact with sorcerers, that could mean she doesn't do anything that endangers the earth. Although, it could also mean that she's careful and haven't been caught. After spending the whole night searching for information, she decided to look into the future. The next morning, once she took care of some important things, the Ancient One activated the Eye of Agamotto and looked for anything that has to do with the snake god. She couldn't find anything in the many possible futures, as Tom seems to be involved and his presence blocks her sight. Seeing as her future sight was blocked, She started looking into the past. She found that Manasa was a snake goddess that the Native Americans worshipped. She was the representation of fertility, rebirth, death, and immortality. Female Native Americans would sacrifice animals in her name to boost their fertility. They would also pray for the safe birth of their children. Everyone would pray to Manasa for a long and happy life, and upon the death of a loved one, the family would ask her to send the dead along to their next life. Of course, this would be accompanied by a sacrifice in her name, which was usually an animal, as human sacrifice wasn't very popular. After seeing the past of the Native Americans, the Ancient One started looking at the history of the snake totem itself, although she couldn't look into its future as it is in Tom's possession now. Once again the Ancient One was stuck with seeing the past. She looked into the past and saw the many years the totem spent in the New York sanctum. Going further back into the past, she saw how the totem was found by Agamotto himself and stored away. He found it in the ruins of an underground temple held in the hands of a female skeleton. Diving deeper into the past, she sees the woman worship the totem and gain powers in return. The woman was heavily favored by the snake god, Manasa. The woman went on to rule the strongest Native American tribe. She spread the word of the great snake god, Manasa, far and wide. Upon her death, her children fought over who would rule next and wield the power of the totem. Seeing her children fighting over all that she built, the woman didn't trust any of her children with the totem. She didn't trust them not to anger Manasa since they weren't favored as she was. She ended up taking the totem to her grave and named her close friend the next chief of her tribe. The tomb is where the totem was found by the first sorcerer supreme, Agamotto. The Ancient One didn't look back any further and exited her meditation. She's supposed to take her student to the shadow dimension today to see if it has a ruler. Speaking of her student, he's currently meditating a few meters away from her. Checking the time, she sees that it's getting late. If they want to go to the shadow dimension, it's now or they will have to postpone for tomorrow. With a slight smirk, the Ancient One levitates a pebble from the ground and launches it at Tom's forehead. Thud. Ah! SHT. Tom awakens from his meditation with a scream and holds his head where a red mark could be seen. Oh, done meditating? The Ancient One says as if she didn't just attack him. Let's get going then. I want to get this trip to the shadow dimension done quickly so I can relax for the rest of the night. You couldn't just tap me on the shoulder or call my name? Tom says as he glares daggers at his teacher. I don't know what you're talking about, she says as she waves her hand at Tom. Let's get going already. Tom followed after her as he muttered about his annoying bald teacher. As always, the Ancient One acted like he said nothing at all as they moved to her personal quarters. The Ancient One activates some barriers around the place in order to protect their physical bodies. They are going into the astral plane to survey the shadow dimension unnoticed. Their physical bodies will be left behind and vulnerable to attack, so the barriers will keep out any unwanted guests and inform her of any possible intruders. Alright, since we'll be traveling in our astral forms, I've placed some protections for our physical bodies, she says as she finished with the barriers. Don't reveal your astral form during our excursion. We aren't going to fight any cosmic beings, nor are we going to ask permission to draw upon their dimension. We go in and see if anyone has claimed the shadow dimension and then we leave. Do you understand? Yes, in and out without revealing ourselves, Tom says as he finds a comfortable spot to leave his body. Good. I'm going to leave my body in my bed. I'm too old to be leaving it in random places. The last time I did that, I had a kink in my neck for the rest of the week, she says and leaves Tom in the living room. Tom decided to just leave his body on the sofa and separated from his physical form, becoming an existence of pure energy. Time slowed in the material plane as Tom saw his body breathing at a very slow pace. After a moment, the Ancient One floats into the room in her astral form. How are we traveling through our astral forms anyway? We don't have our sling rings in the astral plane after all, Tom asks. Yet you still have the sling ring attached to your hand. Just because we've entered the astral plane doesn't mean we still don't have access to some of our relics and items. Though your boots are fairly useless since we can fly in the astral plane, she says, and Tom wears a look of realization. Anne, it's never said how this works, so I'm just making it up myself. Although they can use some relics and other magic items in the astral plane, they still can't fight very well in it, especially when their opponent is in the mortal plane. Why didn't I notice that sooner? Tom thought as the Ancient One opened a portal to the shadow dimension. Let's go, and remember not to reveal yourself, she says, and floats through the portal. Coming. C65 Shadow Dimension 2 chapters again because I'm a kind overlord. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 81. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As they passed through the portal, they were met with a universe of different shades of grey. No floors or ceilings, just an endless sea of grey in every direction. So, how do we tell if the dimension has a ruler or not? We're not just going to start floating in a random direction, are we? Tom asks as he floats beside his teacher. No, I'm going to meditate and attune myself to this dimension. Once I've attuned myself to it, I'll spread my senses out and see if I sense anything, she says, and Tom looks at her funny for a moment. Wait, telling me that you will sense everything in this entire dimension? Tom asks unbelievably. Don't underestimate your teacher. I can do a great many things, and in the future so will you. You just need to keep diligently practicing, and you'll find that the mystic arts only become more grand and complicated as you advance forward, she says, and Tom looks at her in awe for a moment. Sometimes I forget that you're the strongest human on planet Earth. It's times like this that I'm reminded that my old bald teacher is actually very skilled, Tom says matter-of-factly, and the Ancient One's eyebrow twitches. She can only remain stoic for so long. Sooner or later, Tom is going to call her old and bald, and she's going to trap him in a hell dimension as punishment. She would let him out after a while, of course, though maybe she should let it sink in for a while before releasing him. While pondering hellish punishments for her loose-lipped student, the Ancient One started meditating and attuning herself with the shadow dimension. Tom had no idea what to do while waiting, so he meditates as well. The wait for his spirit animal to reveal itself has gone on long enough. He entered his inner world and found a nice spot in the forest to meditate in. Tom gets lost in the trance of meditation as he closes his eyes and lets everything go. No thoughts enter his mind as he loses all track of time. While meditating in a forest surrounded by nature, Tom sat unmoving with his eyes closed as he breathes in and out. Suddenly, the bushes to his left start ruffling. Tom hears this but doesn't react, as that could scare away his spirit animal. Soon the bushes stop making noise and he could hear something drawing closer. After a moment of waiting with anticipation, he feels something slither its way into his lap. Tom couldn't take it anymore and opened his eyes. In front of him is a pure white snake with a red underbelly and red eyes to match. Tom isn't an expert on snakes, but he knows that this one is definitely albino. Hello, Tom says, but the snake doesn't reply. Suddenly, the snake coils itself back and launches at Tom. He was taken by complete surprise as the snake jumped, but it didn't bare its fangs at him. The snake simply aimed its head at Tom's chest and pounced. As it collided with his chest, the white and red snake was absorbed into Tom completely. As it did this, Tom's mind became turbulent and he was thrown out of his inner world. When he returned to the shadow dimension, Tom could feel his astral body morphing extremely slowly. He was shrinking and changing. If Tom guessed correctly, then he was shifting into his animagus form. A problem arose as Tom's astral form has no wizard-type magic in it. This is the reason for the incredibly slow pace the change is going at. He had nothing to support his first shift into his spirit animal, and it was starting to feed on the energy of his astral form. This is not good, as using the energy of his astral form will shorten his lifespan. In this short amount of time, Tom has already lost 4 months of his life. In a panic to not lose the precious time he has to live, Tom starts looking for another place to fuel the change. What better place than the dimension filled with shadows he's currently in? Without thinking too much into it, Tom starts drawing on the shadow dimension. Due to him literally being surrounded by said dimension, the floodgates opened and shadows came pouring in. The surrounding shadows began to congregate around Tom and were absorbed to power his animagus change. Suddenly, the change quickened and Tom started morphing at a much faster pace. Except there is something wrong with his animal form. The once albino snake is being tainted by the shadows of this dimension. Its white scales are dyed a dark gray as the red of its underbelly becomes completely black. The only thing left red on the entire snake is the bright red eyes matching Tom's completely. As Tom completed his shift into a snake, he could feel the shadows around him. They felt comfortable and relaxing as if they were a part of him. No, they felt like home, as if he wasn't in a dark shadow dimension, but laying in his bed at home. "What do you think you're doing?" the Ancient One exclaims, ruining Tom's moment. She was in the middle of scanning her senses through the entire dimension. Then she started feeling a shift in the shadows and thought it could be some cosmic being. Color her surprised when she saw that the anomaly she felt originated very close to her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black snake and almost didn't recognize it as her student. Thankfully, it has red eyes just like Tom's. That combined with the fact that she knew he has been working on becoming an animagus made everything click into place in her mind. Tom tried to reply, but as a snake, he cannot speak to her. She isn't a Parselmouth, so how could she possibly understand him? Suddenly, the shadows near them parted and a man with pale skin, long white hair, and glowing red eyes appeared. He's dressed in black Gothic-style leather armor with metal accents and carries a pitch-black sword in his hand. "I am Null, Lord of Shadows, God of the Symbiotes. I know you are there. Stop hiding and come out, now." C66 Trouble Bonus Chapter Boom. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 81. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "I am Null, Lord of Shadows, God of the Symbiotes. I know you are there. Stop hiding and come out, now." The white-haired man commanded as an unyielding pressure could be felt radiating from his body. The second this Lord of Shadows arrives, Tom and the Ancient One thought the same exact thing. FCK. Although, now their question has been answered. The shadow dimension does have a ruler and his name is Null. Tom tried to turn back into his human form but found himself stuck as a snake. He's never shifted before and the book only said to relax and wish yourself back to normal. How the hell am I supposed to relax with the god of symbiotes yelling at me a few meters away? Tom thought as he tried and failed to calm himself down. The Ancient One simply sighed and shook her head. This could have been such an easy trip had Tom not done something idiotic. All they had to do was slip in and out. In fact, Tom simply had to do nothing and everything would have worked out perfectly. Why couldn't he just wait patiently? The Ancient One took a deep breath, even though she doesn't need to breathe in her astral form, and lets all of her frustration go. "Well, have to retreat. I'm not prepared to fight a god, nor do I want to deal with this particular one." The Ancient One looks over at her student and could already tell that he was panicking. She could see that he isn't able to change back into his human form. "If you won't come out, I'll have to capture you myself," Null says casually as he stared at the exact area where their 2 intruders were floating. Before the Lord of Shadows could move forward, the Ancient One activated the Eye of Agamotto and slowed his movement. Time seemed to halt around Null as his movements were as slow as a snail. He seemed to have noticed as a bloodthirsty smirk appears on his face. He knows only one being that can control time like this and would love to slice her in half from bald head to toe. He started putting more power into his movements and was getting faster with every step. With a sigh, the Ancient One opens a portal and grabs her student's noodle-like body. They fly through the portal and Null breaks through the time dilation around him. He picks up speed and tries to follow them through the portal, but it closes and he misses his chance. As Tom and his teacher appear in her private quarters, the Ancient One didn't even wait for a single second and threw her student into his body. With the return to his physical body, came the return of his human form. His panic started to subside and a moment later the Ancient One comes walking in with an annoyed expression. Sorry, teacher. Tom says as he sees her walk over to a shelf and pull out an old tome. Mistakes happen and we move past them, she says as she starts skimming the book for the right page. Do you know the predicament you're in now? I can guess. Yes, Tom says with a grave look on his face. My animagus form is connected to the shadow dimension, which means that I'm connected to the shadow dimension, the same dimension that seems to be ruled by some evil shadow symbiote god. At least you aren't a complete imbecile, she says as she finds the right page. Lay down on the couch. Now. Tom does as his teacher says and she walks over and starts forming symbols of eldritch energy all around him. What are you doing? Tom asks as he studies the symbols around him. I'm locking away your animagus form and blocking your connection to the shadow dimension, she says as more and more runic symbols crowd around Tom's body. It's the only way to keep Null from following your connection back here to Earth. As much as I wish to protest, as it took a lot of work to finally become an animagus, I agree and won't complain, Tom says with a sad smile on his face. He finally became an animagus and now he won't be able to turn into a snake again. At least until a time where there's no ruler of the shadow dimension, which would only happen if someone kills Null and doesn't want his realm. That's not very likely to happen. I'll have to kill him and take the shadow dimension for myself, he thought and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. I'm far too weak to even think about taking dimensions from gods. I couldn't even think straight while in the presence of Null, yet I'm thinking about killing him. I need to get stronger. The Ancient One had no idea what her student was thinking of as she kept layering protections and barriers onto Tom's animagus form. After a minute passed, she finished her work, and Tom's snake form was wrapped up tightly and wouldn't be coming back out anytime soon. Tom's connection with the shadow dimension was temporarily severed. He wouldn't be able to draw on the power of said dimension, nor would he be able to turn into the black snake again, at least not until the bindings are removed. Done. Now go and read up on Null in the library. It's best to know your enemy if you ever want to take those bindings off. Although, I forbid you from removing them without informing me first, the Ancient One says as Tom is still lost in thought. You? Yeah? Tom says as he gets up and leaves in a daze of his own thoughts. I need to get stronger. Tom does what his teacher said and looks up Null in the library. Null is an ancient malevolent deity who ruled over the abyss, the existential chasm that existed between the destruction of the sixth cosmos and the creation of the seventh cosmos, and was originally content to drift through the endless void. When the Celestials began creating the universe, Null was awakened by the light of the creation and was outraged at his kingdom of darkness being despoiled. Null retaliated by creating a sword of living darkness, the All-Black, which is the first symbiote, from his newly cast shadow, decapitating one of them. Cast back into the void by the other Celestials, Null used the slain Celestial's severed head as a forge to temper his sword in its cosmic energies. Intent on devouring the divine light that had usurped his kingdom of darkness, Null manifested a symbiotic suit of armor from the eldritch darkness he commanded and embarked on a genocidal campaign against the other gods and life itself, becoming a legendary figure of terror for divine beings even billions of years later. I need to get a lot stronger. C67 Dream Meeting. Only one chapter today. Sorry, feel free to cry and let it all out. I'm here for you. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 83. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was reading up on Null, he couldn't help but look at All-Black as a prized possession. I'm definitely taking that sword once I've killed him, Tom thought as his mood started to turn better. He knew that he was currently weak. No, scratch that. He's incredibly weak compared to a god that could slaughter Celestial with ease, but he would grow stronger with time. Although, there would always be a limit. I need to find a way to overcome my human body's limits, Tom thought, but put it to the back of his mind for now. I can worry about that once I find my limit. Tom thought of the ritual he has been planning and the knowledge of the super soldier serum. Those should help him break through his limits, but would it be enough to face a god? No, it wouldn't. Whatever, I'll just have to work my way up the stairs of power one step at a time. Tom says as he returned to his room to get some sleep. After doing the normal magic draining before bed, Tom went straight to sleep. As he closed his eyes, the eyes of the totem around his neck began to glow. Suddenly, Tom appeared on the beach of a small island. The island seemed to be deserted, but he could feel something watching him. As he was staring into the forest of the island, the calm waters behind him started becoming turbulent. Waves started smashing into the shore as the waters parted and a giant snake breached its head out of the ocean. As he hears the water raging behind him, Tom turned quickly and saw the monstrous snake. He felt as if he's seen this exact snake before but couldn't quite put his finger on when or where. Of course, this is the snake he saw in his dreams on the previous night. Hello. Tom hisses and gives an awkward wave. Am dreaming, right? Yes, but our meeting is very real. The snake hisses back in a deep voice. Well, hello, Tom. He introduces himself to the ginormous snake. Hello, Manaza. Manaza replies in a deep unladylike voice. Like the snake god, Manaza? Tom asked as he curses his luck. Why do I keep meeting gods one after the other? Although, teacher said that this one favors me, hopefully. Manaza nods her big snake head affirmatively. Yes, I didn't think we would meet this quickly. Your need for power seems to have hastened our meeting. Manaza says in a happy tone. Oh, is there a way for you to shrink or change your shape? Talking to a giant snake like this is a bit unsettling. No offense, of course. Tom asks as nicely as possible to not anger the second god he's met in 24 hours. Manaza doesn't reply as her snake body shrinks and morphs its shape. Her snake body disappears and in its place is the body of a beautiful Lamia woman. The bottom half of her body is a long snake body with black scales. The snake part of her body is so long that it disappears under the ocean's surface, while the top half is a beautiful human woman from the waist up. She has paper white skin, black hair, and pure black eyes. Is this better? She responds in English. Yes. But could you cover yourself up please? I'm a growing boy after all, Tom says and points to her uncovered breasts. Hee, you humans care about the weirdest of things. Manaza laughs and a shirt appears to cover her up. Thanks. Did you say my need for power quickened our meeting? Tom says as his hormones start to settle down. Yes, I've seen everything through the totem I gave you. She says with a small smile. You saw my trip to the shadow dimension and the meeting with Null? Tom asks. Yes, and might I say how disappointing it was watching you panic so easily. Although, it is completely understandable. Null is a god that even I wish never to cross. Manaza says as she shakes her head. So, why did you give me this totem? Tom asks. Straight to the point, huh? Manaza says as she lounges in the ocean waters. Yeah, I'd like to know why a god would be interested in me, Tom says, causing Manaza to chuckle. Well, the answer is quite simple. I want you to become my avatar. Manaza says with a happy smile as her snake-like tongue pokes out of her mouth. Avatar? What's that? Tom asks questioningly. You would be the manifestation of my power in the material plane. Manaza answers as she looks at Tom with a happy expression. Why would you choose me as your manifestation? Tom asks wearily. Let me answer your question with a question. Do you know my domains? She asked back. Number. I looked you up in the library, but there wasn't much. Tom replies. As the snake god, I hold dominion over fertility, immortality, death, and rebirth. She says and Tom isn't liking where this is going. So, you. Tom starts to say it but doesn't finish. I know that you are the combination of two different souls. Yes. At the moment of the merge, a new soul was birthed. A rebirth of two souls if you will, she says with a knowing smile. It was hard to miss really. A rebirth in the body blessed with snake tongue was like a beacon to me. Oh, does anyone else know? Tom asks, hoping that the answer is number. Yes, there are other high-level entities that definitely know, but would they do anything about it? No. They have much bigger things to worry about than some human soul merging, she says with a wave of her hand. If it's not that big of a deal, then why do you want me to be your avatar? Tom asks with some suspicion in his voice. because I find you worthy of the opportunity. She replies easily. Will I have to do anything in exchange? Tom asks, looking for some kind of catch to appear. Maybe, she replies with an unsure expression. Maybe? Tom repeats with a raised eyebrow. Well, I don't need anything at the moment. But who knows what could happen in the future? Manaza says with a shrug. So you're saying that if you need something, I would have to come and help? Tom asks as the appeal in becoming Manaza's avatar starts to grow smaller and smaller. Yes, you would be my avatar. If I needed something done in the mortal plane, I would contact you through the totem and tell you what to do. Sorry if I'm not being clear. I've never done this before, but Madam Webb said that you would make a good avatar. She says matter-of-factly. The more you speak, the more questions I have to ask. Tom says with a frustrated sigh. Yes, right. Let's end our meeting here. We're running out of time anyway. Manaza says as she slithers back beneath the surface of the ocean. Wait. Tom called but she was already gone. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Master, it's time to wake up. C68 Science. Double chapters. Woo. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 85. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Master, it's time to wake up. Mimsy called as she popped into Tom's room in Kamatage. Tom awoke with a complicated look on his face. I'm awake, Mimsy, Tom says as he sits up and rubs the sleep out of his eyes. Good morning, Master. Mimsy says with a bright smile. Morning, Mimsy, Tom says as he stands and stretches his body. After doing the usual exercises, Tom cleaned himself up and got some breakfast. Once his stomach was full, he went looking for the Ancient One to speak about his dream. He found her lying on a sofa, eating chips and reading a mystery novel. Hey, I had this weird dream last night that probably wasn't a dream at all, Tom says as he storms in and sits across his teacher. Good morning to you as well, Tom, she says sarcastically and closes her book. What was the dream that probably wasn't a dream about exactly? It was about the snake god, Manaza. She asked me to be her avatar in the mortal plane. Tom says, huh? That's very generous of her. I've met a few avatars in my day and they are all pretty strong. Most of them were avatars of the spider god though. Did you accept? The Ancient One asks. No, we ran out of time and every word she said seemed to pile on more questions I needed to ask. Tom replies. Good. Find out everything before giving your answer. These types of things always come with a cost. Find out what that cost is before giving your answer. Then it all rides on if you're willing to pay it. After talking with the Ancient One, Tom decided to just go about his summer and worry about the avatar stuff later. He will ask Manaza about everything when they meet again. The next night, Tom didn't meet Manaza like he thought he would. Neither did he dream of her for the rest of the summer. While waiting for their next meeting, Tom decided to start studying mole science. He sent his elves to university campuses to collect books on biology, chemistry, physics, design technology, along with anything else that caught his eye. While Tom was reading and memorizing any and every university book brought to him, he sent elves out to look for Howard Stark. It's about time I learn about Vita rays, Tom thought as he gave the order. Halfway through the summer, one of Tom's elves found Howard at a military base researching with a young Hank Pym. Tom had the elves pop him the while under a notice me not spell. He then spent a good portion of time plundering everything from both Pym and Stark's minds. At this point in time, the Pym particles were only a thought and Tom got almost no information on them, but he did get everything he needed to know about Vita rays. With the knowledge on the super soldier serum and Vita rays, Tom only needs to continue his studies. At the moment, he has a pile of information that he can't decipher. The only thing that will help understand everything is studying. Before leaving, Tom put a small detail of elves to watch both Stark and Pym. The future will change, so it's best to keep watch of as many high-level people as possible. When Tom returned from plundering the minds of two of the most intelligent scientists alive, he went straight back to studying. Throughout the summer, he would get calls from followers through the mark, some with problems that were easily solved and others from people like Druella, who just wished to say hello and talk for a bit. Before the summer ended, Tom made up his mind to start collecting the Deathly Hollows. He knew who possessed them and would try to get one of them before returning to Hogwarts. The Resurrection Stone. Tom thought as he remembered the Gaunt family ring from the movie. It should be the stone on the ring. But where can I find good old Uncle Morphin? The Gaunt shack perhaps? With a thought, Tom contacted all graduated Slytherins and ordered them to a gathering on the outskirts of Little Hangleton. He made sure to advise them to dress for a fight and bring their wands. With that done, he set the meeting time for tomorrow at midnight. After giving the graduates their orders, Tom contacted Druella through the mark. "Hey, Drew, you busy?" Tom asks through the mark. "No, what's up?" she replies. "Want to come to Little Hangleton to meet my crazy uncle tomorrow?" Tom asks. "Sure, I guess, but why are you visiting your balmy uncle?" she asks questioningly. "You'll see tomorrow," Tom says and gives her the time and place to meet. The next day, Tom did his morning training and studied Mole Science for the rest of the day. Once midnight came, Tom had Mimsy pop him to a secluded place just outside Little Hangleton. Tom then uses the mark to transmit his location, and followers start appearing all around him. I need to start learning apparition. Having elves do the work for me is nice, but the power to teleport is too cool not to learn myself. Tom thought as he sees them all apparat in themselves. Once everyone arrived, Druella appeared last with a curious look. "So, why are we all here to meet your uncle?" Druella asks, expecting an answer this time. "We are going to kill my crazy, racist, and all-around scummy Uncle Morphin Gaunt," Tom says with a happy smile. "What?" Druella exclaimed. "Related to the nutty Gaunts?" "That's all that you took from him announcing the killing of his uncle?" Druella's brother, Briar, asks with a wry smile. "Well, it's not like the world will miss the man. I mean, even though they may be related to Slytherin, there hasn't been a right-minded Gaunt in ages. They all come out crazier than the last." One of Tom's followers voices but then realizes that Tom is a Gaunt as well. "No offense, my lord." "None taken," Tom says, waving his hand dismissively. "Why do you think I want to kill the man? He brings shame to my name and the great name of Slytherin. I want his body to be cold before the sun rises," Tom says, playing the Heir of Slytherin card. "Well, it's more because I want the Gaunt ring, and stealing it may not work. It is the ring of a noble magical family after all. Who knows what would happen if it was stolen? Better to kill the current lord and take the ring as inheritance." See 69 Murder in the Woods bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 85. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Before coming to Little Hangleton, Tom sent some elves ahead of him to locate the Gaunt shack. They were also instructed to find out if Morphin was home or not. "Mimsy," Tom calls. "Pop." "Yes, Master." Mimsy heeds Tom's call eagerly. "Have you found the Gaunt shack?" Tom asks. "Yes, and Master's uncle is there as well," she says happily. "Good. Are there any wards around the shack?" Tom asks, and Mimsy nods gravely as her expression becomes annoyed. "The wards is horrible. Mimsy almost lost an arm just walking by the shack," Mimsy says and points to her arm which has a cut on it. "Sorry about your arm, but thanks for the good work, Mimsy," Tom says as he baits her bald head. "Why don't you show Briar where the shack is and then go take a rest? We'll handle everything from here," he says, and Mimsy nods her head and drags Briar away into the forest. When Briar returned, they all went to peek at the shack from a safe distance. They made sure not to tip off Tom's Uncle Morphin of their presence. The shack itself is a piece of shit, even worse than the Weasley home. The place looked like the evil witch's house in some sort of children's story. No, it looked like a condemned witch's house. It just radiated a dark evil witch house aura. Tom examined the wards and found them to be very malicious but not too hard to crack. Ever since Tom had to go and rescue Druella, he's been reading up on wards and ward breaking. The Gaunts put most of their ward power into attacking whoever was to break in. While that is good, they have barely any ways to block someone from breaching the wards. Tom could easily break through these wards, but he won't, as that would look suspicious. He plans to kill Morphin and take the ring through inheritance. His uncle's death shouldn't look magical in nature. Not that the Aurors, who are the Wizarding World's police force, would look too far into the death of someone like Morphin Gaunt. It's best to be careful though, Tom thought as he came up with a plan to kill his uncle. After giving out orders, everyone got into position. Tom was fairly close to the house and everyone else was hiding in the forest 100 meters behind him. The wards on the Gaunt's house don't have anything to stop objects from entering, so Tom found a big rock and threw it at the only unbroken window at the front of the shack. As the rock crashes through the window, Tom could hear banging from the shack along with loud hissing filled with profanity. The door to the shack slams open and an enraged Morphin Gaunt comes lumbering out with his wand tightly in hand. Tom shakes the bushes in front of him to draw his uncle's attention, and boy does it work like a charm. Morphin sees the bush and starts firing curses while running in Tom's direction. At this point, Tom hasn't fired a single spell, nor will he unless he absolutely has to. The second after he shook the bush, Tom turned and started running towards his followers. Curses fly all over the forest as Tom ducks and weaves away from them. When Morphin gets to the bush, he's met with the sight of a dark figure running away. Of course, this figure is Tom. Tom's uncle gives chase and continues to fire curse after curse at him. Even a few unforgivables were shot in his direction along with a large list of other curses. Say what you want about how crazy and inbred the Gaunts are, but at least they know their dark magic and curses. Tom thought as every curse in the book is being fired at him along with a few he has never heard of before. As Tom meets up with his followers with his uncle hot on his tail, each of his followers aims a crossbow in Morphin's direction. Before breaking the window to lure out his uncle, Tom transfigured some rocks into crossbows. This way, the cause of death will be blamed on moles and not him. He even went so far as to have his followers whittle their own crossbow bolts. Who knows if transfigured bolts would leave evidence behind. Either way, Tom would do his best to not leave behind any evidence whatsoever. As Tom gets behind the line of crossbow-wielding Slytherins, they wait for Morphin to appear in range, and as he does they all fire in his direction. Hand-whittled bolts shoot from the bows and soar into Morphin Gaunt's direction. Tom's uncle seemed to have noticed the line of bowmen and conjures a shield. Protego. He hisses and waves his wand. The bolts are met by an invisible shield and fall to the ground without hitting their mark. Stupid moles think you can anger the House of Gaunt, do you? He hisses venomously as his shield disappears and all the arrows have hit the floor. Yes, actually, I did. Tom replies as an arrow strikes Morphin directly on the side of his head. The bolt goes through the head easily and pokes out the other side. Morphin's cocky face freezes in place as a hail of other bolts start striking his body. Morphin hisses for the last time as he's turned into a pincushion and falls to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. The first wave of bolts was only a distraction for the second group of followers hidden under Notice Me Not charms. They are positioned in the trees to the right of the distraction group. Good work everyone, Tom says as he looks uncaringly at the body of his uncle. We may have been related, but it's not like I knew him. Also, he is practically a Nazi of the wizard variety. No use crying over someone like that. He shrugs and addresses his followers. Collect every bolt fired without leaving behind any evidence. Remember that this has to look like a group of moles killing a wizard. Everyone gets to work and Tom stares longingly at the ring on his uncle's finger. No, leave it behind. Tom thought as he looks away from the ring. He'll get it upon his death anyway, but I will have to wait until I can become a lord, which won't happen until graduation. Should I just take it now? See 70 Daddy Double Chapters again Bands X2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 87. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom thought for a minute and decided not to rush into things. He could leave the ring for now and take it when the time was right. At first, Tom thought of separating the stone from the ring and leaving the ring behind, but he doesn't want to risk it. It may be from a backward inbred family, but it's still a Lord ring for a noble wizarding family. It's not like anyone knows about the stone. I'll go to Gringotts after hearing about the horrible death of my uncle and take up my heirship of the Gaunt family. While I'm there, I'll make sure they have the Lord ring. Tom thought as he gave the resurrection stone one last longing look. Around him, Tom could see his followers have finished collecting the bolts from in and around Morphin's body. All right. Everyone head home and get rid of the bolts along with any evidence of this night. That includes your clothes and shoes. Burn them or vanish them. I don't care as long as they are disposed of properly. Tom says, and he could hear some of the graduates protesting about their clothes, especially the shoes. Mainly from the women, but a few men looked upset as well. Just do as I say. Okay. I want nothing to remain of this night. Now get a move on and leave. As everyone is leaving, Tom stays behind to make sure everyone makes it out without a problem. With everyone gone, Tom could hear a group of moles making their way towards him. Mimsy, he whispers as he casts a notice me not on himself. Pop. Yes, master. She appears with a pop and answers Tom's call in a high-pitched chipper attitude. Normally, nobody would be able to see him, but Mimsy is linked to Tom as all of his elves are. He could never hide from many of them as they could sense him easily. Even under a Fidelius charm, they could find him without a problem. Keep it down and hide yourself. We're going to be watching what these moles do, Tom said as he wanted to make sure they wouldn't steal the ring. It would probably just return to Gringotts on its own, but it's best to be careful anyway. Mimsy listens to Tom's orders and disappears from sight. After a few moments, mole police officers along with some people from the village came walking into view. You said the lights were coming from this direction, Lord Riddle? A policeman asks a tall and handsome man with black hair and dark eyes. He has a sneer on his well-angled face as he looked at the area leading up to the Gaunt shack. His expression worsens as memories of an ugly witch appear in his mind. Oh, is that my father? Tom thought as he looks at the scene before him. Yeah, it's probably the Gaunts again. Thank God only one of them remains. Hopefully, the last will get himself killed and we won't have to worry about the trash polluting the village any further. Tom Sr. says in a snobbish attitude. Well, there is my son as well, but hopefully, he's dead by now. I can't believe that woman would name her hellspawn after me. What an insult. As Tom's father is thinking this, Tom was using legilimency on him. He heard everything his father thought. What a DCK. Tom no, but he doesn't really care about his father. The old Tom Riddle part of his soul is angry and wants his father dead, while the Gregory part sees it as something not worth bothering with. In this instance, Tom decided to just let his father go. If he knew about me all this time, then he had his chance to be a part of my life. Also, based on his thoughts, the man is a spoiled, snobbish prick. Tom has no time for these types of people. Yeah, you don't want to know how many times I've been called for these nut jobs. Another policeman laughs and suddenly trips on something. Looking to see what he tripped on, the officer is met with the mangled body of Morphin Gaunt. Holes filled his body as blood still leaked from them even now. Ah! The officer screams and scrambles backward. Why are you screaming? Tom Sr. asks as he looks over to see a bloody officer along with the dead body of Morphin. The second Tom Sr. saw the body, he turned and vacated his stomach onto the forest floor. Well, now we know what the commotion was about, a more veteran policeman says as he walks over to observe the body. When Tom Sr. finished vomiting and got himself under control, a truly happy smile spread over his face. The last of the pesky Gaunts was dead. No more crazy backwoods inbreds resided in his village. While the police were doing their work, Tom was about to leave, but then something troubling happened. Hey! Is that a ring on his finger? Where did the Gaunts get such a fine piece of jewelry from? Tom Sr. says as he eyes the ring for a moment. No idea. Is it real? A policeman answers. Yeah, it looks real. Tom Sr. observes for a moment and nods his head. Definitely real. Stolen then, I assume, the veteran officer says from a few meters away. Would you mind if my family holds on to it until the owner is found? If none is found after a few months, I'll keep it and make a nice donation to your department." Tom Sr. offers and no one seemed to mind. He is the lord of a prestigious family, so he has some leeway with the police. Moreau said that ring was passed down in their family for generations. No owner will be found and I'll just keep it. After what that witch put me through, giving a ring is the least that family could do to compensate me. Every officer agreed and gave him the ring. Tom's face contorted for a moment as this happened, but then he thought about it. If the ring doesn't magically return to Gringotts, he'll just come back to Little Hangleton and take the ring back. Tom thought that this may be a fairly good outcome. He knows where the Riddles live and stealing from moles would be like taking candy from a baby. Seeing his father brought a thought to his mind though. The Riddle family is related to LaFay and Pendragon. Should he do something about them? What if another Riddle child is born with magic? That's unlikely to happen but could still cause some problems later on. He'll think this over before doing anything. Tom thought as he looked over at Mimsy and whispered, "Let's leave before any errors show up." See 71 Gringotts again bonus chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 87. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Once Tom returned to Carmarthenshire, he tasked Mimsy with bringing him the newspaper for the Daily Prophet every day. He was looking for any news of his uncle Morfin's death. He needed an excuse to go to Gringotts after all. He also thought about sending an elf to keep an eye on his father, but Little Hangleton is probably swarming with errors by now. Although, that may not be the case as no one really liked the Gaunts. I guess it depends on how the errors operate or if they have the manpower to investigate. There is a giant war going on right now. Tom thought as he drifts off to sleep. A few days after the murder of his uncle, Tom was reading the paper and still hasn't seen anything about Morfin's death. With a sigh, he folds the paper and throws it away. Why hasn't anyone announced his death yet? Tom is starting to get annoyed with how slow the prophet is being. Suddenly, a Gringotts owl flew through his open window and dropped a letter in front of him. What does Luke want? Tom grabs the letter, opens it, and reads it over. At least the goblins are efficient. Unlike the prophet. A smile appears on his face as he finished reading the letter. Where the prophet failed, the goblins came through for him. The letter stated the death of his uncle Morfin Gaunt. Luke wanted to have a meeting pertaining to the assets of the Gaunt family along with Tom's succession as the heir. With Morfin gone, Tom can take up the heirship without worry. Before he would have been removed from the family because of his half-blood status. But now no one can do that. Tom didn't bother writing a response and opened a portal to an alley outside the leaky cauldron. He left the owl in his room to rest for the long journey back. He would have saved the bird a trip and took him, but he would rather not reveal his portal ability. Legilimency can be used on animals as well. After making his way through the back of the leaky cauldron, Tom tapped the bricks in all the right spots. The wall opened up and Tom could see the busy streets of Diagon Alley. He didn't bother with anyone and went straight into Gringotts. He would have popped over with Mimsy, but Carmarthenshire is a bit far for Mimsy. Take him to Gringotts in one trip. As he walked in, Tom went to a teller and asked to speak to his account manager, Luke. The goblin didn't recognize him but escorted Tom to a meeting room nonetheless. After waiting a few minutes, Luke comes in with a happy sneer on his face. "What are you so happy about, Luke?" Tom asks. "Morfin Gaunt is dead." "You have no idea how annoying your family has been to us goblins," Luke says as he takes a seat. "No offense, of course. Also, you have a new heirship to take up. Although the Gaunts were poor, they did own a few properties. Just don't expect anything great." "Good. I would like to take up my heirship now, but before that, how did my uncle die?" Tom asked with fake curiosity. Luke went on to explain all he knew about Morfin Gaunt's death. He said that the Errors think it was a group of moles. They tested the area for ambient magic, but every bit of magic belonged to Morphin himself. That along with the crossbow wounds lead them towards Moles as the best suspects. "Have you received his lord's ring yet?" Tom asked with real curiosity this time. "Wait a moment and he'll let you know," Luke says and waves his hand. A box appears in Luke's hands. He opens it and peeks inside. "No, we don't have it, but I can contact the Aurors and see if they took it as evidence. If they did, we just have to wait until the investigation is over." "All right, but what if it was stolen?" Tom asks. "Then we would notify the Aurors and search for the culprit ourselves for a price, of course. Most Lord and Heirings are enchanted to return to their vaults after death, but the Gaunts didn't have that. If it can't be found, you'll have to get a new one made, I'm afraid. Although, anything would be better than a cheap gaunt ring." "All okay," says with a laugh. "Oh, you don't know the worth of that cheap gaunt ring, Luke?" Tom thought with a wry smile. "All right, I'll take up the airship now. Once I've left, send a letter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ask about the ring on behalf of the heir of the Gaunt family. But don't reveal my name," Tom orders, and Luke agrees with a nod. Tom wants to let the Aurors investigate before taking any action. Who knows what they have at their disposal to find the ring. If he takes the ring early and the Aurors find him with it, Hell becomes suspect number one in the death of his uncle. With that out of the way, Tom reaches over the table and grabs the box with the gaunt earring. "A quick warning before you place the ring on," Luke says as he stops Tom from opening the box. "What?" Tom replies. "The Gaunts may not have enchanted the ring to return, but they are very malicious towards tainted blood. They may have enchanted the ring to not accept someone such as yourself," Luke warns. "You mean a half-blood?" Tom replies. "Yes. But who knows whatever malicious enchantments could be on the ring," Luke adds. "He's right. For all I know, putting on this ring will rot my arm off." Tom decided to follow his account manager's advice. "Can I delay taking up the airship and take the ring for a few days?" "Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. But return it as soon as possible." "You may be a Gaunt, but you haven't taken up the airship yet. The ring won't truly belong to you until it's on your hand." Luke agrees and Tom bids him farewell. Once Tom is out of Gringotts, he finds an abandoned alley and opens a portal to Camartage. "Time to study the enchantments on this ring," Tom thought as he opens the box and takes a seat. See 72 Death in the Family double chapters again and again and again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 89. No chapters on Patreon tonight as it's my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While staring at the Gaunt family ring, Tom drew upon the eldritch energy and formed runic symbols around it. The glowing gold symbols circle the ring, analyzing every bit of magic flowing inside. The spell Tom used is a simple analysis spell that everyone is taught in Camartage. It would take a bit to finish, but Tom had the time to spare. While waiting for the ring to be fully analyzed, Tom went back to studying. His Perfect's Recall has made memorizing the books extremely easy. Since he's been studying up on everything mole science related, Tom decided to turn one of his properties into his lab workspace for everything. First, he needed to look through his properties and find the best one for the job. The one that screamed the perfect secret lair was a low-fey property called Getaway Manor. The place is a hidden manor built into the White Cliffs of Dover. The place was magically hidden and perfect for any supervillainous needs. Tom sent some elves there to clean the place out and make room for the tech he plans to outfit it with. Everything valuable like books and other items has already been moved and stored away in Slytherin Manor. While some elves were getting the secret lair ready, Tom sent another group of elves on an important mission. The mission was fairly simple. They would go to Stark Industries and steal as much tech for Tom to use as possible. Tom also sent some elves to Howard Stark's personal workspace to take everything as well. He's had elves watching Stark for a while, so they know where everything is. This decision wasn't a hard one to make. Howard is filthy rich and could easily replace anything that's taken from him. Just to be safe, Tom had them take everything to an undisclosed location that won't link back to him or his followers. The reason he did this is the possibility of trackers. It's unlikely to happen, but he has to remember that this is the Marvel Universe. Almost anything is possible, so it's best to be careful. Everything will be searched and then popped over to getaway manner. Because magic doesn't mix well with technology, Tom will have to open everything up and fix it. Although, they'll be stealing more than just tech. Is that a thing in this universe though? I haven't spent much time around technology to know if it's true. If it is, would my having magic mess with the super soldier procedure? Tom thought with slight worry. If the tech would fail because of his magic in the middle of the experiment, Tom could very well end up like the Red Skull. I would rather not ruin my handsome face like that. Tom thought as images of himself with a red scabby face appeared in his mind. I may have to look into what happens when magic mixes with technology. That may not be a thing in this universe though. If it is, then I may have to find a way to allow magic to work with tech. I guess he'll find out when the stolen Stark tech arrives. While the elves were working hard to clear out my new lair and hoard everything they can from Stark, Tom received a letter stating that the heroes would look into the whereabouts of the Horned Ring. Apparently, it would take time as most of the heroes are busy due to the current war going on. They were so busy in fact, that they didn't bother asking the name of the Horned Heir, which Ilyuk wouldn't have given anyway. Tom decided to not sit back and just take the stone from the ring. If what Ilyuk says is true, the Horned Ring has no way to be tracked. Why bother waiting anymore when he could just take it now without any consequences? I doubt the heroes will make finding a ring a priority at the moment anyway. Tom thought as he opened a portal to Little Hangleton. Under a Notice Me Not charm, Tom went to find the Riddle residence. It wasn't hard to find as they were the only filthy rich nobles in the entire village. The house was giant and could probably house every person in the small village comfortably. No other house in the entire place was even half the size of Riddle Manor. Tom simply walked in without anyone noticing, using a quick hammer to unlock any doors. Searching the house, Tom found his father's room. After searching the room, Tom found a lot of jewelry but none were the ring he's been looking for. After searching the house a bit, Tom found a butler and used legilimency on him. His father had left to see a doctor because of some horrible sickness he contracted. It was so bad that they rushed him outside the house to see a special doctor that doesn't do house calls. The annoying thing about all of this is that the man has been wearing the ring ever since he pilfered it off old Morphin's body. Now I have to go and find wherever this doctor is. Tom thought with a bit of annoyance. Wait. Could the sickness be caused by the Horned Ring? It certainly wouldn't take kindly to being placed on the hand of a male. Whatever, helpfully the bastard dies and I can take the stone. I'll just leave the ring behind for any errors that may come looking. After searching through the butler's mind for the location of the doctor, Tom found out the place was in the next town over. When he finally arrived, he went into a moderately sized house and found something truly disgusting. In a patient bed in the back of the house is Lord Riddle, Tom's father. His skin is completely black with rot and the smell in the room is truly horrible. Tom Sr. is already dead, but the look of horror on his frozen face says he didn't go out peacefully. Damn. Talk about karma. I'm definitely never touching that ring. No. Scratch that. I'm not even going to touch the stone either, at least not until I've had it analyzed. Best to be safe than sorry. Tom thought as he feels the urge to vacate his stomach. The doctor stood over Tom Sr. with a shocked face. He has no idea what happened to his patient and he's starting to worry about some sort of new plague outbreak. Tom waits until everyone leaves the room and walks up to the body. Of course, he's still under the Notice Me Not just to be safe. See you in hell, old man. Tom thought as he levitated the gaunt ring from his father's black finger. He then uses some eldritch runes to separate the stone from the ring. Once Tom has the stone, he levitates the ring back onto his father's finger. With the stone floating in front of him, Tom looked for anything that can be used to house it for now. After seeing what happened to his father, He has no intention to come into contact with anything that was attached to the ring. After finding a small jewelry box, Tom stole it and placed the stone inside. Closing the box, Tom opened a portal and returns to Kamar-Taj. 1 down and 2 to go. C73 Super Secret Villainous Lair Bonus Banzai. Banzai. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 89. No chapters on Patreon tonight as it's my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The second. Tom took possession of one of the 3 deathly hollows, the resurrection stone. He drew the attention of the embodiment of death, Lady Death herself. Death was born along with the universe itself and the other cosmic entities associated with it. Whereas eternity embodies life and growth, death embodies decay and destruction. As she is a fundamental force, she has no true physical form but can manifest in such a form as to interact with physical entities. Although she usually appears as a human or human skeleton, presumably she appears to other species in their own forms. Death rarely speaks aloud. Her presence alone can usually convey the message. Death makes her home in the realm of death, a dimension normally inaccessible to the living. It's here that she noticed the new owner of the resurrection stone. She regrets making the hollows, but a deal is a deal and she's a woman of her word. Although she got the last laugh in the end. She always does. She took the souls of all 3 brothers and sent them to an eternity of torture in the afterlife. Except for the 3rd brother, of course. He was a bit more well put together than his siblings. As if you can cheat death and get away with it. Even the 3rd brother died in the end. When Lady Death saw that the stone had a new owner, she thought it would be another crazy gaunt. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw it was a sorcerer that took the stone. Not only was he a sorcerer, but a wizard as well. This made her look deeper into who this person was and her interest was piqued. 2 souls merged and one of them crossed over into this universe somehow. Even Death herself didn't know how that happened. I'll keep an eye on this one. Maybe he'll bring the hollows together. Once Tom returned, he placed the stone under the same analysis as the gaunt ring. Though the stone is much more complex than the ring, so it may take longer to analyze. While the analysis was still going for the ring and the stone, Tom went to work on his new lair. The elves had already cleared out Getaway Manor and stolen everything they could from Stark. Mimsy. Tom called and Mimsy appears before him. Pop. Yes, Master. Mimsy said energetically. Take me to everything that was stolen from Stark. Tom orders and Mimsy popped him to the location. When he arrived, he was met with an abandoned warehouse filled with everything he could possibly need. From early-day computers to miscellaneous lab supplies. They even took the pens, papers, staples, and everything that was laying around. Tom then ordered his elves to take everything apart and look for trackers. Though they had no idea what to look for, so it was Tom that was actually looking. It took all night with the help of the elves to search for trackers, and it was smart to do so. Tom and the elves found 7 separate pieces of tech with trackers hidden inside. While checking the tech, he found that he now owns everything that was used in the Captain America experiment, which will come in handy later on. Once everything was checked and then checked again, Tom had the elves start transporting everything to the lair. He then ordered them to sort it all and categorize it for him to see what he now owns. That took some time, so while the elves worked, Tom tested the tech for any problems. The problem with this is Getaway Manor has no electricity. He can't even plug in a lamp if he wanted to. Seeing that this would be a problem, Tom had to come up with some sort of solution. He can't just call someone and have them connect his secret lair to the power grid. That would give away the whole secret part of the lair. What to do? Tom thought as he pondered over his options. As he was thinking of complicated ways to set up portals and steal electricity, a thought came to his mind. How does Kamar-Taj stay off the grid and have electricity? He thought and decided to ask his teacher. After a quick trip to Kamar-Taj, Tom found the Ancient One instructing some sorcerers on meditation. She was playing the part of the serious sorceress supreme and impressing everyone with her knowledge. Once she finished her class, Tom pulled her aside and started asking questions about the electricity. If you want to know, you'll have to pay the same price as last time, she says with a smirk as her bald head shines in the light. alright. One secret, right? I want a bit more for this secret though. Tom says, as this isn't worth a high-level secret. Alright, what do you want? She asks. I want your help with setting up the electricity in my secret lair. Tom says, and his teacher looks at him funny. Secret lair? Seriously? She says as she wonders why she took in this student. Yeah, secret lair. It's really cool, right? Tom says with a smile on his face. Yeah, cool. She responds with sarcasm, but Tom doesn't notice as he's too happy about his lair. Do you agree? Tom asks, and the Ancient One nods her head. Alright. Here's your second high-level secret. My super secret lair is in the White Cliffs of Dover. Feel free to stop by whenever you want. Tom says as she will have to come to help set up the electricity. That is a high-level secret? I need to know that to help with the electricity. You just told me something I would already know later, she says with annoyance in her voice. Hey, the deal was for a high-level secret. What's more high-level than the location of my secret lair? Tom says with a smirk. I hate you. Let's go and hook the electricity up. I'll teach you how it's done while we work, she says with a sigh, and they open a portal to Tom's lair. Hey, do you know why magic interferes with technology? Tom asked as they appear in his lair filled with stolen tech from Stark. Yes, but that would cost you again, she says with a shark-like grin. Why are you so stingy? I've already paid today. C74 Bald Electrician, only one chapter today. Feel free to let out your sorrow. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 89. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was pondering over whether to reveal another secret or not, the Ancient One was looking over all of his stolen equipment. Where did you get all of this? She asks. I bought it, Tom says, taking a moment to come up with a good excuse. Really? From where? She continues to question. From a couple of different places. Can we start hooking up my electricity now? Tom tried to change the subject. The Ancient One could tell that her student was lying. Not only because she can tell when he lies to her, but because almost everything here has a Stark Industries logo on it. She was about to let it go when she saw something that definitely wasn't purchased. Is that the equipment from the Super Soldier experiment? She says as she points to the pod that Steve Rogers once stood in. Yeah? Tom says as he regrets not hiding everything before inviting her over. Can we get to the electric now? I need to set this stuff up so I can start figuring out which machine does what. The Ancient One simply sighed at her student. She couldn't help but worry about his future. Would her student turn into some horrible villain? Probably not, but I should make sure to guide him toward the right path. She decided to let it go for now. Stealing isn't that villainous anyway. I've commandeered a few things in my day as well. The Ancient One then spent the rest of the day showing Tom a set of runes used for producing electricity. They then set up outlets around the lair with these runes engraved on them. Won't this ruin any technology plugged into it? Tom asks as he points to the outlets. The electricity is made by magic after all. No. And if you pay the price, I'll tell you why that is, his teacher replies as her bald head shines with greed. Fine. Tom agrees as he starts muttering once again about his stingy, old, bald, and greedy teacher. The Ancient One's eyebrow twitches as she grows closer and closer to losing control. The punishment for all these insults would come in due time. Images of Tom begging her forgiveness appeared in her mind and calmed her stewing anger. I've already told you that I'm the heir of Slytherin, so I'll tell you one of my other airships. Tom says as these are secrets he really doesn't mind the Ancient One knowing. I'm the heir of Lefay through the mole half of my family. Uck. A descendant of that woman, she replies with venom in her voice. Yeah, were you guys enemies or something? Tom asks. That woman was horrible. If I could go back in time to kill someone as a baby, it would be Morgana Le Fay. She did some very horrible things that I had to clean up. The worst of it all is she found a way to extend her lifespan, so I had to deal with her for a long time. The Ancient One says in annoyance. Huh? Is Morgana still alive? Tom asks with a bit of worry. Would she be happy that I'm her heir? No. She died long before you were born. I had to wait 500 years to have the pleasure of separating her head from her shoulders. The idiot girl tried to portal away when she knew I was there, but I opened a portal in front of hers. When she flew through the portal head first thinking she would escape, I closed it and severed her head clean off. It is one of my fondest memories, she says with a cruel smile on her face. Women are scary. Tom thought as he decided not to anger his teacher for a while. After telling one of his secrets, Tom received a lesson on energies that could disrupt technology and the way to protect against it. Not all energy disrupts technology, like eldritch energy for example. Eldritch energy won't interfere with technology at all, but wizard-type magical energy is the worst match for electric-powered tech. In order to protect against his own energy ruining the newly acquired equipment, the Ancient One taught him a bunch of runes for the job. The runes will protect the tech and all he has to do is carve them onto every machine. That would take some time but it shouldn't be too hard. When the Ancient One left, the lair had multiple outlets in every room. All of them are powered by runes, so Tom is completely off the grid. His future experiments will require a lot of power as well, so having these outlets is great. When Erskine and Stark turned Steve into Captain America, the whole of Brooklyn lost power due to them drawing in so much of it. Tom doesn't have to worry about that though, as he has magically produced electricity. He could conduct 100 super soldier procedures and never run out of power. Now I have to get to work engraving all of this new equipment with runes. Tom sighed as he looked at the huge pile of machines. Every one of them needs runes engraved on them down to the last calculator. Not only do they need runes, but they also need to be fixed as well. The elves use magic for almost everything, and magic was definitely used in their heist, which means every machine they brought isn't functional. I guess this is a good way to get to know each piece of tech. I also need to become accustomed to creating machinery, so this isn't so bad. Tom thought as he starts with the easier tech like lamps and calculators. After fixing a lamp that was probably on some Stark employee's desk, Tom carved the runes on it and plunged it in. He then flipped the switch and the light turned on as it's supposed to. I fixed a lamp. In both of his lives, Tom has never fixed any piece of technology, except changing light bulbs, but even a monkey can do that. Now I might just have to work my way upwards. Tom thought as he stared at the equipment that turned Steve Rogers into Captain America. Before moving on to the next thing, Tom levitated the lamp for a moment and set it down again. The light stayed on and it's still working perfectly. The light didn't even flicker as his magic levitated the lamp. Good. Now I don't have to worry about my tech malfunctioning, Tom thought happily. Tom then grabs another lamp and gets to work. Soon he would work his way up to higher level stuff, but for now, it's baby steps until he gets there. While Tom was working on the equipment in his super secret lair, the golden analysis runes circling the gaunt airing froze in place midair. They would stay this way until Tom's return. C75 Back to Hogwarts double chapters. Woo! As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 91. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom didn't even put a dent in the large pile of equipment. He spent the whole day just fixing the low-level stuff, although, working with technology is giving him more confidence in himself. Before working on the lamps and stuff, he had zero confidence that he could actually build something. Now he is starting to pick up on what goes where and how everything works. He still has a layman's skill when it comes to these things, but he will work his way up until he could rival any Stark. When Tom returned to his room in Camartage, he was about to get in bed and pass out. But then he saw the runes above the gaunt airing. They stopped moving and froze hovering above the ring. This is the sign that it's finished analyzing the ring. Tom takes a piece of paper from his desk and touches it to the floating runes. The runes soak into the paper and writing begins to appear. When the last of the writing appears on the paper, the golden runes that once hovered over the ring disappeared. Tom reads over the paper and thanks whatever gods are in this universe that he didn't place this ring on his finger. The ring was filled with curses that would be placed on someone not of pure blood. things like causing his skin to rot to other things like erectile dysfunction. The ring is filled with horrible curses and Tom will never place it on his finger, at least not until he can find a way to remove the curses. Tom doesn't know how to remove the curses yet, so he closes the ring inside its box and sets it as far away from him as possible. He then does his normal magic drain, which is getting harder and harder because of how much magic he now has, and gets to sleep. The second his head touched the pillow, Tom passes out due to exhaustion. The next day, Tom returned the ring to Gringotts along with a list of all the curses on it. He didn't want Luke to stupidly touch the ring and get cursed. He'll come and get the ring when he knows how to remove the curses. This summer has been one of the more busy times of Tom's life. He actually found himself looking forward to the calm time he will spend in Hogwarts once summer ends. At the end of summer, Tom received yet another report of Captain America. He's still touring the US and filling Uncle Sam's vault for the big war. At this point, even the elves could see that Steve was getting fed up with peddling war bonds. The man is a super soldier that never got to see the war. He only appears in shows still because he feels as though he's helping fund the war, which he definitely is. Captain America is the biggest celebrity in the United States at the moment. He's handsome, strong, and portrayed as a superhero even when he isn't. Well, he will be very soon. The American people needed a figure to look up to in this time of war, and the good captain filled that role perfectly. One thing that did catch Tom's eye is the news of Captain America scheduling a Christmas show for the American soldiers stationed in Italy. It would be his first show that wasn't for normal civilians. This should be his last show. Tom thought as he recalled the movie. Bucky should be captured and he goes to save him. It's good that it will happen over Christmas break. Maybe I'll lend a helping hand and introduce myself while I'm at it. The whole summer was spent studying and repairing the stolen Stark tech. As he moved higher and higher up the ladder of machinery, the speed at which he could repair them slowed considerably. He was still making headway, but he needed to know how the machine worked before fixing it. So most of his time is now spent taking apart things and studying them. After he's studied them enough, Tom would then get working on fixing it and putting it back together with the runes engraved. On the train ride to Hogwarts, Tom sat in a compartment with Druella and Charles. They talked about classes and whatever they did over the summer. Of course, Tom would lie as he can't say any of the things he did. As the train took off, a knock could be heard at the door. "Coming." Charles calls and the door swings open. On the other side of the door is what looks like a young Minerva McGonagall. She hesitantly enters the compartment and greets everyone. "Hello, I'm Minerva. Would you mind if I joined you?" she asks in her Scottish accent, surveying the room for any disagreements. "Sure, we don't mind. Do we?" Tom says, and neither of his companions disagrees. "I'm Tom Riddle and these are my friends Druella Rosier." He then motions to Druella, and the gallant Charles Potter. Next he motions toward Charles, who scoffs at him. "Gallant?" Charles asks. "All heroes are gallant, aren't they? You are a Gryffindor, after all. Would you rather I called you something else? Maybe rash or pig-headed?" Tom asks with a teasing grin. "No. Gallant is good," Charles answers with a nod of his head as he ignores Tom's teasing. The rest of the ride was spent integrating Minerva into the group. She'll become a master in transfiguration, so Tom thought befriending her would be good, especially before Dumbledore gets his claws in her. Tom doesn't have much planned for this year at school. He has to visit the captain during the winter break, but he wants to spend his school time in peace for a while. This summer has been exciting enough for him, although he does have one thing that needs to get done this year. The Potters have a Deathly Hallow and Tom needs to find out where that hallow is. The Cloak of Invisibility would be a fine addition to his collection. If it could truly hide him from beings like death, then he wants it as soon as possible. It's a good thing Tom has spent his school days befriending the Potter heir, isn't it? The question now is, how will he get the information from his friend? He could try Legilimency, but a family like the Potters definitely train their children in Occlumency. Would he have the cloak? Tom thought as he eyes his friend Charles carefully. While Tom was pondering over this, the train came to a stop and they arrived at yet another year of Hogwarts. See 76 Integration Bonus Chapter. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 91. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. When they arrived at Hogwarts, the first years were sorted as always. Minerva was sorted into Gryffindor just as she was in canon. She took her seat beside Charles since she doesn't know anyone else in Gryffindor yet. When the Slytherins returned to the common room, Slughorn welcomed the first years as he always does. As Slughorn left the common room after his little speech, the Slytherin Council called a meeting to bring in the second years as usual. Once everyone had arrived, Tom brought everyone into the mirror dimension. There the second years were brought into the fold. This year a few of them actually challenged him to a fight, which was amusing. With his current magic reserves and skill, Tom could easily take on a high-level duelist by now. Although he isn't sure how he would fare against opponents like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. With the pace he's advancing at, he'll hopefully be on their level when the time comes to face Grindelwald. Once every single one of the second years swore their oath and received a mark, Tom had an announcement. "All right, listen up," Tom called, drawing everyone's attention. "This year one have some objectives for all of you. You are to start befriending the other houses. Most houses have good relations with us now, but we need to start forming connections. Even Gryffindors are starting to warm up to us nowadays," Tom says, and a few people grumble, but a glare from him shuts them up quickly. "Once you've befriended some students from other houses, invite them to eat at our table or eat at theirs. We must integrate ourselves into the other houses. Does anyone have questions or ideas on how to go about this?" Tom asks, surveying the crowd. "What if we start clubs and invite the other houses to join as well?" Druella speaks up. "That's a good idea," Tom says with a nod. "Well, start a study club, book club, sports club, and whatever else you can think of that can draw people to join." "Druella, since this is your idea, you're in charge of setting it all up. If you need any extra hands, which you probably will, feel free to command any of my followers." A proud smile forms on Druella's face. She's excited about this new development. School has been dreadfully boring ever since Tom started teaching her. With this new club job, she'll actually have something to do this year. "Any more questions or ideas?" Tom asks, and no one spoke up. After taking care of his followers, Tom released them back into the common room. Everyone went to sleep as the long train ride tired them out. The next day, the Slytherins started mingling with the other houses. Some already had friendly connections with people in other houses, so they invited them to eat breakfast with them or at their table. Others that didn't have connections tried to mingle with other houses during classes or in the hallways. Watching some of these Slytherins try to make friends with the other houses was very entertaining to Tom. This is Tom's 5th year, which means he has to take the ordinary wizarding level OWL exams to determine whether he can achieve a score high enough to continue to N.E.W.T. level nastily exhausting wizarding test that will take place in the 7th year. Those who don't do well on their OWLs will usually graduate early in the 5th year. They don't have to graduate early, but the newts are supposed to be way harder than the OWLs. Spending 2 more years in school just to fail the newts in 7th year isn't a fun experience, which is why students with low scores are encouraged to graduate early. Although, Tom doesn't have to worry about this until the end of the school year. It's not like he'll fail anyway. Throughout his 5 years at Hogwarts, Tom has been number 1 in every class. The OWLs will be nothing for him. A week into the school year, Druella and a few other students announced the forming of certain clubs. Every house was welcome to join and participate in club activities. A bunch of clubs were added to the list and Tom was impressed. Things he didn't think of, like cooking club, foreign language club, photography club, and art history club, were added to the list among others. Due to having so many clubs, Druella had to get permission from Headmaster Dippet. The headmaster had no problems with starting clubs like this, as it would promote unity between different houses. The only club that exists in Hogwarts now is the Slug Club, and Slughorn only accepts the best of the best. Dippet thought having clubs that accepted anyone would be good for the school. The castle was more than big enough to give space to each new club, so there was no problem there. The only problem was funding, which was easily solved by a generous donation from an anonymous source, which was Tom, obviously. Throughout the week of Hogwarts, Tom has been trying to find a way into the Gryffindor common room. It's about time he searched for the Cloak of Invisibility. Hopefully, Charles has it with him, or else Tom will have to start searching Potter properties. He couldn't find a secret way in, so he simply stole the password from a first year's mind. It was easy as the kid was born without any shields. Before performing his heist, Tom had to come up with a plan. The painting of the fat lady will log him as someone who entered, so he needs to disguise himself or hell be caught. Tom could just wear a mask, but that will definitely tip off the painting and anyone else in the Gryffindor common room. Before doing anything, Tom opened a portal and left the school. He went to Slytherin Manor to speak to Mimsy since he can't call her into the school. Mimsy. Tom called and Mimsy appeared with a pop. "Yes, Master," Mimsy said gleefully, as she doesn't get to see her master much when he returns to school. "Do we have any cloaks of invisibility lying around?" Tom asks, and Mimsy thinks for a moment before popping away. "Like this," Mimsy says as she appears in the room again along with a bunch of cloaks. Tom looks them over and picks one that looked good. It looks similar enough to the one in the movie, so it may work for the switch. Tom thought as he eyes the cloak. "It don't have much magic left in it, but it should last a few more years," Mimsy says as she can feel the magic in the cloak. Tom puts on the cloak to test it and disappears from Mimsy's sight. Of course, she can still feel where he is as they are connected. "This is perfect. Thanks, Mimsy," Tom says as he takes the cloak off and opens a portal back to Hogwarts. See 77.2 chapters again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 93. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With a cloak in hand, Tom could start implementing his plan to enter the Gryffindor common room. First things first, Tom had to find out if Charles had the cloak in the first place. The best way to do that is going into the astral plane and having a look in his room. After classes the next day, Tom went to his room, left his physical body, and entered his astral form. He entered the Gryffindor common room by phasing through the door and went looking for the dorm room Charles sleeps in. Each room is shared by 46 students as Gryffindors share rooms. When Tom found the room, he started looking through Charles' stuff. The cloak wasn't anywhere in the room, but Charles does have a trunk that's locked tight. Tom was about to give up his search when he remembered that he can phase through anything in his current form. Could he take a peek into the trunk, or would it be too dark? Poking his head into the trunk, Tom could see fairly well. The slight light given off by his astral form lit the inside of the trunk well enough for him to almost tell what he's seeing. After searching the entire trunk as best as he can, Tom could swear that he saw the cloak. Either that or it was just a normal cloak that he's mistaking as the Deathly Hallow. Either way, Tom would have to go take a look in his physical form. If it's the real cloak, he'll hopefully be able to steal it. If not, then he tried and that's what counts. The problem now is how the hell is he going to get that trunk open? It seemed to be keyed to Charles' magic, so pour in the magic and it will open. How can I get a hold of his magic and then transfer it into the lock? Tom thought as he tried to think of the best way to go about his robbery. While pondering over his options, Tom decided to use runes to seal his friend's magic into an object. Once it's sealed, he can add to the runes for some sort of transfer sequence later on. Making a set of runes to hold magic was harder than expected. It took Tom a month to finally get the runes down. It wasn't just the runes that gave him a problem either. The object had to be something fairly sturdy, or else it would literally crumble into dust once magic is pushed inside. The objects that seemed to work the best were wand woods. Any wood that is used for wands could hold a good amount of magic without any adverse effects. With the container ready, Tom needed to get some of his friend's magic. This was a lot harder than he thought it would be. At first, he wanted to find a way to simply touch the wood to him and take the magic, but that would never work. The next plan was to rely on the Slytherins in Charles' classes to get it for him. Tom handed a piece of wood with the runes engraved on it to specific Slytherins and ordered them to stick it to the bottom of Potter's desk in each class. The storage blocks would collect leftover magic in the air. Charles would have to use magic for the practical portions of his classes and the blocks would absorb anything left over. It only took a day for a few of his followers to return with multiple pieces of wood filled with Potter's magic. Tom then spent a week coming up with a delivery mechanism to push the magic into the trunk. It was easier than he thought it would be. Just a few extra runes on the block and it was done. The week was actually spent overthinking it and failing horribly. Once he found out he was overthinking it, Tom wanted to smash his head against the wall. Now that Tom has his way into the trunk, he thought of just opening a portal into the dorm room. But would Lady Hogwarts allow him to steal from a student so blatantly? She is already allowing him to portal in and out of the school as he pleases. So Tom decided to take the slightly harder route. He doesn't want to anger the all-powerful castle by using the privilege she gave him to steal from her students. Based on what he's heard of her from the hat, she cares deeply for the students. Since Tom is taking the harder route, he needs to make a polyjuice potion targeted towards someone in Gryffindor. What better person than the one he's about to rob? His good friend, Charles Potter. All that Tom needs is a lock of his hair, but how will he get it without being noticed? Well, that was easier than he thought it would be. Charles has fairly long hair, and Tom was able to take a quick snip of it while he was distracted. No one saw since they were alone studying in the library. After making the potion, Tom instructed Druella to keep Charles busy. It's dinner time, so she should have an easy job. Once he knew she had him distracted, Tom drank the polyjuice potion and headed for the Gryffindor common room. He used the password and strolled right in without any problems. When he arrived in the dorm room, Tom went straight for the trunk and held the block up to the key area. Activating the block, it glowed for a moment and the locks on the trunk popped open. Fishing through the trunk, Tom found the cloak, and as he hoped, it seems to be the right one. He then switched the real cloak with the fake, closed and locked the trunk, and strolled out as if nothing happened. When he was about to open the door and leave the common room, he received a message through the mark from Druella. Charles is on his way to his room. He said he needs to check on something. I tried to stall, but he just ran off. FCK. Tom thought as he draped the cloak over himself and waited by the Gryffindor common room exit. When the door opened and Charles came walking in, Tom slipped through the door before it could close all the way. Outside the common room, Tom could see the fat lady portrait looking confused. Didn't Charles just enter a moment ago? She thought as she rubbed her eyes for a moment. Tom didn't bother sticking around and ran to his room. Once there, he opened a portal to Kamar-Taj and started analyzing the cloak beside the resurrection stone. 2 down and 1 to go. C78 to War bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 93. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With the cloak and the stone both being analyzed, Tom returned to school as if nothing happened. Tom spent the rest of his free time before Christmas break working on Project Gilgamesh. He would practice conjuring eldritch weapons and tried moving them away from him, but no matter how much he practiced he always failed. The second that an eldritch weapon left his grasp, it would disappear as if it were never there. Like this, classes passed quickly and Christmas break arrived. Tom took the train back with Druella as always. When they arrived at King's Cross Station, Tom turned to Druella before disembarking. "Hey, Drew." Tom calls and Druella stops before walking out of their compartment. "What?" she asks. "Do you want to go to Italy with me? Maybe fight some Nazis?" Tom asks and Druella looks at him with a shocked expression. "Are you crazy? What if we run into Grindelwald? Do you want to die?" Druella starts berating Tom with a worried expression. "Look, if we run into Grindelwald, we retreat as fast as we can. I don't necessarily need you to come with me, but I have some business to take care of. You can come along if you want to, Tom says, and Druella lets out a sigh. Going whether I come along or not, aren't you? She says as she stares at him in annoyance. Yeah, pretty much, Tom states with a smile on his face. Then I guess it's decided already, isn't it? Are we leaving now? She says with a smile to match Tom's. No, I have to get some things ready before we venture into the war zone. Go home and I'll come to get you when we're leaving, Tom says and opens a portal in the compartment. See you soon. Sigh. Yeah, see you in a bit, Druella replies as the portal closes behind Tom, leaving her alone in the compartment. When she knew Tom was gone, the smile dropped from Druella's face. She couldn't help but worry about their trip to Italy, but that doesn't mean she will back down. Tom may be her lord now, but he's also her friend. She won't leave him to go into a war zone alone. Tom's already been notified by his trust elf Mimsy that Captain America has arrived in Italy. The show will begin tomorrow, so Tom won't pick Druella up until then. Before heading out to a war zone, Tom had a few things to get prepared for. 1. He didn't wear his vaulting boots in Hogwarts. He didn't want anyone to discover the boots' magical nature. If that were to happen, people would ask questions and that would be annoying. Other than the boots, Tom will obviously be taking the snake totem necklace with him. That's something he always wears, even in Hogwarts. It can be easily hidden under his robes, and he feels sort of empty when he doesn't have the totem. Kind of like a piece of him is missing. After packing the normal essentials away in his shrinkable trunk, Tom started searching for anything in camouflage that could lend him a hand during a fight. During his search, he found nothing that could help him. He was hoping to find some sort of weapon, but nothing could be found. It's not like a relic would just randomly accept him out of nowhere. He does pack a few of the invisibility cloaks from Slytherin Manor that were left over. They could come in handy in a pinch. Before leaving on the next day, Tom decided to go and speak to the Ancient One. He found her in her room early in the morning, reading her novels and eating snacks. What troubles your mind, Thomas? She says as she continues reading her book. I'm leaving tomorrow. Going to Italy, Tom says with a stoic face as he sits across from his teacher. Ah, you wouldn't be going to see Captain America again, would you? She says as she already knows Steve is there. You make it sound like him sneaking off to see my boyfriend. Tom replies with a fake pout. So you are going to see the captain? Are you sure, Eddie? War isn't as great as you may think it is, especially this one, the Ancient One says as she looks up at Tom and away from her book. Yeah, I have to start venturing out of the nest at some point, Tom says with a small smile. I'm surprised you aren't lecturing me on timelines or something. I believe in my student. He may be a troublemaker, but he'll do what's right, she says as she gets back to reading. Hee, who knew you thought so highly of me? Tom says as he sits a bit straighter with his chest pushed out in pride. Who said I was talking about you? Now get out so I can read in peace, she says as she shoos Tom out of her quarters. Love you too, teacher. Tom smiles as he can tell she's worried for him. She can't see his future, so anything could happen. The Ancient One would never know if he died on his trip in Italy. As Tom is leaving the room, the Ancient One peeks her head above her book. Don't get yourself killed or I'll bring you back and kill you myself, she yells as Tom leaves and closed the door behind him. Tom opened a portal and walked straight into Rosier Manor as if he owned the place. When he arrived, Lord and Lady Rosier seemed to be out. Drew, you ready to go? Tom calls and Druella comes down the stairs dressed differently than usual. Huh? Tom says as he sees Druella in mole clothing. She's wearing black jeans, a white button-up shirt, and tall black boots without a high heel. Tom starts to notice her curves that were once hidden by wizarding robes. What? I'm not allowed to like mole clothing styles? Besides, it's way more practical to wear during a fight, she says, and Tom can't help but agree. True. Do you have everything you need? Tom asks as she isn't carrying anything. Yeah. Everything is inside my trunk, she says and points to the pendant on her necklace. Good, let's go then. Mimsy, Tom calls. Pop, Master, ready? Time go? Mimsy asks as she appears. Yeah, take us to a secluded spot close to the captain. Tom says, and Druella looks confused. We're meeting a captain? She asks with a questioning gaze. You'll see when we get there, Tom answers as Mimsy pops them away. All three of them appear at the military camp in Italy. Before doing anything, Tom casts a notice me not on him and Druella. Thanks, Mimsy. You can return to whatever you were doing before, Tom says, and Mimsy pops away. When Tom was about to start looking for Captain America, he could hear the sounds of a crowd mocking someone. Following the sound, they saw where it came from. Bring back the girls. Soldiers start chanting. I think they only know the one song. But let me see what I can do, Captain America says, slightly flustered from a stage surrounded by soldiers. You do that, sweetheart, a soldier in the crowd yells. When Tom saw Steve, he couldn't help but feel bad for the guy. At least he's trying his best. See 79 introductions, only one today, 2 tomorrow though. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 95. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Nice boots, Tinkerbell. Someone from the crowd jeered at Steve. The crowd of soldiers laugh and take out all their frustrations on poor Captain America. Come on, guys, we're all on the same team here. Steve tries to calm the crowd of soldiers. As this was happening, Tom and Druella made their way to the stage. They stayed close enough to watch the show and keep track of Steve's location. Hey, Captain, sign this. A soldier stands, turns around and pulls his pants down, showing his bare SS. The crowd starts laughing and throwing things at poor Steve, up on stage in spandex, getting ridiculed. This truly isn't his day. These moles are disgusting, Druella says through the mark. Well, they are fighting a very taxing war. This is just them getting their frustrations out. Tom replies as he watches Captain America retreat backstage. Bring back the girls. The crowd starts chanting again. The showgirls then come out and start dancing for the soldiers. The crowd's mood immediately turns a 180 and they all start cheering the girls on. As the show ended and the soldiers cleared out, Steve Rogers could be seen sitting on the edge of the stage, sadly watching the soldiers walk by. He wished more than anything that he could join the war with them. That was pretty rough to watch, Tom says as he sits down next to Steve. Steve suddenly becomes alert. He didn't hear anyone walking up to him, and that hasn't happened in a while. Ever since he became a super soldier, Steve's senses could pick up on anything. You with the Brits? Steve asks as he looks at the guy sitting next to him. He looks a bit young to be a soldier. Something like that, Tom says, and he wasn't lying. So, is this all you want to be, Steve? What are you talking about? Steve replies with a confused expression. A spandex ring monkey that dances for Uncle Sam's wallet. Is that all you want to be? You could end this war if you put your mind to it. Tom asks. Who are you? Steve asks as he clenches his fists in anger. Just a friend that came here to give you a wake-up call and maybe help in the fight to come, Tom says as he gets up and walks off stage. A fight? What fight? Steve says as he follows Tom off stage. Hey, I'm talking to you. See you soon, Captain, Tom says and disappears from Steve's sight. Steve freezes and stares at the spot Tom disappeared. He had no idea what just happened. Hello, Steve. What are you looking at? Peggy arrives and breaks Steve from his stupor. While Peggy is giving Steve his pep talk, Tom is watching from the same place he disappeared. All he did was cast a notice me not, and that gave him his cool exit. What do you think, Drew? Was that a cool exit or what? Tom asks through the mark. It was alright, a bit flashy but stylish nonetheless. Can you explain to me why we're here now? What's so special about the guy in the tights? She replies, and Tom looks over at Peggy and Steve. Steve is a man that used to be so short and small that he was close to being considered a midget, Tom says, and Druella looks at Steve appraisingly. Well, he must have had one hell of a growth spurt, she says with a look that said she didn't believe him. It's true. He was involved in a secret experiment to make a super soldier. The experiment succeeded, but the brains behind the operation died. Since the Americans couldn't make any more super soldiers, they won't let Steve fight in the war. He has super agility, strength, speed, endurance, and reaction time. He's quite literally on a man battalion. The higher level Americans are too afraid he'll die or get captured and the enemy will study his body. Some think only one super soldier can't get the job done, while others want to keep him safe so they can run tests on him and recreate the super soldier or experiment. He's been doing these types of shows all over America. It's the only thing they allow him to do, and it raises money for the war. He's a make-believe hero when he could be the real deal. Tom says, and Druella is shocked. Miles created a way to enhance themselves without magic? Druella says as she has a hard time grasping this. Yes, isn't it amazing? Science is truly the magic of Miles. Tom says with a smile, this is troubling. What if they use this science to find our communities were hidden for a reason? Druella said with a worried expression. I have no doubt that will happen sooner or later. Tom replies with a nod. Why are you so calm? This isn't good. She says as she starts worrying. Don't worry so much. This is one of the reasons I've been taking in followers. Wizards are too pig-headed and stuck in their ways to move forward, so we will push the wizarding world forward ourselves. Well, be ready for the reveal and everything will be alright. Trust me. Tom says, and Druella starts to calm down. Yeah, I trust you. While talking to Peggy, Steve found out that his best friend Bucky Barnes is captured. He and Peggy went to Colchester Phillips to find out if Bucky is alive. They found out he's alive and captured along with other soldiers in a Hydra base 30 miles behind enemy lines. No one has a plan to get them back, and Steve is not happy about it. Of course, Tom and Druella have been following and watching the show. After being told off by Cole Phillips, Steve returned to his tent and started packing his things. What do you plan to do? Walk to Austria? Peggy asks as she watches Steve frantically pack. If that's what it takes, yes. Steve replies as he packs. You heard Phillips. Your friend is most likely dead. Peggy tries to discourage him from going. You don't know that for sure, Steve says as he continues packing. Even so, he's devising a strategy. If he detects, she starts and Steve interrupts her. By the time he's done that, it could be too late. You told me you thought I was meant for more than this. Did you mean it? Steve stops packing and looks straight into Peggy's eyes. Every word, she replies. Then you gotta let me go, Peggy, Steve says as he finished packing and throws his bag over his shoulder. This doesn't change the fact that you have no way of getting there. Besides walking, of course, which will take time. That's time that your friend may not have, Peggy says, and Steve stops and looks at her. Then he'll run, he replies. There's no need for that. He'll give you a lift to Austria. I did say I would help in the fight to come, didn't I? Tom announces his presence as he and Druella sit next to each other on the bed in Steve's tent. Both of them completely visible to Steve and Peggy. The second Peggy hears someone else in the room. Her training kicks in and she pulls her pistol. Who are you and how did you get here? She says as she aims her gun at the two Hogwarts students. C80 Banana Double Chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 97. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Who are you and how did you get here? Peggy questions as she points her pistol at Tom and Druella, who are lounging on Steve's bed casually. When Steve saw Tom again, he didn't know what to say. Once again this mysterious guy appears out of nowhere. The captain still isn't sure if he saw him disappear earlier or not. Was I seeing things? He thought as he has a hard time wrapping his head around this entire situation. Druella stares at the gun curiously as if it holds no danger towards her. Tom, is that a gun? Druella asks, leaning forward to get a closer look. Hey, keep back, Peggy says as she takes a step back but keeps her gun trained on the Hogwarts students. Yes, it's a pistol. I'm not sure which kind though, Tom explains as he draws his wand and completely ignores Peggy. Peggy was about to open fire until she saw that it was just a bony looking stick. I asked you a question. Who are you and how did you get here? Peggy asks again, but they continue to ignore her. My father talks about guns sometimes. He calls them mole trinkets, Druella says as she scoffs at the pistol that could very well kill her. Well, then he doesn't understand guns. They are fairly dangerous since they shoot little metal bullets out of them at extremely high speeds. If you don't put up a shield in time, you'll most likely die depending on the severity of the wounds. Tom says as he waves his wand and discreetly uses some magic. Listen to your boyfriend. I could easily kill you with this, so start talking. Peggy says menacingly. You can kill me with a banana? Druella scoffs and blushes slightly at Peggy's assumption. Huh? Banana? Peggy says as she grasps a bright yellow banana where her gun once was. While Peggy is staring at the banana in her hand with shock written all over her face, Tom turns to Steve, who is just as confused as Peggy. Would you like me to take you to Austria, or do you prefer to run as you said? You do have a friend to save after all, Tom says as he taps his wand against his knee. Hearing about Bucky breaks Steve from his confused shock. If you can get me there, I'd be very grateful. Steve decided to save questions for after Bucky is safe, although Steve didn't know what was happening anymore. He knew that his friend is in trouble. If this mysterious magician will help, then Steve will have to accept. Very well, let me find out the location and I'll pick you up here in, let's say, half an hour. Make sure you have everything ready by then, Tom says and turns his attention to Peggy, who is still staring at the banana in her hand. Her as well if she's planning on tagging along. After saying that, Tom waves his wand and they disappear from Steve and Peggy's sight. Who the hell was that? Peggy exclaims as she has no idea what happened. A friend, I think. Tom once again used a notice me not to disappear along with Druella. They then left the tent and called for Mimsy in a secluded area. Yes, Master? The elf asks as she appears with a pop. Go rummage through Col Phillips' papers and find the location of the Hydra base where the Anisvanth is being held captive. Tom commands and she pops away with a happy smile. Why are we helping these people? Druella asks with a confused expression. What? I can't help moles out of the goodness of my heart. Tom gives her a small smirk. No, you are a kind person, but not kind enough to fight a war for no reason. Druella says. True, but you'll have to wait and see, won't you? Tom teases, causing Druella to glare at him. When Mimsy returned with the location, Tom had her send some elves to scout the area. Once they returned after scouting, they took Tom to a secluded area near the base. The place was swarming with guards and all of them have futuristic-looking guns that glow in blue light. Those must be the weapons made with the Tesseract. Tom looked at the cool laser guns longingly for a moment. All right, take me back to Druella, Tom orders, and the elves popped him back. Is your friend coming soon or what? Peggy says as she paces in Steve's tent with a banana still clasped in her hand. He said be here in a half an hour. Steve said as he paces as well. His friend is in danger and he's starting to think about running to Austria. Well, that was 31 minutes ago. He's late, Peggy says as she stops pacing. Yes, I am. Sorry for being tardy, Tom says and jump scares Peggy. How do you do that? She questions. Not important. Are you ready to go? Tom says as he stands from the bed. Yes. How are we getting there? Steve asks with a hopeful expression. Magic. Tom replies plainly and points at Peggy. Is she coming along as well? She has a name and it's Peggy. Of course, I'm coming, she says with a bit of annoyance. Then you'll need your gun back. Tom waves his wand and the banana turns back into a pistol. Before anyone could react to the gun changing back, Tom waved his hand and a portal appeared in the tent. Follow along everyone, Tom says as he walks through the portal with Druella close behind him. Steve and Peggy stare at the hole that just appeared in front of them. On the other side is a lush forest with Tom and Druella waiting for them. Let's go. I don't have all day and maybe neither does Bucky. Tom mutters the last part but Steve's super senses picked it up. He decided to go with his plan of ignoring the magician and steps through the portal. When Bucky and all those other soldiers are safe, he'll start figuring out what the hell is going on. As he steps through, a look of awe and wonder graces his face. Seeing that Steve passed through the hole, Peggy followed after with the same look as him. They just traveled through space and maybe time? They have no idea. Since you decided to accept my help, I should give you some information before you head inside, Tom says as he explains the laser weapons that every Hydra soldier in the base possesses. Telling me they are all packing laser guns? Steve says unbelievably, I just brought you here through a portal and somehow you draw the line at lasers? Tom says, and Steve scratches the back of his head. Well, I'm just choosing to ignore all of that for now, Steve says as he looks to the huge Hydra base positioned between two mountains. Good luck then. Well, intervene if you need help, Tom says with a wave. Bye. Good luck and don't die. Druella adds. Wait, you aren't coming? Peggy asks, but Tom and Druella have already disappeared again. I'm starting to hate when they do that. That makes two of us. C81 Rescue Mission 1 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 97. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Inside the Hydra base. As you can see, production of the Valkyrie is progressing on schedule, even with components of this size. Dr. Arnim Zola says as he reports to Red Skull. The Valkyrie is an advanced bomber plane that Zola has been working on for Hydra. The Valkyrie is a major part of Red Skull's plan for world domination. The plan for world domination culminated with the construction of the first of many super bombers, the Valkyrie, a plane that adapted characteristics of both prop planes and stealth bombers. When it's finished, the Valkyrie would be equipped to launch suicide drone bombs, which double as auxiliary propellers. Its main propulsion is a pair of jet engines, located on the sides of the main console and hangar area. Increase the output by 60% and see to it our other facilities do the same, Red Skull says casually as he looks over the report. But the prisoners, I'm not sure they have the strength to work for so long, Zola comments with a worried expression. Then use up what strength they have left, Doctor. There are always more workers, dash. While Zola was worrying for the future of his project, Steve and Peggy started looking for their way into the base. You could have opened one of your portals for them to get inside, you know? Druella informs Tom through the mark. Yes, but I don't want to make it too easy for them, Tom says with a smile. Suddenly, a big cargo truck starts making its way towards the base. Steve sees his chance and picks up Peggy in the bridal carry. What are you doing? She asks as she drapes her arms around his neck. We're going to hide in that truck to get in, he replies and starts running at a superhuman speed. Even with Peggy in his arms, he runs faster than a cheetah. Druella watches him run through the forest and towards the road with a shocked expression. You weren't lying, were you? She half asks through the mark. Nope, he is a super soldier as I've said, Tom replies as he opens a portal into the base to wait for their arrival. Steve and Peggy make it to the road and hide as they wait for the truck to pass. When it does, Steve picks her up again and dashed after the truck. As they got close enough, Steve hopped onto the truck carrying cargo for the base. The back of the truck is filled with metals that are probably used in the construction of laser weapons. They shuffle their way to the back of the cargo area and hide behind a tall pile of neatly stacked metal. Steve had to push the metal forward a bit to make room for their hiding spot, but with his super strength that wasn't a problem. Dash. While Steve and Peggy are making their way into the base, Tom and Druella are already inside touring the place. The whole base is basically a factory for guns made by slaves of war. They are worked to the bone and are barely given enough food to survive. Most if not all of the slaves are soldiers from the Allied forces. Feeling bad for them, Tom decided to cause some mayhem and help Steve out a bit. Finding his to the cells of the prisoners of war, Tom and Druella unlock them all with a bit of magic. As the cells opened, Tom opens a portal into the armory he found while touring. A bunch of guns that were lying around in the armory fell onto the floor in front of the now freed Allied soldiers. The soldiers look at their opened cells with immense happiness. When they saw the guns literally fall from the sky, they all thought that God was finally on their side. Vindictive smiles form on their faces as they all start arming themselves with laser guns. The guards that were occasionally checking on the prisoners started making their rounds. When they saw the prisoners arming themselves, they aimed their rifles at them and prepared to fire. "Hey, fellas," Steve says as he and Peggy appear behind the guards. Steve rushes at a few and takes them down before they could even turn around. While Peggy didn't want to shoot, so she threw some knives at her opponents. The knives sail through the air with expert accuracy and all landed in the Hydra soldiers' heads, killing them almost instantly. "Who are you two supposed to be?" one of the soldiers asks as they just watched two people take out at least 10 highly trained Hydra soldiers equipped with laser weaponry. "Captain America," he says awkwardly as he's still wearing his star-spangled costume from his show. "I beg your pardon?" another soldier asks unbelievably as every soldier continues to arm themselves. "This doesn't matter right now. Is there a Sergeant James Barnes with you guys?" Peggy asks as she's getting tired of this hectic day. "Why are you looking for Barnes?" a soldier asked. "He's my friend. We enlisted together." Captain America says, "He was taken to the isolation ward in the factory, but no one's ever come back from that place." "All right." The tree line is northwest, 80 yards past the gate. "Get out fast and give the Nazi bastards hell. I'll meet you guys in the clearing with anybody else I find," Steve says and starts to walk away. "Wait. You know what you're doing?" one of the soldiers calls out. "Yeah, I've knocked out Adolf Hitler over 200 times," Steve yells, and he and Peggy start making their way towards the factory. "What? Do you guys think it was him that unlocked the doors and brought the guns?" a soldier asks. "No, the cells need keys and the guns appeared out of nowhere. That guy was strong, but I don't think he can do that." "This doesn't matter. Let's go and give these Nazi bastards hell," a soldier exclaims as he holds his laser gun up. War broke out all over the Hydra base as blue lasers were flying everywhere. In the Hydra control room, Red Skull watches the mayhem on the monitors. Seeing his forces getting overrun, he decides to activate the self-destruct sequence, which starts counting down from 7 minutes. "No. What are you doing?" Zola says as he sees Red Skull push the button. "Our forces are outmatched." 6:59, 6:58, 6:57, 6:56. C-82 rescue mission 2 times 2 chaps again. "Yes, I know. I'm such a giving overlord, aren't I?" As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 99. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. 6:59, 6:58, 6:57, 6:56. While the counter started going down, Red Skull secures the Tesseract. Zola packs the blueprints of his designs, especially the Valkyrie. As they make their way through the factory, they're spotted by Captain America. Steve and Peggy see them in a corridor passing by but hesitates to chase when they hear someone calling out, "Sergeant." 32,557. A raspy voice mutters. After searching for the voice, Steve and Peggy find Bucky Barnes strapped to a chair in one of Schmidt's testing labs. "Bucky? Oh my God!" Steve exclaims as he rushes to unstrap Bucky from the chair. "Is that?" Bucky mutters as he hazily eyes Steve. "It's me. It's Steve," he says as Peggy catches up. "Steve?" Buck asks unbelievably. "Come on." Steve helps Bucky to his feet. "Steve, is that really you?" Bucky asks as he starts to break out of his stupor. "Yeah, I thought you were dead," Steve says, happy to see his friend alive. "Well, I thought you were smaller." When Steve first saw Zola and Red Skull, Tom and Druella were following them. Tom saw the Tesseract in Red Skull's hands and was unsure whether to take it or not. If he takes it now, the story would change and he will have to deal with that. Although with this being a combined world of MCU and Harry Potter, the story may turn out differently anyway. Letting the Tesseract go now may be a very bad move. FCK Tom thought as he and Druella break off from Steve and Peggy and start tailing Red Skull and Zola. As Tom does his best to catch up with Zola and Red Skull, Druella keeps pace behind him. She could tell that Tom wants something they have. He was nonchalant throughout this entire thing. Only when he saw the red-faced man did he become serious and start chasing after them. While chasing after Zola and Red Skull, the factory has already started exploding. The building shook with every explosion as the fire was spreading everywhere. Parts of the building began to crumble away and Tom knew they had to leave soon. When they caught up to Red Skull and Zola, a showdown had already begun between them and Captain America's group. Each group is standing across one another on a catwalk in the factory. Steve's group on one side and Red Skull's on the other. Tom and Druella are behind Red Skull and Zola on their side. Captain America: how exciting! I'm a great fan of your films. It seems Dr. Erskine managed it after all. Not exactly an improvement, but still impressive. Red Skull taunts, causing Steve to punch him hard in the face. The punch could easily knock the head off of a normal man, but Red Skull is no normal man. He merely staggered for a moment and smirked at Captain America. "You've got no idea," Steve replies. "Haven't I?" Red Skull goes to hit Steve back, but the captain protects himself with his prop shield from his show. The shield does its job, but the metal deforms as a big fist-sized dent appears. The shield may be a prop, but it's made out of genuine steel. The power behind that punch was truly monstrous. A fight breaks out as the two sides start engaging one another. Peggy and Bucky wanted to help but weren't sure how to go about it. Two superpowered beings were fighting and coming between that may cost them their lives. Zola has zero intentions of getting involved. He just wants to get the hell out of this imploding factory before it's too late. The fight itself wasn't going well for Captain America. He may have gone through boot camp for the army, but Red Skull has far more combat experience than Steve does. Steve was getting a few good hits in, but for every hit Steve got, Red Skull would land 3 more. As their fight continued, Zola started to become impatient. The explosions around the factory started growing closer and he would not die here. Deciding it was time to go, Zola pulls a lever and the catwalk Steve and Red Skull are fighting on retracts to either side, separating them. "No matter what lies Erskine told you, you see I was his greatest success," Red Skull says as gestures to his red face. "Wait, that face is because of the same experiment Steve went through? You don't have one of those, do you?" Bucky asks his friend with genuine worry in his voice as he looks to see if Steve is wearing a mask. "You are deluded, Captain. You pretend to be a simple soldier, but in reality, you are just afraid to admit that we have left humanity behind. Unlike you, I embrace it proudly, without fear," Red Skull shouts as he and Zola start walking away. "Then why are you running?" Steve shouts back as they leave the area. Seeing that the building is coming down around them, Steve, Peggy, and Bucky decide to let them go and escape as well. Soon this building won't be standing, and if they're still inside, that won't be good. Tom and Druella continue to follow Zola and Red Skull. They made their way up some stairs and Zola starts getting winded. "Sir, are we going to the roof?" Zola asks as he huffs for air. Red Skull doesn't answer as he pushes a door open, revealing a manned plane. They walk up to the plane and Zola sees it only has one seat. "What about me? Where will I sit?" Zola asks in worry as he wipes the sweat from his brow. Red Skull turns and throws his car keys at Zola. "Not a scratch, Doctor." "Not a single scratch," Red Skull says menacingly as he points to the beast of a car parked beside the plane. The car looked like a mix of the Mercedes-Benz 540K, the Mercedes-Benz W31 Type G4, and the Bentley Mark V. When Tom saw it, he said to himself that he would be commandeering it sooner or later. Zola wastes no time climbing into the car with all of his blueprints and driving off as fast as he can. When Zola was driving off, Red Skull went to climb into the plane, but before he could get in the cockpit, a voice called out and a blue light filled the area. "Imperio, twink or not twink?" Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. C83 Omega Wink bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 99. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Imperio. Tom called the spell with his wand aimed at Red Skull's back. By the time Red Skull could react, it was too late. As the blue spell lightning hit his back, He stopped in place and froze where he stood. "Don't turn around. Drop the Tesseract and be on your way," Tom says, and Red Skull complies easily without seeing who is commanding him. On the inside, Red Skull felt as if he wanted to do what the voice said. No, he needed to do everything the voice said, and he loved following its orders. A small part of him was still alert though, and that part was fighting as hard as it could to disobey. He had no idea what was happening or how this voice could command him so easily. It truly terrified him. Red Skull placed the Tesseract on the floor and climbs into the plane. As the plane takes off and Red Skull gets away, Tom walks up with a smirk on his face and picks up the Tesseract. As he picks it up, he can't help but let out a laugh. Who knew getting an Infinity Stone would be so simple? Tom thought as he broke out into full-blown laughter. "Stop laughing like that. It's creepy," Druella remarks from behind Tom. "Hee hee, you would be laughing as well if you knew what this is." Tom laughs once more, creeping Druella out. "What is it then?" she asks with a quirked eyebrow. Boom! The sound of an explosion close by breaks Tom from his laughter and startles Druella. "I'll tell you later. For now, let's get out of here," Tom says, and opens a portal. As they step through the portal, they appear in the tree line outside the exploding Hydra base. As the portal closes, Tom and Druella can see the entire factory explode in flames and crumble to the ground. If they stayed any longer, they would have been in some serious danger. Looking to the side, Tom could see all the escaped soldiers gathering around Captain America and his group. Everyone seemed to be alright besides a few small injuries. Of course, some of the Allied soldiers were killed on the way out, although the losses were minimal as they had the element of surprise along with high-tech weapons courtesy of Tom Riddle. Steve seemed to be looking around for Tom and Druella to come and give them a lift back, but that isn't happening. Tom won't reveal himself and his magic in front of a giant group of people. Still under the Notice Me Not spell, Tom and Druella walk over to the soldiers. Tom wrote a quick note and placed it in Peggy's pocket. He would have left it with Steve, but it's doubtful those tights have pockets. The note said to walk back with a smiley face at the bottom. When Peggy would read the note, she will regret coming along to help. After giving Peggy a small tap where the note is to get her attention, Tom and Druella leave the area and open a portal to her room in Rosier Manor. When they arrive, Tom sits on the bed and just stares at the Tesseract in his hands. It glows in a blue light that brightens the dark room. "What is that thing?" Druella asks again. Before answering, Tom throws some spells around the room to keep people out and hide their voices. When Druella saw the precautions Tom is taking, she got very serious. This house is filled with Tom's followers who have sworn an oath of loyalty. They would never betray him, yet he still takes these precautions. Whatever that thing is, it must be important, Druella thought as Tom finished securing the room. "This glowing blue box isn't anything special," Tom says, confusing Druella immensely, although what's inside is a totally different story. He adds mysteriously, "What's inside?" she asks as she stares at the box. "Have you ever heard of the Infinity Stones?" Tom asks, knowing she probably hasn't. "No." "Are they some sort of magical items?" she asks as she's never heard of them. At the dawn of the universe, there was nothing. Then, boom! The Big Bang sent 6 elemental crystals hurtling across the newly born universe. These Infinity Stones each control an essential aspect of existence, Tom says as he can't keep his eyes off the Tesseract, and neither could Druella. "Big Bang?" Druella asks as she's never studied science and lives in a backward society. "It's the beginning of the universe as we know it. But that isn't important right now. What's important are the Infinity Stones," Tom says. "So inside that thing is an Infinity Stone, right?" Druella asks and Tom nods. "What is an Infinity Stone?" Before the universe began, 6 singularities existed. Sometime after the universe exploded into existence, which was the Big Bang as I've said, these singularities were formed into the 6 Infinity Stones by very powerful cosmic entities. Each stone represents a different aspect of the universe: space, mind, reality, power, time, and soul. Tom explains. "Cosmic entities, like gods or something?" Druella asks as she tries to wrap her head around this. Something like that. Tom nods as he studied the Tesseract for a way to open it up. All right. But what can they do? Druella asks. Anything as long as it has to do with their domain and powerful enough to wield them, of course. Tom says as he continues looking for a way into the Tesseract. Anything. Druella repeats as she can now see why Tom was laughing so hard before. That red-faced guy didn't know what's in there, did he? Nope. He did not. Tom replies with a small smirk. Which of the stones is in there? Do you know? Druella asks in wonder and receives a nod from Tom. The Space Stone. Tom answers as he tries a simple unlocking spell on the Tesseract, not thinking it would work. The Space Stone? How do you know? Druella starts talking but stops as she sees the Tesseract start moving. Huh? I didn't think that would actually work. C84 caught again, only one today. Feels bad man kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 101. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Huh? I didn't think that would actually work. Tom muttered as his spell worked and the top of the Tesseract slid open, revealing a shiny blue gem. Druella moves forward and looks enraptured by the beautiful stone. She reaches her hand out in curiosity to grasp the stone, which sends alarm signals through Tom's mind. He quickly smacks her hand away before any part of her skin could touch the stone. Smack. Oh, what was that for? Druella yells as she glares at Tom. Do you want to die? Tom asks with a stern expression. Because touching something of infinite power could very well kill you. Oh, sorry, Druella says as she creates more space between her and the stone. It's alright. Just be careful from now on. Even I'm not going to be touching the stone anytime soon. I'm not nearly strong enough. At least not yet. Tom says as he studies the stone. Because Thanos tracked the stone to Earth in the movie, Tom made sure to place some spells to keep energy from leaving the room. He did this when he threw privacy spells around the room earlier. He hoped it would work, because if it didn't, Tom would be receiving a visit from the Ancient One soon, and later a visit from Thanos. Even if those spells were to fail, the wards of the house should block the energy from leaking out. Hopefully. As Tom studied the stone, he invoked every analyze investigation spell he knew. None of them seemed to work. Every spell wasn't able to give him anything, as if he was analyzing nothing but air. Tom sees that he won't be able to find anything about the stone with wizarding magic, so he will have to use the mystic arts. Before setting up the analysis runes that are currently working on the 2 Deathly Hallows, Tom needs to store the stone in a secure place. Rosier Man's wards are good and he trusts Druella, but he just doesn't feel good about leaving it here. Drew, do you have a suitcase big enough to store this? Tom asks, and Druella finds one in her closet. Thanks, Tom says as he summons eldritch runes that burn themselves on the suitcase. The runes will reinforce the suitcase just in case the power of the Tesseract eats through it. He also put runes to hide any energy from leaving it. Tom then closes the Tesseract and stores it in the suitcase. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. He opens a portal and walks through, holding the suitcase carefully. As the portal closes behind him, Druella can't help but worry about her friend. That stone seems dangerous based on Tom's reaction to her trying to touch it. The portal Tom opened lead to his most protected property, Tintagel Castle. This castle was home of King Arthur himself. Based on the books left behind inside, Tom learned that the castle was built with the combined strength of the Fae and Merlin. The place was built on a cross-section of 3 magical key lines as well, which powered some very intricate wards. The only castle that could compare to Tintagel is Hogwarts, but Tom doesn't have full control over it yet. Although Tintagel is a beast of a castle, it isn't sentient like Lady Hogwarts. If Tom had full control over Hogwarts, he would have rather stored the stone there. Before taking the stone out of the suitcase, Tom went to the castle's ward stone. It's located in the dungeons of the castle, hidden behind secret passages, and only accessible by those of Pendragon blood. When he made his way through all of the security checks, Tom found the ward stone in all of its glory. "Let's see what you can do," Tom muttered as he studied the giant pillar filled with symbols. He wanted to be 100% sure that the wards would block the space stone's energy from leaving the castle. If it doesn't, he would have to find a good room and start working some runic magic. The ward stone is far too complicated for him to add new functions to it. After all these years, after studying the ward stone, Tom found that Merlin and the Fae thought of everything while making this castle. It would 100% seal all energy from leaving the premises. Knowing this won't be a problem anymore, Tom went to the castle vault and opened the suitcase. The light of the tesseract brightened the room in a blue hue. After a quick unlocking spell, Tom could see the beautiful space stone once again. Eldritch runes appeared around Tom's hands as he put the analysis runes on the stone. The runes circle the stone, studying all of its secrets. "I have a feeling that this will take far longer than the two hallows," Tom muttered as he decided to move those here too. "It's better to have them in a safe location." Opening a portal to his bedroom in Camartage, Tom steps through and goes to pick up the hallows. As he walked to his desk, he heard someone in the room clear their throat. "Em, the strangest thing happened today. On the same day you left for Italy, I was no longer able to see the tesseract in any of the possible future," the Ancient One says, lounging on the sofa in all of her grand boldness. She can't sense the space stone through the portal, as Tintagel's wards can block the energy, but she can see a slight blue glow radiating out of it. "Teacher, why do you keep ambushing me whenever I return from some errands?" Tom says as he discreetly closes the portal behind him. "Tesseract? What's that? Some sort of relic or something?" "It glows blue just as the room your portal lead to, and it holds a very powerful stone similar to mine." "Drop the act, Tom. You've been caught," she says as she stares at Tom with a quirked eyebrow. "Fine. I have it." "So what?" Tom says as he shrugs his shoulders. "You are changing a lot from the timeline I've been planning for," she says with a sigh of annoyance. "You said the future changed for the better when I showed up, right?" Tom asks, and the Ancient One nods her head. "You also said that you trust me to do the right thing, correct?" "Yes," she answers reluctantly. "Then trust me as you've said and relax. I may be young and inexperienced, but I know the same future you're preparing for. I'm just prepping in my own way," Tom says with a smirk. "By gaining as much power as possible and hoarding objects like the Infinity Stones?" his teacher asks. "Yup, pretty much," Tom replies without an ounce of regret. "When Barney arrives looking for a fight, I want to be able to slap the SHT out of him. Why leave the thing he wants most with weak moles when it can be safeguarded and wielded to protect this world?" He added that last bit to help convince her, and she knows it. "Be careful, Tom. Your inner purer blood is showing," she replies with mirth in her voice. "It's not about wizarding politics. It's about doing all that needs to be done to stop the death of half the universe. Betting on a future with low odds of winning." "Bet on me instead," Tom says as he stares into his teacher's eyes. A stare down commences and neither side would look away. "Hee, you know what? Screw it. Fine, I bet on you. But don't let me down, because it isn't just me you would be letting down. It's half the life of the entire universe, as you've said before," she says as she gets up to leave the room. "Thanks, teacher. Since you are willing to bet on me, I'll find a way to help you with your problem as well," Tom says, causing the Ancient One to halt in her steps for a moment before leaving the room. So, he knows about that as well, she thought as she closed the door behind her. C85 CCK Block 2 Chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 101. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When the Ancient One was finally out of Tom's hair, he gets up and opens a portal back to Tintagel once again. He then grabs the cloak and stone but makes sure not to touch the stone directly. The horrors of what the gaunt drinker do kept him alert. The analysis runes that hover over the hallows follow them as Tom moved them through the portal. Just to be safe, Tom places the hallows across the vault away from the space stone. He doesn't think anything would happen, But it's best to be safe. Who knows what the space stone could do? When everything is secure, Tom leaves the vault and locks it tight. Runes appear on the door and glow menacingly, warning any would-be intruders of what could happen were they to ever try breaking in. With that done, Tom returns to Druella, who was waiting patiently in her room with a worried expression. "What's with the long face?" Tom says as he walks out of a portal and notices Druella's strange atmosphere. "Are you sure that stone is safe to have?" She sighs in relief when Tom returns without the stone. "No, not at all. Although, it's best I have the very dangerous stone with control over space itself, than people without a clue as to what it really is," Tom says, and Druella nods reluctantly in agreement. Well, enough about the stone for now. It's late and Steve won't have his heroes return for a few days, Tom says, and Druella notices that it's almost morning. "I'll have my elves keep track of them and come get you when they arrive back at the camp." As Tom is about to leave, Druella grabs his arm and stops him. "You can stay here if you want," she says as a blush forms on her face as she peeks over at her bed. "Not here per se, but we have a room prepared for you." Tom stood stunned for a moment. He never expected Druella to blush like that. "Does she have a thing for me?" he thought as he stood stunned for a moment. Sure, why not? But why do you have a room for me already prepared?" he asked as he breaks from his stupor. "Well, you stayed here for a bit last time, so my parents set one up just in case," she says, lying through her teeth, as she's the one that set up the room for him. "Thank them for me then. I'm going to head straight to sleep. It's been a long day and I want to get some rest before the sun rises," Tom says tiredly, and Druella leads him to his room. When they get to the room, Druella opened the door and walked off quickly. As she rounded the corner leaving Tom's sight, he can't help but chuckle at her behavior. Druella is quite cute. Has she always been like this? Tom thought as he entered his room and crashed on the bed. It took the future Howling Commandos 3 days to return to the same camp that laughed Steve off stage. They had to travel through enemy lines and get into friendly territory, which was harder than expected. They were shot at more times than they can count by friendlies that mistook them for Nazis. Dealing with allies was hard, but dealing with the enemy was far easier. Every one of them is armed with futuristic laser guns. No amount of cover can save you from a laser. The lasers could even melt through tanks with easy, killing any Nazis inside. When they arrived, at first they were met with hostility, but once that was cleared up, a huge celebration ensued. Steve was in the middle of this celebration. The future commandos told the other soldiers about Captain America saving the day. Many of the men that made fun of Steve came up to him and apologized profusely. Although, some didn't, but they learned to keep their mouth shut. When Cole Phillips heard of Steve's arrival, he wanted nothing more than to beat him senseless. Steve disappeared along with Peggy from a secure military camp. The flak he's had to deal with since their disappearance was monumental. A lot of high-level people were beyond angry. They needed Steve to fill the nation's treasury with his Captain America persona. Others were angry about losing their best chance at creating more super soldiers. Although when he heard of the rescue mission's success, he could do nothing but stare stunned at the returned soldiers. "I'd like to surrender myself for disciplinary action," Steve said to Phillips the moment he returned. "That won't be necessary," Phillips replies, and admitted to himself that he was wrong. When the celebration ended, Steve returned to his tent along with the beautiful Peggy Carter on his arm. As they entered the tent, Peggy made the first move and launched herself into Steve's arms. She worked swiftly and captured his lips, stunning poor virgin Captain America. Before anything could proceed further, sounds of other people could be heard in the tent. "Or, is this the first kiss between you two?" Tom makes his presence known as he and a blushing Druella sit on Steve's bed yet again. Both Steve and Peggy separate with haste, and Steve gives Tom a look saying, "You couldn't have come in the morning?" Druella, who just witnessed a heated kiss, couldn't stop peeking at Tom's face with a longing look. Peggy, as a fellow woman, seemed to pick up on this almost immediately. "I think I can check off CCK blocking Captain America from my bucket list." C86 New Leadership Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 101. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. In a military tent, Druella and Tom sat on a bed looking at the slightly disheveled-looking Steve and Peggy. Both were caught in the act and annoyed at the intrusion. "Why are you here?" Peggy says with annoyance laced in her voice. Steve subconsciously nodded beside his lover. He didn't know what they were, but he does know he was just interrupted during a very good moment. He shared every bit of annoyance that Peggy feels. "I thought you would like me to answer some questions for you," Tom said, and the annoyance of the two disappears instantly. They definitely wanted to continue what they started before being interrupted, but figuring out the mysterious magician is far more important. "I see that caught your attention." Tom smirks at their now serious faces. "Feel free to ask some questions and we'll see if he'll answer them." The two then started throwing questions out back and forth. "What are your names?" Peggy asks. "Tom and Drew." Tom replies. "Where are you from?" Steve asks next. "Where does it sound like we're from?" Druella says as she stares at Steve as if he were an idiot. Once the small-time questions were finished, they started breaking out the big ones. "Why did you help us?" Steve asks, truly curious as to why some strangers would help them. "Because I felt like it," Tom says with a smile that's matched by Druella. "Are you a magician or something?" Peggy breaks out the biggest question. "Or something." Druella answers with a scoff. "All right, that's enough questions for now," Tom says, ending the questions portion of their evening. "What? We've barely learned anything about you. You told us your names and then answered with deflections for every other question. Do you expect us to truly believe that you just helped us out of the kindness of your heart?" Peggy questions in an annoyed manner. "I said that you could ask questions. I never promised to answer them. As for believing in our good intentions or not, that doesn't really matter to me," Tom answers casually. Both Peggy and Steve just sigh in annoyance. At least they know the two magicians' names. "Now, on to business," Tom says as he stands from his place on the bed. "I would appreciate you two keeping our involvement in the rescue mission quiet." "Why? Are you criminals or something?" Peggy asks in an accusatory manner. "No, but I would rather be left alone. I don't need governments wanting to experiment on me or something. That would be really annoying," Tom explained with a sigh. "Fine. We agree not to say anything as thanks for your help," Steve says in genuine gratitude. "We will not." Peggy voices her disagreement. "Yes, we will. They helped us for free. The least we can do is keep their secret," Steve says, firmly staring into Peggy's eyes. The staring match continues for a moment until a sigh could be heard from Peggy. "Fine." Peggy reluctantly agrees. "Good. I appreciate your cooperation," Tom says as he gets up to leave. "Oh yeah, if you ever need my help again, say my name out loud. I'll arrive whenever I'm not too busy." Tom opens a portal and steps through, followed by Druella. The portal closes, leaving behind Steve and Peggy in the tent. "So, do you want to pick back up where we left off?" Steve asks with a helpful smile. "You number. I'm not in the mood anymore," Peggy says as she walks out of the tent, leaving a sexually frustrated Captain America behind. Steve just stood in the tent, not satisfied at all with how this evening turned out. When Red Skull landed his plane on a runway outside a Hydra base, he was stewing in anger and resentment. He lost the one item that powered his new weaponry. Without the Tesseract, his plans for world domination will be slowed considerably. When he stepped out of the plane, a voice he never wanted to hear sounded behind him. "It seems the great Red Skull has failed in his duties," the voice says in an English accent. Red Skull turns around and sees a white blondy-haired man dressed in a fine suit. "Grindelwald," Red Skull says with distaste in his mouth. "What do you want?" "I've made it very clear that you've been banned from any Hydra facilities." "How could I be banned from my own facilities?" Grindelwald answers with a smirk on his face. "What?" Red Skull grounds his teeth and tightens his fists. "Well, our glorious Führer became very upset with your failure, losing a base that produced advanced weapons for our grand mission so easily. Truly disappointing." Red Grindelwald says with a smirk. And that imbecile put you in charge of Hydra? Red Skull gnashes his teeth and glares at the wizard before him. You catch on so quickly. A taunting smile surfaces on Gelate's face, like that fool could make up his own ideas. Red Skull glares at Grindelwald. A little bird may have whispered in his ear that Hydra wasn't being led properly. Gelate smirks victoriously. Now, as your superior officer, I command you to kneel. Red Skull couldn't believe the nerve of this man. As if he would willingly give up his organization so easily. As their stare down continues, Red Skull was the first to make his move. He dashed forward and drew a knife from his belt. The need to spill the blood of the man before him clouded his mind. Do you really think I would just hand over all that I've built to some nobody? He yells as he swings his knife back. No. I was hoping you wouldn't. Grindelwald mutters as he draws his wand and calls a spell. Crucio. Red Lightning exits his wand and strikes Red Skull before he could get any closer. He falls mid-run and howls in pain on the cold ground. Grindelwald stares down at Red Skull and enjoys the sound of man wailing in horrific pain. Red Skull had no idea what was happened. All of his information on this man said he was an ordinary human. Yet that seemed to be false. Now, where is that blue cube I've been hearing so much about? Gelate questions as the red lightning disappears. Hee, I don't have it. Red Skull laughed in pain as he heaved on the ground. He never thought he would be happy that the Tesseract was stolen from him. It seems he would have lost it upon his arrival anyway. What do you mean you don't have it? Gelate questioned in displeasure. It was stolen, Red Skull says, enjoying the drop in Gelate's mood. Stolen? By who? See 87 Wandless double chapters. Such a kind and benevolent overlord you've all been graced with. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 103. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Christmas passed along with New Year's and it's now 1943. Tom turned 16 years old before the year ended. The winter break continued and news of Captain America along with his Howling Commandos began to surface. Every soldier rescued from the Hydra base now made up the Howling Commandos, an elite combat unit led by Captain America himself. Speaking of Captain America, he seemed to have finally received his vibranium shield from Stark. Tales of the Captain's mighty shield spread far and wide, especially to Wakanda, who had to investigate how he got his hands on their treasured metal. Of course, the investigation showed that Steve didn't steal it from Wakanda, nor did Howard for that matter. Apparently, it was a small piece of the meteor that broke off and landed many miles away from Wakanda. It was found and later sold to Stark for cheap since the owner had no idea what it was. Wakanda would usually retrieve any vibranium from non-Wakandan hands, even if the metal wasn't from Wakanda itself in the first place. Vibranium was their property no matter where it came from. But the Tribal Council decided to leave the metal where it is this time. Although Wakanda did not and will not involve themselves with World War II, they could see that the bad guys are currently winning. Leaving the shield with Captain America can be said as Wakanda's contribution to the war effort. They hoped with this the war will end swiftly. Soon, with the help of the Howling Commandos, the Allied forces began to push back the Axis powers. The invisible line of war began moving and not in Hitler's preferred direction. While the tides of war were turning, Tom separated from Druella and went back to his training and studies. Over what little time he had left of the winter break, Tom worked hard on 3 things. First, he continued studying his university books to decipher the knowledge in his mind. Second, he visited his secret lair and continued studying and fixing everything from Stark Industries. The adventure up the tree of technology has been a hard one so far. Third, he went back to working on Project Gilgamesh, which seemed more impossible by the minute. This project will be the death of me, Tom mutters as he wallowed in failure. After pondering over what he should do about his continued failure, Tom decided to try and solve his problem in a different manner. What if I'm still tethered to the weapon? It shouldn't disappear as long as it stays in contact with me. Tom thought as the image of a string attached to his eldritch weapons surfaces in his mind. Tom immediately tried testing it out and conjured eldritch energy as usual. He then formed the energy into the broadsword that he's most comfortable with. With determination in his eyes, Tom flips the sword and stabs it into the ground. Taking a deep breath and concentrating as hard as he can, Tom begins forming a thin string of eldritch energy at the base of the sword's handle. The string appears and Tom holds it with 2 fingers, completely removing his grip from the sword. Hee, it works! Tom exclaimed as he stared at his handiwork. After proving his hypothesis correct, Tom decided to test the limits of his idea. He began drawing more eldritch energy and extending the string. As he steps back from the sword, with each step, the string becomes longer and Tom grows further and further from the eldritch sword. After taking 5 steps back, the control needed to keep the sword and string's form became too high. On the 6th step, the sword started to distort and the string crumbled away. The sword and string disappear as if they were never there. But this didn't deter Tom's excitement. This is the first step to the completion of Project Gilgamesh. I just need to practice my control and figure out how to launch the weapon, Tom thought with a smile plastered on his face. When the winter break ended, Tom was able to stand 10 meters away from his weapons without any problem. The only thing he hasn't progressed on is launching them. Neither the Hallows nor the Space Stone was finished with their analysis yet. Hopefully, at least one of them would be finished soon. When Tom returned to Hogwarts, everything continued as usual. Classes continued with Tom reigning above everyone. The many clubs run by Druella and Tom's followers began to flourish. Tom's followers continued their morning training and study, and fulfilled their mission of integrating with the other houses. Hogwarts was changing slowly but surely and the divide between houses was starting to vanish away. Steve hasn't called for Tom yet, which is fine. The man has superpowers and the Howling Commandos at his back. He shouldn't need Tom unless things get truly difficult. While at Hogwarts, Tom decided to start practicing wandless magic. He's mastered every wizarding spell available to him. Every spell from Hogwarts and his personal library has been mastered to a high degree. When he started his wandless training, Tom began with the simplest of spells, Lumos. Tom calls over and over while sitting on his bed. After half an hour of failure, Tom tried adding more power to the spell, Lumos. He calls again and pushed as much magic into the spell as he could. A bright light flashes above his hand powered by a big chunk of his magic. The light blinds his eyes for a moment, causing Tom to see spots for the rest of the night. At least it's working. Now I just need to keep practicing and master the control without a wand as a crutch, Tom thought as he continued practicing until he had no magic remaining in his reserves. C88 Mummy Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 103. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The school year came and went quickly and the summer arrived yet again. School was about as easy as ever for Tom, and that includes the OWLs. While every 5th-year student was going crazy over the test, Tom just sat back and relaxed. He's been the top student for a while and studies advanced magic in his free time, so he was never worried about the OWLs. When it came the time to take the test, Tom breezed through it with relative ease. The 5th-year Slytherins breezed through their tests as well, especially Druella, who has been studying under Tom since they arrived at Hogwarts. When the year came to an end, Tom could see some real unity forming between the houses of Hogwarts. Not everyone is friendly, as radicals exist in every group, but everything is moving in the right direction. When Tom exited the train after a long ride back, he said his goodbye to everyone and went on his way. Before heading to Kamar-Taj as usual, Tom went to Tintagel to check on his rarest items. In the vault of the castle, Tom found all 3 items where he left them. Except one of these items was not like the others. The analysis runes above the resurrection stone froze in place, unlike the runes above the space stone and the cloak. A delighted smile graced Tom's face. The analysis of the stone had been going long before he found the other items. Grabbing a piece of paper, Tom touched it to the golden eldritch runes. The runes soak into the paper and words began to appear. Once the process was finished, Tom started reading over the paper in curiosity. The paper stated that the stone has no curses or anything of the sort attached to it. It was great to hear because Tom still hasn't had a chance to look into breaking things like that. What the paper said after that slightly worried him. The analysis of the power the stone holds was explained slightly, but everything after that is nothing but a bunch of gibberish. Random letters, numbers, and symbols filled most of the page. The stone is said to be the only object that would bring back the spirits of the holder's deceased loved ones, activating when turned 3 times in the user's hand. These shades are said to dislike being drawn from their rightful afterlife. From what little of the page that made sense, Tom learned that the legend of the stone is mostly true. The stone can bring any deceased spirit back into the living world, not just loved ones. Although, Tom would have to know who he's bringing back by name. He can't just say he wants to meet the creator of the sword and suddenly that person would appear. It is also true that these spirits will not be happy about being summoned. The longer they reside in the living world, the more uncomfortable and angry they will become. The living world is meant for the living, and those without a body to inhabit will be truly displeased. The activation of the stone is the same as the legend as well. Speaking of activating the stone, Tom wanted to do his first test. First, he leaves the vault so the space stone stays hidden. Who knows if others in the living world can summon the dead as well. Tom doesn't need some ghost spreading the word of where the space stone is hidden. Grabbing the stone with no fear of curses any longer, he turned it 3 times in his palm. The ghostly figure of a thin average-looking woman materializes before him. She has brown hair, green eyes, and looks slightly unhealthy and malnourished. The second she appears, the woman glares around the room questioningly. Her life experience leaving her with little trust toward others but herself. "Hello, Mother," Tom says as he stares at the specter before him. "Mother?" The ghost of Merope Gaunt says and turns to see the most piercing red eyes she's ever seen. Those eyes belonged to her son. Some of the more religious nurses that helped her give birth said those eyes were a sign of the devil. Of course, these types of people were silenced by the matron of Wool's orphanage where she gave birth. Later, the matron would regret not believing those nurses. Merope remembers staring at her cute little baby in his bright red eyes as she died of childbirth. She didn't regret giving birth to him one single bit. Her child was one of the only things she was proud to have created in her horrible life. "Tom, is that really you? How am I here?" she says as she lunges forward with her arms opened wide to hold her son. As she about to come in contact with her son, Merope passes through him as if Tom weren't standing there. "Huh? What's going on?" A look of heartbroken appears on her face as she tries and fails to hug her son once again. "Dead. I summoned you with one of the Hallows, the resurrection stone. I needed to test how it worked and you were someone I wanted to meet at least once," Tom says with a small smile on his face. His mind and soul may only be half Tom Riddle, but she is still his mother. They may not have ever met and Tom won't be resurrecting her, but every orphan child wants to meet their parents if they could. His father lost the chance for this to happen between them when he left his own child in an orphanage while knowing full well where he was. Although, it's hard to blame the guy with what his mother put him through. "Oh, that's incredible. The Hallows are real?" she asks with a proud smile seeing that her son owns one of the fabled Deathly Hallows. "Yes. But that's not important right now. You can only stay for a short time since the stone has some downsides," Tom says as he takes a seat and looks over his mother. "You look like life wasn't very kind to you," Tom says as he sees the condition of his mother's soul. "No, it wasn't. I hope life has been kinder to you than it was for me," she says with a questioning gaze and Tom nods to her with a smile. For an hour, Tom and Merope spoke about their lives. Of course, Tom didn't release any secrets that could compromise his plans. He also made her promise not to speak of the resurrection stone in the afterlife. By the time they were finished, Tom truly felt bad for his mother. She was born into a horrible family and mistreated all of her life. The lack of love in her upbringing caused her to crave it from a mole man that had no interest in her. Then came the story we all know. But what many don't know is what happened after Tom Sr. ran her off. She had to survive on the streets with nothing as a pregnant woman for over a month. Thoughts of returning to her family were immediately thrown away, as her darling child would be killed without a second thought. The Gaunts do not take kindly to tainted blood after all. She had to sell her precious locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. What hurt even more was the low price of 10 galleons which it sold for. Tom made a mental note to reclaim the locket sooner or later. It seems that our time is up, Tom says, not wanting to keep her too long as she could become moody. Really? But I want to stay and speak to you some more, his mother says sadly. Sorry, but that can't happen. Tom shakes his head and his mother breaks down in tears. Before I send you off, I would like to thank you for giving birth to me. I enjoy my life immensely, and since you're one that gave it to me, I'm truly thankful. As he says this, Tom turns the stone 3 times and his mother disappears as tears roll down her ghostly face. I have to get Mimsy to clean the dust in here, Tom thought as he wipes the mist from his eyes. C89 Tom 2 again boy As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 105. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was having a touching reunion with his ghostly mother, Captain America and the Howling Commandos received an important mission. They received information on the location of Dr. Arnim Zola, the lead scientist of Hydra. The second the Allied forces got the info, they called in the captain and his merry men. On a snow-covered mountain, the Howling Commandos prepare to zip-line onto a moving train. Remember when I made you ride the Cyclone at Coney Island? Bucky asks Steve as they wait for the train to move into place. Yeah, I threw up, didn't I? Captain replies as he remembers the horrible experience. This isn't payback, is it? Bucky questions with a quirked eyebrow. Now why would I do that? Steve asks with a smirk on his face. As the train gets into position, one by one the Howling Commandos zip-line down. After a scenic ride down the line, they land perfectly on the high-speed train. Entering the train, the Commandos start sweeping every boxcar. As they search, the enemy has already noticed their arrival. Cameras in each car have picked up on the intruders. Stop them. Kill them all. Zola rants as he watches the cameras. Every Hydra agent becomes alert and moves to intercept the commandos. A battle breaks out on the train and Zola could do nothing but watch as his soldiers were decimated one by one. Seeing that he would lose, Zola remembers something his new boss gave him. Fishing through his briefcase, Zola pulled out a stick and broke it in half. Zola then looked around the room as if waiting for something to happen. When he saw nothing, he cursed himself for believing what he was told. Suddenly, a group of people dressed in wizarding robes appeared in the room. Zola looked shocked at the act of teleportation before his very eyes. The second the robed men and woman appeared, they took out some sticks and began surveying the area. What happened? One of the stick-wielding people asked. Did you just teleport into a moving train? Zola asked as the scientist inside him couldn't be held at bay. Sure. Now what happened? The wizard says, not knowing what teleportation is. Captain America and his men have boarded the train. We're losing, Zola says, hoping these robed teleporters could get him out of here. I see. Well, deal with it. The boss wants Captain America dead anyway, he replies, and they leave the train car to search for the intruders. While the captain and his men were working their way up the train, they decimated any Hydra soldiers that got in the way. From car to car they moved swiftly and cleared every single one, leaving nothing but a trail of bodies in their wake. When they were halfway through the train, something unexpected happened. Steve saw a group of people wielding the same sticks as Tom and Drew. As soon as he saw them, he knew they were in trouble. Then one of the stick-wielding people said something that sounded like abracadabra and a green light hit one of his soldiers. The soldier simply fell to the floor dead as soon as the light hit him. Steve knew this mission was over the second the magicians arrived. Get to cover and return fire. Those that can retreat move to the previous train car, Steve said as he and his men take cover behind crates scattered around the car. The Howling Commandos start firing upon the wizards. but they say another word and invisible shields appear to block the bullets. As the image of one of his soldiers dying so easily swirled in Steve's mind, he remembers what Tom told him at their last meeting. "If you ever need my help again, say my name out loud. I'll arrive whenever I'm not too busy." Tom told him, and Steve helped to God that his magician friend wasn't busy. Steve called out and one of his men replies, "Yes, sir." He yells a reply and awaits orders. "Not you, Tom." Steve replies and yells Tom's name yet again. But I'm the only Tom in the unit. The soldier mutters and goes back to firing on the stick wavers. Spells and bullets fly through the train as the two sides engage one another. Steve keeps yelling as another of his men falls to the ground dead. The battle continues and none of the wizards have taken a single injury since the beginning of the battle. The opposite could be said for the Howling Commandos. They've lost 4 men so far, and with every man lost, Captain America is becoming louder. Never has the Howling Commandos lost so many soldiers in a single battle. Steve gives one final shout before giving up. "Pop, sorry, am I late?" A man wearing a porcelain white mask appears holding a bone white wand in his hand. This is obviously Tom. As he arrives, others follow behind him. Men and women in similar masks appear, and all of them were holding sticks as well. Protego. A few of the newly arrived reinforcements shout and invisible shields divided the car in half. Tom gets to work instantly and transfigured the cargo into better cover for the commandos and his followers as well. The killing curse has no spell that could block it after all. When the wizards saw other of their kind come to the rescue of Miles, they were truly shocked and appalled. "Who dares stand against Grindelwald and his dream?" one of the robed wizards yelled as the fighting stopped. "Fuck Grindelwald and his dream." Tom laughs and every one of his followers joins in. "Who the hell is Grindelwald?" Steve thought in confusion. See 90 Caboose Battle Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 105. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom was about to further test the resurrection stone, one of the elves that kept watch on Captain America appeared before him. "Master, trouble, big trouble," the elf exclaimed. "What kind of trouble?" Tom asks, and the elf begins explaining how the Howling Commandos are currently pinned down by some wizards. When Tom heard this, he immediately thought that they had to be Grindelwald's followers. After a quick debrief of the situation, Tom was going to go on his own to deal with it but decided against it. His followers could use some experience in the field, and this is a perfect time to throw them in the deep end. He wasn't worried much for their safety. As long as Grindelwald himself doesn't show up, Tom could wipe the floor with most wizards fairly easily. Before heading to the train, Tom contacted his more battle-inclined followers. He told them of the situation and sent elves to pop them on the train. They haven't been on the train nor the area around it, so his followers wouldn't be able to operate on their own. Among the followers going to support Steve and his men is Druella. Tom wasn't sure whether to bring her along as he was only taking Hogwarts graduates, but he knew she could take care of herself. He's been training her for a while and she very well may be the strongest of his followers. Tom also ordered each of them to wear a porcelain mask to hide their face. Some of the slow-witted Slytherins asked where they could get such a mask on short notice. Tom just told them to transfigure one out of whatever's lying around. He really wanted to slap the few of his followers that asked him this. It didn't take long for everyone to be ready and head out onto the train. Fuck Grindelwald and his dream. Tom laughs as he pulls on the eldritch energy and forms runes in the air. When the golden runes appeared in the air before everyone's eyes, the passengers were captivated and shocked. Except for Tom's followers. Of course, they've seen him do this a few times now. The Howling Commandos were truly awed by the most beautiful act of magic they've ever seen. Though Grindelwald's followers were feeling the same, they are also shocked and confused. Never have any of them seen such strange magic before. The new magic being wielded in front of their eyes sends alarm bells through each of their minds. The eldritch runes spread everywhere and imprint on every inch of the train car. These runes are something Tom learned while studying in the library at Camartage. They are anti-teleportation and anti-portal runes that block almost all forms of magical travel. Now, everyone in the train car won't be able to escape so easily. The runes also block incoming travel as well, so no reinforcements will be arriving unless they arrive in a different part of the train. Tom also added in some runes that would block any messages from leaving. Even he won't be able to send a message through the mark to his followers outside the train. I advise you all to surrender. I have things to do and don't have patience for annoyances today, Tom says as he aims his wand to the floor of the train car and starts transfiguring it. The windows of the car become metal blocking any light from entering, and the doors on either side become nothing but walls locking everyone inside. Only a few bulbs hung on the ceiling of the dimly lit train car keep the area bright enough to barely see. We don't surrender to more-loving fools that would turn on their own people. One of the wizards yelled and the hail of battle began again. Spells flew all over the train as the two sides went at it. The howling commandos didn't fully understand what was happening, but they knew what reinforcements looked like when they saw them. Soon the commandos joined the fight yet again and assisted their magical friends. While his followers and the howling commandos were fighting the wizards, Tom looked over at Steve and casually leaned on his piece of cover. "So, how was your first run-in with some of my kind?" Tom asks as a killing curse thrown by one of his followers strikes one of the opposing wizards, killing him instantly. "You failed to mention there were more of you in our last meeting," Steve says as he pulls a pistol and fires randomly towards the enemy. "Nor did you mention their involvement in the war." "Well, my people like to live hidden lives, so I thought it best to keep that piece of information to myself," Tom says as he wonders something. "As for their involvement in the war, you've been mainly taking down Hydra bases. I didn't think Grindelwald would spread his influence to Hydra as well." "Who's Grindelwald?" Steve asks as a spell breaks one of the shields blocking the enemy. Seeing the opening, Steve grabs a grenade from one of his men, pulls the pin, and tosses it over. "He's one of the most powerful and dangerous dark wizards to ever exist," Tom says as the grenade sails perfectly through the hole in the enemy's defense and explodes, killing 2 wizards and injuring 3 more. "Nice throw," Tom comments as the wizards begin to panic and fix their defenses. "We should retreat. At the rate the battle is going, we'll be dead in minutes," one of the enemy wizards called out in fear. "Yeah, grab the bodies of our fallen comrades and apparat back to base." Another answered his anger at the sight of his fallen friends. Soon the wizards began focusing on defense as they gathered their men. When they tried to teleport away, nothing happened and they remained on the train exactly where they stood. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Tom yells from the other side of the train, causing the enemy breaks out in a cold sweat. "I'm growing tired of this, so I'll give you one more chance to surrender. Drop your wands and get down on your knees with your hands on your heads. You have 3 seconds to compile or you all die." With Tom's announcement made, he began to count down from 3, 2, C91, leaving a gift only 1 chapter. Oh wait, I mean, only 1 chapter today, kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 107. Didn't write last night because it was my day off. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. 3, 2, wait, I surrender. Please spare me. One of the smarter enemies called as she threw her wand aside and collapsed on her knees. "How dare you betray our cause? We are acolytes of Grindelwald himself. Yet you act in such a disgraceful manner. Traitors like you need to be." One of the acolytes starts ranting as he aims his wand at the woman. 1, time's up. Tom finishes counting and aims his wand at the floor of the train once again. Magic launched from his wand into the floor and the floor beneath the acolytes began to morph. Spikes launched from beneath all of the enemies, impaling them from crotch to skull, leaving only the woman who surrendered unharmed. The poor woman was shaking like a leaf as she stared at her still standing former comrades. The spikes held them up and kept them in place like scarecrows. The blood of her comrades pooled around her and soaked her robe as she kneeled frozen on the ground in fear. "Secure the girl and take her for questioning," Tom orders and his followers move into action. Collect the wands and any valuables as well. We don't need moles finding them and experimenting with things they know nothing about. The Howling Commandos were truly shocked. One moment they were winning, then somehow the leader of their reinforcements decimated the remaining enemies. One thing is for sure, they would never forget the power these magicians hold, nor would they ever forget how easily Tom slaughtered the remaining opponents. Thanks for the help, Tom, Steve says as he breaks from his shock and looks over at his fallen brothers in arms. Welcome. What was your mission anyway? Tom asks, and Steve's eyes widen as he remembers why he's here in the first place. Zola, Steve yells as he goes to find him but is stopped by the lack of exits. Oh, yeah, let me fix that for you, Tom says and waves his wand, making the doors and windows return to normal once again. Steve runs out of the train car and starts searching for Zola with the Howling Commandos hot on his tail. Tom walks over to the woman that surrendered and transfigured a chair in front of her. His followers have their wands trained on her as she stares at Tom in horror. Hello, I'm Tom. Who might you be? Tom asks as he sits in front of her with his legs crossed casually. Venderosia, my lord, she mutters as she ducks her head down in submission, not daring to look Tom in the eye. Rosia, huh? Interesting, Tom says as he eyed Druella for a moment and received a shrug from her. A half-blood disgrace that Druella never met perhaps? Tom thought as he could see the resemblance to Druella and Lady Rosia. Well, Miss Rosia, seeing as you've surrendered, I'll spare your life as promised. The second she heard him say that, a sigh of relief was heard and a small smile formed on her face. That smile was ruined by Tom's next words though. But, you'll have to be put through some questioning and you'll be a prisoner for the foreseeable future, Tom says, and her smile disappears. At least I'm not dead, she thought as she turned to see her comrades still impaled on spikes. Tom summons the Eldritch energy once again and runes appear as usual. The runes surround his prisoner and imprint themselves on her skin. These are what Tom likes to call inmate runes. They track where the person is and suppress the magic in them. She won't be able to use any magic even if a wand were to fall into her lap. Take her to the dungeon at your manor, Drew, Tom says as he removes the anti-portal runes and opens one to Druella's home. Sure, I have questions for my parents anyway, Druella mutters as she drags her family member through the portal. He'll visit once this is all cleaned up. Tom yelled and closed the portal behind Druella. You're all dismissed. Return home and get some rest. You performed better than expected, so be proud of yourselves, Tom says, and his followers stuck their chests out and straightened their posture. Once all of them have left, Tom looked at the bodies impaled before him and decided to leave a message for Grindelwald. I hope he likes my present for him, Tom thought as he admired his handiwork. Now, let's go and see if the captain completed his mission, Tom says as he walks through the train, finding nothing but bodies of Hydra soldiers along the way. After going through multiple train cars, Tom found Steve and the rest of the Howling Commandos in what appeared to be the control room. Zola was tied to a chair and getting the shit kicked out of him. What's surprising is the fact that Steve is turning a blind eye to the blatant beatdown. I guess he's angry about the deaths of his men, Tom thought as he made his presence known. Hey, if you have what you came for, you should leave quickly. Why? Steve asks as the commandos stop beating on Zola. When those guys we killed don't return, Grindelwald will send others. He may even come himself if we're unlucky enough, Tom says as he leans on the door frame of the control room. That's good, isn't it? We can take him down if he comes, Bucky says, and the commandos voice their agreement. It isn't that simple. Tom shakes his head. I'm currently weaker than Grindelwald. If we were to do battle now, I would undoubtedly lose and you guys are moles. No offense, of course. I don't know what a mole is, but the Howling Commandos can face any challenge. One of the more overconfident soldiers exclaimed. So I am going to explain this in simpler terms for you. Do you understand how f-hashed you were against those wizards before we arrived? Tom says, and they all nod with unhappy expressions. Good. Now multiply that level of f-hashed by 100. That is how bad it would be if you were to face Grindelwald. A few hours after Tom and the Howling Commandos left the train, along with Zola as a prisoner, countless wizards apparated onto the fully stopped train. Among these wizards was the man himself, Gellert Grindelwald. They surveyed the train to find what happened and found Tom's little message. When Gellert walked into that particular train car, he was met with the impaled forms of almost a dozen dead bodies. Crimson blood dripped from them onto a puddle of blood that seemed to fill the entire train car. Each body was transfigured to look like the spitting image of Gellert himself. Their hair and eye color changed. Their faces and bodies morphed. If that wasn't a good enough message for him, something was written in blood on the wall next to the bodies. Enemies of the air beware. See 92 interrogation AEE double chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 109. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After completing his mission, Captain America and the Howling Commandos agreed to not say anything about Tom and his followers in their reports. Before leaving, Tom used legilimency on Zola to see if he knew anything about him or his followers. Luckily, the cameras were disabled with their arrival, so he saw nothing of the battle. Also, when Tom came to the control room, Zola was too busy getting his beat down to pay attention to Tom. After seeing that no information on him would leak, Tom started searching for anything on Grindelwald. This is when Tom learned of the new leadership of Hydra. Grindelwald is now in charge and Red Skull has become his faithful little BTCH. Who knows how much torture and mind magic was used to get him under control. Tom thought as he saw a memory of Red Skull faithfully listening to Grindelwald's orders. Or he's faking it and waiting for the right moment to strike. Tom was going to obliviate any knowledge of wizards from Zola's mind, but the man doesn't know anything really. He thinks that Grindelwald and any of his men were a part of some different super soldier procedure. Seeing no damning evidence of the wizarding world, Tom decided to leave his memory intact. Tom also found the location of all Hydra bases known to Zola and stored them away for later. With that finished, Tom opened a portal to a location about a mile away from the train and left the captain and his men to trudge through the snow with their new prisoner. He would give them a lift back, but people would become suspicious. Allied HQ in London. After Steve and his men brought Zola back from their successful mission, Chester Phillips brings a tray of food to his new prisoner. "What is this?" Zola asks as he stares warily at the food in front of him. "Steak." Phillips replies. "What is in it?" Zola asks, worried about poisons in his meal. "Cow." Phillips looks at the prisoner as if he were an idiot. "Doctor, do you realize how difficult it is to get a hold of a prime cut like that out here? I don't eat meat." Zola pushes the tray of food across the table. "Why not?" Phillips asks as he starts eating the steak in front of Zola. "It disagrees with me." "How about cyanide? Does that give you a rumbly tummy too?" "Every Hydra agent that we've tried to take alive has crunched a little pill before we can stop him, but not you." "So, here's my brilliant theory." Phillips points his fork full of food at Zola. "You want to live, trying to intimidate me, Colonel." Zola says, seeing through the whole charade. "I bought you dinner, Cole." Phillips slide over a piece of paper. Given the variable information he has provided, and in exchange for his full cooperation, Dr. Zola is being remanded to Switzerland. Zola reads the paper out loud and looks across the table with a face that said, "Really? I sent that message to Washington this morning." "Of course, it was encoded." "You guys haven't broken those codes, have you?" "That would be awkward." Phillips smirks. "Grindelwald will know this is a lie," Zola says as he tosses the paper on the floor. "Now that is a name I've been hearing about since your capture. Who is he and what happened to your old boss Schmidt?" Cole. Phillips asks in curiosity and Zola remains tight-lipped. Everything he has seen of Grindelwald scares Zola immensely, so he will keep his mouth shut. The consequences would be unpleasant should he say anything. "At least tell me his first name." "He's gonna kill you anyway, Doc." Reliability. "You know more about Hydra and its plans than anyone. You may be afraid of them, but you haven't seen anything yet." "No, I'm afraid it is you, Colonel, that hasn't seen it yet. I used to fear Schmidt like a child fears his neighborhood bully, But Grindelwald inspires a whole different level of fear in me. I will not speak because anything you could do to me is nothing compared to that man, Zola says as he shivers just thinking of him. Well said, Zola. A new voice speaks up from behind Cole. Phillips. The second Phillips hears someone behind him. He draws his pistol and turns to engage the intruder. Stupefy. The voice calls and the colonel collapses onto the table, frozen in place. The man walks out of the shadows, revealing it to be Gellert Grindelwald. As soon as Zola saw who it was, he started shaking. Thoughts of whether he would be killed or not raced in his mind. Grindelwald looks at Cole. Phillips slumped over on the table like garbage and kicks him off the seat and onto the hard floor. It's good to hear how much fear I can inspire in my subordinates, Gellert comments as he takes the colonel's seat across from Zola. Is this steak? It's too bad that Filth started eating it. I was feeling a bit beckish, he says and pushes the tray to the floor. Hello, sir. You've come to rescue me, I hope. Zola stutters in fear. No, your usefulness has expired with the creation of the Valkyrie. I'm here to ask some questions about the incident on the train. I'll tell you anything you want. Just please don't kill me. Zola stares pleadingly into Grindelwald's eyes. You don't need to say a word, Gellert says as he stares into Zola's eyes and uses Legilimency. Zola stares back as if forced and started screaming in pain. Due to the loss of good magical blood on that train, Grindelwald has been in a bad mood, especially after he saw that message left for him in the train car. Because of this, he's currently tearing apart Zola's mind, looking for any glimpse of the heir mentioned on the wall. He only saw a glimpse of Tom in the control room with his porcelain mask covering his face. The man in the mask seemed to look in Zola's direction for a moment as if knowing Grindelwald would be there. This only proved to enrage him even further. It seems you know nothing, Gellert says as he stands from his chair and straightens his collar. What a waste, he comments and disappears from the room, leaving behind a frozen colonel and a drooling mess of a scientist. Scene 93. Obligatory accidental peeper scene bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 109. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Hydra main base. Soon, Hydra will stand master of the world. Born to victory on the wings of the Valkyrie, our enemies' weapons will be powerless against us. If they shoot down one plane, hundreds more will rain fire upon them. If they cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Hail Hydra! Red Skull addresses every Hydra soldier that will be deployed when the finishing touches on the Valkyrie are finished. Grindelwald stood behind him with a small smile on his face. He's good at giving speeches to wizards to draw in supporters, but he decided to leave the mole speeches to Red Skull. Although Grindelwald is smiling outwardly, he is anything but pleased. He's been dealing with a small group of wizards that disagreed with his actions for a while, but the message left on that train definitely wasn't from them. The idea of not knowing his enemy truly unnerved him. Images of his bloody impaled body constantly appeared in his mind. Though his plans are moving forward, he feels as though someone is always 3 steps ahead. It's as if his enemy knows the future or something. When Tom left Steve and his men, he went straight to Rosier Manor. He portaled straight into Druella's room without thinking and saw her naked form. She must have just taken a bath since her hair is wet. Sorry? Tom awkwardly says as he stares fixedly at his second-in-command's bare breasts. Huh? Druella froze forever a moment as her face turns crimson. If you were truly sorry, you would stop looking, she exclaims as she breaks from her stupor and dives onto the bed and under the covers. I guess I'm not that sorry then, Tom says as he walks to the door. I'll wait for you downstairs. When Tom left the room, both he and Druella let out a sigh. Druella's was of relief that he was gone, while Tom's was because he was unsatisfied. He wished she would let his eyes linger a bit longer. Once she was done changing and came downstairs, The atmosphere was a little weird between them. Tom decided to cover it up with business. "Have you found anything on our prisoner?" Tom asks. "No." She shakes her head. "My parents are out at the moment. I had the elves call them back and we'll find out when they arrive." "All right. I have to take care of something. Contact me through the mark when you have information," Tom says as he opens a portal and steps through. "Oh, and you shouldn't be ashamed of your body." Quite breathtaking. Before Druella could comprehend what Tom said, the portal closed, leaving her alone in her living room. Suddenly a small smile appears on her face. He called me breathtaking. In London, a part of the city destroyed by bombs, Steve and the Howling Commandos were mourning the deaths of their comrades in the rubble of the bar where Steve first enlisted his men. The mood wasn't too somber as they did finish the mission to completion. Blackout is still in effect throughout the London area. Please wait for the all clear. Your attention, please. All citizens shall remain indoors until further notice. Blackout is still in effect throughout the London area. The sound of the radio filled the area. Peggy Carter follows the sound of said radio and finds Steve drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Bottles crowd around his and his friend Bucky's feet. She sat next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. When Bucky saw her arrive, he walked away to give them some space. Dr. Erskine said that the serum wouldn't just affect my muscles, it would affect my cells. Create a protective system of regeneration and healing. This means I can't get drunk. Did you know that? Steve says as he downs a whole bottle of whiskey. Your metabolism burns 4 times faster than the average person. He thought it could be one of the side effects. It wasn't your fault, she says, referring to the men that died on the train. No matter what happens, it will always be my fault. I'm their leader. They follow me into battle, not the other way around, Steve says as he grabs another bottle and tries to get drunk once again. You did everything you could. Do you believe in your men? Do you respect them? Steve looks at her as if to say yes. Then stop blaming yourself. Allow them the dignity of their choice in following you. They damn well must have thought you were worth it. I'm going after Grindelwald. I'm not gonna stop till all of Hydra is dead or captured, including Schmidt as well, Steve says as he stares unwaveringly into Peggy's eyes. You won't be alone, Peggy says as she stares back. No. He won't be alone, a voice says behind the couple, and ruined their moment. Turning around in alarm, Steve and Peggy are met with Tom leaning against a piece of rubble. I thought you said you weren't powerful enough to face Grindelwald yet, Steve says as he recalls Tom's warning. I'm not, Tom says with a shake of his head, although if I can finish Project Gilgamesh, then I could definitely stand a chance against Grindelwald. He thought and decided to kick that project into overdrive. Then why? Peggy asks. Because if you go at Grindelwald with everything you have, you will lose without a shadow of a doubt. You may be a super soldier with a company of men at your back, but he is far beyond any of your limits, Tom says truthfully, and they seem to believe him. That doesn't answer the question. Why would you help us? Peggy restates her question. Well, I can't have my new American friends dying so easily, can I? Tom says with a smirk on his face. Ha ha, then welcome to the team, Tom. Steve laughs and holds his hand out to his English friend. Thanks for having me. Tom grabs his hand and shakes it. Do I get any Captain America apparel? Maybe a Howling Commando shirt or hat? C94 preparations ahoy mate. Tis a double upload yet again. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 111. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. After agreeing to team up with the Howling Commandos, Tom handed over the list of remaining Hydra bases he stole from Zola's mind. Where did you get these locations? Peggy asks as she reads over the short list. Captain America and the Howling Commandos have been taking out Hydra bases for a while, so barely 4 bases remain based on Zola's knowledge. I have my ways, Tom says, avoiding the question. It's best not to tell people that he could easily read their minds. They would definitely become paranoid if they knew. All right, But do we know which base Grindelwald and Schmidt are located? Steve asks as he takes the list and looks it over. The first one on the list is where they are building their weapon to win the war, so that's probably where they are at the moment. Tom says, dropping a big piece of information. What weapon? This is the first we're hearing of this, Peggy says in alarm. Did Zola not tell you guys? He is the one that created it. After all, I thought he would squeal like a pig the second things got rough. Tom asks as he remembers the movie. Zola was supposed to snitch on Hydra and reveal the existence of the Valkyrie. No, he didn't, Peggy says as a scowl appears on her face. When he was being questioned, someone got in and attacked Zola and Cole. Phillips has been frozen in place somehow and we're not sure how to fix him. Zola on the other hand is in a deep coma. He hasn't woken and the doctors say it doesn't look like he will anytime soon. Steve was alarmed at the situation. Phillips may have been a DCK to him in the beginning, but he would never wish something bad on the man. You said he was frozen? Like stuck in place or really cold? Tom asks as it sounds like he's been stupefied. Stuck in place? Why? Peggy asks, seeing that Tom may know what happened. It sounds like he was stupefied. It's a magic spell that I can reverse fairly easily. Grindelwald or one of his men must have paid them a visit. Where is Phillips now? Tom asks. St. Thomas Hospital. It's not far from here. I can give you a lift. Peggy answers quickly, hoping to wake up Phillips and find out what happened. No thanks. I know where it is. I'll send someone to wake him up now, Tom says as he commands one of his followers to get it done through the mark. I just sent a message to a subordinate of mine to get it done. He's the now. Tom also ordered that the colonel's mind be searched for what happened. How do you? Steve was going to ask how he could contact someone so easily. Magic, Tom says simply before Steve could finish his question. Oh, Steve says with a dumb look on his face. Can we please get back to Hydra's secret weapon to win the war please? Peggy asks impatiently. Yes, we can. Tom went on to explain about the Valkyrie and the plan to bomb every major city. Alright. So we should go straight for the main base then. We can't allow that plane to take off. If it doesn't we aren't ready. Millions of people will die. Steve says as he stood up and started pacing. Yes, I agree. Well, give the locations of the other bases to High Command. They can assault the other bases, while we attack the main base, taking out Grindelwald and Schmidt. And make sure that plane never leaves the ground. Peggy explains and everyone seems to agree. Sounds good to me. I have to go and work on something for the big fight, Tom says as he needs to perfect Project Gilgamesh. When you know the date and time we'll be attacking the base, call my name and I'll come to get the details. As long as the place isn't warded against it, I can get us in through a portal. Sure. We should go and check on the colonel anyway, Steve says and Tom opens a portal to Kamatage. See you soon, Tom says as he steps through the portal. When Tom arrived at Kamatage, he needed to get straight to work. Many ideas were stored away about how to complete Project Gilgamesh. One of them was what Tom called the rocket theory. This theory was fairly simple. Tom wants to somehow propel his weapons forward by creating a small thruster made from eldritch energy at the bottom of a sword or whatever weapon he summons. Though he has no idea how to do this and it's a bit complicated, so Tom will scrap that idea for another time. The next idea is to somehow work the wire attached to the weapons like the puppet technique from Naruto. They seemed to be able to control the wires connected to the puppets with their chakra, so why shouldn't Tom be able to do the same with his magic? Tom gave it a shot and summoned a small knife attached to a wire. He placed the knife on the ground and stepped back a few meters. With the golden wire in hand, Tom pushed his magic into it and tried to control it. Slowly the golden wire made of eldritch energy trembles. Seeing that he wasn't getting much of a result, Tom pushed more power into the wire. Suddenly the wire tenses and the knife is pulled from the ground and flung up to the ceiling. As the knife embeds itself into the ceiling, the wire falls apart causing the knife to disappear along with it. It worked. Tom thought as he celebrated his small victory. The amount of control needed to completely control the wire doesn't seem too far off. What's worrying is the wire falling apart. Tom needs to find a way to strengthen the wire, so it doesn't fall apart so easily. After that, it's just about practice. Hopefully, I have enough time to prepare. C95 heading out. Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 111. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. A few days later, Steve and Peggy called for Tom in a secluded area. After vetting Tom's information and preparing everything, they were ready for the assault on the main Hydra base. When they brought Tom's information to their higher-ups, they were very suspicious of it. Anything given so easily usually has strings attached to it. But after surveying the area, they found that the bases were actually there. Once they saw the credibility of the info, they started planning for a grand assault on all 4 bases. The Howling Commandos would take the main base while the Allied forces would send their own men to take down the other 3. Yo, Tom says as he appears behind Steve and Peggy in a pop. He looked extremely tired with sunken eyes that carried bags underneath. They could tell he hasn't slept in days. Hey, man, have you been sleeping well? Steve says with concern in his voice. No, I haven't slept since we last met. Tom says with a yawn. Why? We have an important mission coming up. You need to be in top shape. Yawn. Yeah, but I also need to be strong enough to kill the greatest Dark Lord to ever live. So sleep isn't really an option right now. Tom yawns and waves his hand dismissively. Did you perfect that secret weapon of yours yet? Steve asks curiously. Almost. I ran into a few snags but it's nothing I can't overcome. Tom nods his head. Have we come up with a date and time for the assault? Yes. 3 days from now at dawn. Where do you want to meet? Our transport after all. Peggy asks. Well, meet where we met last time. Have everything you need and be ready to fight. It'll get us in the base if it's not warded. If that isn't possible, it'll get us as close to the base as possible. Tom says with a tired expression. I need to get back to work. Hopefully, I'll finish in time to get some sleep before the fight. No, you will finish in time before the fight. We can't have you falling asleep during an important moment. Peggy gravely lectures Tom. Yes, ma'am. Tom gives her a salute and disappears back to his practice. 3 days later on the day of the assault, the Howling Commandos are ready and waiting at the demolished bar. They all knew how they would be getting to the Hydra base, but their higher-ups were confused. They offered to parachute them in or something but Steve denied it saying he had a way in. When they asked him how, Steve and Peggy ended up telling them that they don't want the information to leak, so they were keeping it to themselves. Many were upset but Captain America has a lot of sway in the Allied army. They let him handle it since he's been winning them battle after battle. While waiting for Tom to arrive, Steve led Peggy away from the group to speak privately. Peggy, can I just say something before we go? Steve says seriously as he stares into Peggy's eyes. They may not survive this battle, so he wanted to get something off his chest. Yeah, sure, she says, too worried about the mission to noticing Steve's odd atmosphere. I've been on more missions than I can count and none scare me more than this one. I may die and I need to say this or I'll regret it. Steve intimately stares into Peggy's eyes as she starts to see where this is going. I love you more than anything, Peg. Since the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew we would be together. Even when I was just a scrawny kid from Brooklyn, I was thinking of how to impress you into accepting a date. Steve laughs at his former self as tears start pouring down Peggy's face. To love you too, Steve. Peggy smiles as she wipes her tears away. Good, because I hoped you would agree to something for me, Steve says as he gets down on one knee. The second he got down on his knee, Peggy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Peggy Carter, will you marry me? If I'm going to die, my girl needs to know how much I love her, he says as he opens a small jewelry box revealing a diamond ring. 3. Peggy stutters, not knowing how to put together the words. Steve takes the diamond ring out and holds it up to her. It belonged to my mother and my grandmother before her, Steve says as Peggy snatches the ring and puts it on with shaky hands. I do, she yells as that was all she could think of. I think the IDOS come at the wedding, Peg. Steve grins and Peggy slaps him on the shoulder. You know what I mean, you prat," she says as she admires her new ring. As she's lost in the moment, the smile on Captain America's face fell. He stood up as a frown replaced his once thrilled expression. Looking over Peggy's shoulder, Steve nods and a spell is fired. Stupefy. Tom calls from behind Peggy and she freezes in place. Before she could fall to the ground, Steve catches her with perfect care so she doesn't get injured. "Thanks, Tom," Steve says as he stares sadly at the love of his life. "Do you think I'm doing the right thing?" "I can't say that for sure, but you're doing what you think is right." "She has no special powers like you or me and this mission will be very deadly," Tom replies, trying to comfort Steve. "One thing's for sure though, Thea's going to be hell to pay when she wakes up." "Hee hee, you got that right." Steve laughs awkwardly as he imagines the painful lectures he'll be put through. "But I'd rather her mad at me forever, than dead because I brought her along." Do you want me to open a portal to the Allied base's barracks?" Tom asks and Steve nods. A portal is opened and Steve carries Peggy in and places her carefully on her bed back in the barracks. Once that was done, Tom and Steve return to the destroyed bar. They are met by the Howling Commandos on one side, and Tom's followers on the other. Tom only brought his most skilled fighters as anyone else would be killed easily by Grindelwald's acolytes. Druella is here as well as she's his strongest follower and friend. He wasn't sure whether to bring her or not but decided to trust in her strength. Everyone mild and magical is prepared for a fight to the death. Scene 96. Assault on Hydra begins only one chapter day. Sag. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 113. It's my day off from writing tonight. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tomorrow though. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. In preparation for the attack on the main Hydra base, Tom sent some elves to survey the area. They were told to not get too close and just find out if the base was warded or not. They also popped him over to see the area as Tom has to open a portal for everyone to arrive. They found out that the base was in fact warded, so Tom can only open a portal outside the wards. He had no time to come up with an infiltration plan like he did with Rosier Manor. All of his time was spent working on Project Gilgamesh. What is good about the wards is the fact that they aren't very powerful. The Hydra base isn't located on any ley lines or powered by a millennia-old ward stone. The best that Grindelwald was able to do is block all forms of magical transport and set an alarm for intruders. Once everyone was together, Tom and Steve stood before the men and women that would lay down their lives in battle today. Tom and his followers continue to wear their masks so they can hide their identity during this mission. Who knows whether one of Grindelwald's acolytes would escape and spread their identities. Steve steps up and addresses everyone. "Before we set off, I just want to say something. This fight will be different than the rest and the possibility of death is far higher than what it was on our other missions. Seeing as this is the case, I give anyone the ability to simply walk away right now. You won't be judged by your decision, nor will you be ridiculed. Does anyone wish to leave?" Steve says, and all of his men don't budge an inch. The same goes for my followers as well. "We are facing Grindelwald and I know many of you have heard great and terrible things about him. Though you won't be fighting him as he'll be taking care of it. If you are scared and wish to return home, now is the chance to walk away." Tom steps up and stands next to Steve, surprising his followers immensely with his words. Not that Tom isn't a kind leader, but he tends to rule with an iron fist most of the time. The fact that he's giving them a chance to leave made them feel better about following such a person. After a tense moment of waiting, none of Tom's followers chose to leave. To them, Tom is unbeatable and they didn't want to miss a battle between him and the greatest Dark Lord to ever live. Once everyone was ready, Tom opened a portal to a forested area outside the bunker-type Hydra base. As everyone was making their way through the portal, Steve surveyed the area. Only one road led to the huge bunker door and it's blocked and guarded by many Hydra soldiers. Though they no longer had futuristic guns thanks to Tom stealing the Tesseract, they do have a distinct number advantage. Not to mention the advantage they have as the defending side. "Do you have a plan to get inside or should we go with mine?" Steve turns to Tom and asks. "What's your plan?" Tom asks. "Get caught, break free, and take out the bad guys. Steve replies and explains in a bit more detail. I like portions of that plan, but let's tweak it a bit, Tom says as he starts relaying his plan. On the road leading to the Hydra bunker door, a lone man dressed in red, white, and blue carrying a shield could be seen. This is obviously Captain America. Why do I have to be the distraction? Steve muttered as he started sprinting down the road towards the military blockade of Hydra soldiers. Steve dashes down the road faster than a cheetah, and as he gets closer to the checkpoint, the soldiers seem to notice him. Alarms are sounded and every soldier aims down the road with readied weapons. Fire! A soldier in command gives the order with a bloodthirsty smile. As Steve hears the order given, he makes himself smaller by hunching over and hides behind his trusty shield. While still running and hiding behind his shield, bullet after bullet impact the metal and either bounce off or fall to the ground in front of him. When the captain gets close enough, he leaps into the air over the blockade and lands behind the enemy. As he lands perfectly on the ground, Steve hurls his shield at the line of gunners that just fired at him. The shield was thrown with such force that it impacts and bounces from one person to the next. The first few people it hit died upon impact and the others were severely injured. After hurling the shield, Steve didn't just stand there. He dashed towards other soldiers and attacked before they could ready their guns. As the shield hit the last man in the line, it sails high into the air. Steve jumped and kicked off a beaten enemy, launching himself into the air and catching the shield. As he lands on the ground, men clad in metal suits of armor armed with flamethrowers appear and shoot walls of flames around Steve. As the flames block Captain America in, a ton of soldiers arrive and every one of them surrounds Steve with guns drawn. We can talk about this, right? Steve raises his hands in surrender as the flames die down, revealing the many weapons aimed at him. The soldier that gave the order to fire earlier steps forward. Captain America, I will enjoy delivering you to our leader. Maybe I should gift trap you with a pretty bow as well. Ha ha ha. He laughs and every soldier joins in, but they don't laugh for long. Suddenly, the ground under the Hydra soldiers trembles as earth spikes launch upwards, slaughtering every Hydra soldier. They had no chance to pull the trigger, nor did they know what killed them. Thanks for gathering them up for us. Tom calls from the other side of the blockade. Behind him are the rest of the soldiers and his followers. Each of his followers has their wands drawn. The number of soldiers was a bit much for Tom to handle alone, so they did a group transfiguration to take out the outside guards. Yeah, welcome, but being the distraction next time. I was nearly roasted by those flamethrowers. Steve wipes some sweat from his face. It feels like I was in an oven. Oh, quit whining. Everything worked out, didn't it? Tom says as they cross the blockade and walk over to Steve. This is what you were going to do anyway. I just tweaked it so we didn't have to get captured. Scene 97, Clash at the entrance. Double chapters. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 113. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As the team formed up once again, they made their way through the dead bodies and towards the bunker door. It's closed and locked tight. Not even a nuclear warhead could blow its way inside. All right. Your plan worked, but how are we getting inside? Bucky asks as Steve nods along beside him. The reason Steve wanted to get caught was this monster of a door. If it's closed and locked, it's nearly impossible to get inside in a timely manner. You guys have such little faith in me. Tom shakes his head jokingly. Drew, would you do the honors? Please. I would be delighted, she replies and points her wand at the giant bunker door. Alhamra. Suddenly, the noise of clicking gears could be heard. After a moment, the giant bunker unlocks fully and opens on its own. Every member of the Howling Commandos looked at the open door with stunned faces. Hey, any of you magicians want to go rob a bank after this? One of the commandos yelled and caused the others to start laughing. While the commandos were distracted, the enemy inside the bunker was already prepared. The second the door was open, acolytes of Grindelwald appeared and fired spells out the door. Protego. Tom and his followers call out as some of them transfigure cover for spells that can't be blocked magically. As the shields and cover appear, saving everyone's lives, The laughter among the howling commandos halts, and the serious atmosphere returned. Every soldier leaned against the new cover and started returning fire at the magical enemies. A battle ensued and both sides were at a stalemate. Seeing the battle taking too long, Tom decided to start getting more involved. The enemy acolytes are behind cover in the tunnel leading into the base. Thinking of a good idea, Tom aims his wand at the towing bunker door and transfigured it into a mammoth with long tusks. The mammoth's appearance shocks everyone, especially the moles, as it stampedes down the tunnel towards the enemy. The acolytes see the incoming threat and fire blasting spells at its legs to stop its charge. Their plan works, but not as they wanted it to. The mammoth got farther than they expected and tripped onto their position, crushing their cover along with half of them, killing and injuring many. Seeing the cover destroyed, Tom vanishes the mammoth so they can't hide behind it. Killing curses now. Tom ordered and every one of his followers fired the spell that can't be blocked, without cover to protect them. The acolytes tried to dodge, but many failed and were struck by the spells. With the numbers cut down enough to handle, Tom dashed into the bunker ready to engage the enemy with Druella hot on his tail. Cover fire! Steve yells and everyone fired carefully as not to hit the friendlies. The remaining acolytes were easy work for Tom and Druella. With the cover fire helping them immensely, they made short work of any leftover enemies. As the enemies were finished off, clapping could be heard from inside the tunnel. Everyone's attention was drawn as the man himself, Gellert Grindelwald, as he walks out of the shadows for all to see. "Well done. I'm truly impressed," he says as he walks out without a wand, as if he could slaughter them at any time. "Thanks. It's nice to be appreciated," Tom comments as his muscles tense for battle. Everyone behind him tenses as well, but stay behind cover. Druella stands close to Tom with her wand at the ready. "Yes, it is, isn't it?" Gellert agrees with a nod. "You must be the heir, I presume?" "Yes. Did you get the gift I left for you on the train?" Tom asks excitedly like a child. "Yes, it was quite extravagant," Grindelwald replies as a sour look graces his face. Tom simply nods along as if he were completely right. "Yeah, I thought to myself, me, what should I leave for the big bad Dark Lord that wants to take over the world? And I was like, he would appreciate something extravagant." "Did you like it?" Tom says, blatantly making fun of him. A frown forms on Gellert's face as he stares into Tom's eyes. A Legilimency attack strikes Tom's barriers but doesn't get through. "If you want to pass my outer barriers, you'll have to try harder," Tom says, staring challengingly into Grindelwald's eyes. "It seems right." Gellert nods but doesn't try again. "Quite young for someone so skilled." "Who are you?" "Nobody special. Just your average everyday half-blood," Tom says with a wave of his hand. "You can call me Tom though, but you won't be alive much longer, so it really doesn't matter." "A half-blood? I have many of those in my ranks." "I suppose you wouldn't be interested in joining alongside them?" Gellert asks genuinely, ignoring the threat to his life completely. Talents like Tom are very rarely seen. Although Tom has angered him, Gellert would be willing to look past it. "No thanks, Gellert." "Can I call you Gellert?" He pauses for a moment and then continues. "I don't do the whole subordinate thing. I'm more of a leader like yourself." "That's too bad. Then I'm afraid you'll all have to die here." Grindelwald draws the Elder Wand. As the smack talk has been going down, Tom was relaying orders to his followers. They were told to retreat and find another way inside. The group at the entrance to the bunker has already retreated. Tom told them to look for wherever the plane would take off. There would have to be an entrance there somewhere, or else how would the plane leave the base? Druella has vehemently refused to leave Tom's side, which has been annoying to deal with. Tom has tried every trick in the book to get her to turn around and go with the others, but every word he says seems to strengthen her resolve to stay. "Maybe I should have stupefied her like Peggy." Tom sighed and gave up on getting Druella to safety. C98 Tom vs Gellert 1 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 113. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom sent the message for everyone to retreat, His followers weren't sure whether to follow it or not. They swore an oath to Tom and many felt wrong leaving him behind. Briar Osier could tell that if they stayed, everyone would just drag Tom down. Their lord needs everyone clear so they don't get in the way or get themselves killed pointlessly. Seeing that he was one of the few that noticed this, he took charge immediately. You all heard the man. We need to retreat and find another way in. Staying here will do nothing but get in the Lord's way. Briar speaks and many agree. What do you mean retreat? Steve asks as the Howling Commandos look confused as well. Tom contacted us through magical means and told us to retreat and find another way in. He said he would handle Grindelwald while we take care of everything else. Briar explains the situation. Fine. But is there another way in? Bucky questions. This place should have an exit for the Valkyrie to take off from. Steve says as he ponders over where it could be. The Lord said the same thing. Leave finding the entrance to us. Magic has many uses. Briar says as they retreat from the bunker door leaving behind Tom and Druella. Now that your allies have retreated, shouldn't we get to our duel? Grindelwald asks as he waves his wand casually. Yeah. Right. Tom says as he draws his wand and looks over at Druella one last time. You should really leave, Drew. If you go now, you can still catch up to the others. No, I'm not leaving you alone with Gelot Grindelwald. Besides, I'm not weak. I can help, she says with conviction. Sigh, why must women be so stubborn? Tom sighs and shakes his head. Fine, you can stay but don't get involved. As he said this, Druella became upset. When she was about to start voicing her displeasure, Tom spoke before she could get a word out. I'm going to be very blunt with you, Drew. I've been preparing for this fight for a while now. I want to test myself in this battle and you helping me will only hinder it. You can stay and watch. If anything goes wrong, feel free to come to my rescue, but until then get your SS on the sidelines. Tom says impatiently. Fine. Druella mutters as she grinds her teeth and clenches her fists. Stupid, idiot, jackass. She mentally calls Tom every name in the book as she puts some distance between her and them as he asked. You have a very beautiful relationship. I once had a similar connection, but our ideals didn't seem to align. Grindelwald says as he stares off into the distance for a moment. Yeah. Drew's great but shall be the death of me one of these days. Tom says as he and Gelot stand opposite one another with their wands drawn. I apologize for the wait. We can begin now. Good. I've been itching to have a good fight for a while now. Don't disappoint me. While Tom and Grindelwald were fighting, the group that retreated was looking for another entrance. With the help of Tom's followers using a locator spell, they marched through the woods and up the nearby mountain. The wizards used transfiguration in turns to make a stairway up the mountain to wherever this other entrance was. The trip up the mountain didn't take more than 20 minutes before they started seeing snow. Soon they found what they were looking for, a huge door and a runway for planes to take off. Luckily, the door was wide open as no one thought anyone would find it, nor did they think anyone would trek up a mountain to come looking. Inside the door is a hangar runway with what seems to be the Valkyrie parked at the back. Hydra soldiers walked here and they're guarding the plane and performing random tasks. Alright, what's the plan? Bucky asks. Storm in and take them by surprise? They don't seem to be prepared for battle. Steve replies and looks towards everyone else for better ideas. Do you see any of our kind inside? Briar asks as he scans the area for any wizards. Nope, not a single robe or stick in sight. Why? Steve says as he uses his enhanced eyesight to survey the hangar. Then this is what we'll do. Briar explains his plan. Don't disappoint me, Gelot said as he whipped his wand out and started throwing spells like a machine gun. I won't, Tom replies, and his body jumps into action and starts dodging spells left and right. Every spell he couldn't dodge was blocked by a protego. Any spells that couldn't be magically blocked were either dodged or Tom would transfigure cover for himself. The battle started off completely one-sided as Tom could do nothing but dodge. Some of the more low-level spells Grindelwald Grindelwald would throw didn't even need an incantation. He would just point the Elder Wand and the spell would come flying. Soon, Tom grew tired and running and started countering with his own spells. Though he wasn't nearly as fast at shooting them as Gellert was. If Tom could be said to shoot spells as fast as an assault rifle on full auto, Grindelwald is as fast as a minigun. The man was a machine when it came to spell chains, and it was probably thanks to the Elder Wand. Not to say he isn't skilled, but the Elder Wand is probably a big factor for his strength. While the battle raged on, Druella could do nothing but sit on the side and watch. She could see that Tom was losing and was starting to worry for him. It didn't take her long to notice that Grindelwald hadn't moved a single step from his position since the fight began. Should I intervene early? She thought as she watched Tom dance around dodging spell after spell, and when he had a chance to shoot his own, Grindelwald would brush it off with ease. C99 Tom vs Gellert 2 Double Chaps Boy. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 115. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Stop holding back and come at me with all you've got. Grindelwald yells as he can feel Tom holding himself back. Tom stops dodging and backhands a spell away with a quick protego. The battle comes to a halt as both sides stare at each other for a moment. Okay, but you asked for it. Try not to die so easily, alright? Tom says as he conjures a great sword made of eldritch energy. With the sword held firm in his hand, Tom dashes straight towards Gellert. When he saw Tom coming in for close-range combat, Grindelwald sneered and started firing spells again. As the spells closed in on Tom, he leapt into the air as if sprung from a trampoline, diving over every spell with ease as he grew closer to his enemy. Seeing Tom sailing through the air, Gellert thought he would be easy pickings. Avada Kedavra. He fired a pinpoint precision killing curse at Tom, thinking he wouldn't be able to dodge midair. Suddenly, the bottom of Tom's boots lit up in golden color as he took a step on air and avoided the killing curse easily. After slipping past the curse, Tom landed a few feet away from Gellert and swiftly dashed towards him with his sword pulled back. As Tom was about to get close enough to strike, Gellert disappeared from sight and appeared a few meters ahead. Running away, are we? Tom taunts with a smirk on his face. It seems so, Gellert replies, not affected by the taunt at all. What are those boots? Just something I picked up on the road of life. Tom avoids the question. I'll find out once I've looted your corpse, I suppose. Gellert says, and the battle starts once more. When Briar explained the plan to everyone, they seemed to like it immensely. With everything figured out, the plan was put into action. Tom's followers placed notice me nots on every single howling commando, including themselves. Once that was done, they rushed into the hangar as fast as possible, as the wards around the place would notify any remaining magical of their arrival. As soon as they entered, they split up a bit and everyone picked a target. At the drop of a quarter as the signal, everyone fired a gun or spell at their target, killing more than half the guards in the hangar instantly. As the guards fell over dead, every remaining guard jumped into high alert. Since they gave away their position when they attacked, the notice me not faded and revealed the Alice position. A firefight ensued and Hydra soldiers started falling one by one. Steve was not among those that engaged the enemy. He was given a different task, and a much more important one at that. While under a notice me not, Captain America made a run for the Valkyrie parked at the back of the hangar. His objective to either tear it apart or fly away with it before an enemy can. He may not know how to fly a plane, but Steve is the fastest out of everyone there. He's the best shot at getting in board in case someone tries to fly off. Suddenly, every door leading into the hangar opened and more soldiers along with wizards and witches came pouring inside to join the battle. At the lead of them was Red Skull. He came out a door extremely close to the Valkyrie and ran towards it at the same speed as Steve. Because he was closer, Red Skull climbed into the plane first and started booting it up. In the movie, the plane was powered by the Tesseract, but due to Tom's thievery, it's now powered by magic gathered from the air with runes. This addition can be credited to Grindelwald, as no one else would be able to combine magic and technology so easily. except Dumbledore maybe. Red Skull set the coordinates towards the first target for bombing, New York City. With a population of almost 8 million, many would die if the plane wasn't stopped before arrival. As the engines flare into motion, the plane moved forward toward the open hangar door. Steve ran as fast as he could and managed to grab onto the bottom hatch entrance to the plane. Using his super strength, he twisted it open with ease and climbed inside. The fight between Tom and Grindelwald became a game of tag. Tom would use his vaulting boots to get close and engage the man with his sword, while Grindelwald would apparat away and fire spells at him. This continued for 10 minutes before Tom started getting annoyed with the continuous apparition to get away. After Tom got close to him one last time, Grindelwald apparated away once again. Tom looked at him appear a few meters away yet again and clicked his tongue. "Since you love to run away so much, how about we put your skills to the test?" Tom rhetorically asks as he starts calling on the Eldritch Energy. Grindelwald stops firing spells for a moment as he could tell Tom was about to do something dangerous to his well-being. He prepared to apparat away and watched curiously to see what would happen. "I know I said this before, but I mean it this time. Try not to die so easily," Tom exclaims as dozens of golden chains exit his body. At the end of these chains are weapons of different kinds: swords, knives, spears, and anything with a pointed tip used to pierce an enemy. Every chain moves as if by Tom's command, as the weapons at the end point menacingly at Grindelwald's position. It may not be exactly like Gilgamesh, but it's the best I could do on such short notice, Tom thought as the chains coiled back like a snake ready to strike. C100 Woohoo! Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 115. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While the group stayed behind to fight off the enemies, Steve entered the Valkyrie just in time to take off out of the hangar and into the sky. When he got inside the plane and closed the hatch, there was multiple fighter planes with their targets written on them. Boston, Chicago, New York, and many more. Pilots waited by their respective planes and other soldiers on board patrolled the area. Steve didn't waste any time and started attacking every person on board. After Steve has managed to disable the fighter planes and their pilots, he searches for the cockpit where Red Skull is waiting with an annoyed scowl. "You don't give up, do you?" Red Skull says as he stares at Captain America in exasperation. "Nope," Steve replies with a punch to his enemy's face. The punch causes Red Skull's head to reel backward from the impact. If a punch that strong was taken by a normal man, his head would cave in and his neck would snap. The fight begins as Captain America and Red Skull go at it for the second time. Although something has changed in this fight. The battle is no longer one-sided. All of the battle experience Steve has gained since their first fight has sharpened his skills to an amazing extent. The fight was far more evenly matched, but Red Skull hasn't slacked off either. Although Steve could keep up with him, it is Red Skull that is setting the pace for the fight. With every movement and attack, Steve is still slightly behind his more experienced nemesis. "You could have the power of the gods," Red Skull exclaims with conviction as he kicks the captain into a thick metal wall, denting it slightly. "Yet you wear a flag on your chest and think you fight a battle of nations." "I have seen the future, Captain." "There are no flags, not my future," Steve answers back as he hurls his shield in Red Skull's direction. The shield spins like a frisbee going 300 miles per hour and strikes Red Skull directly in the chest. The impact sends him flying back into an improvised ward stone that powers everything in and on the Valkyrie. The ward stone cracks almost in half and a magical blue light leaks out. As it leaks from the stone, the light envelopes Red Skull, causing him to scream in terrible pain. "What have you done?" "No," Red Skull screams as energy starts to gather around him, revealing a window into space. A stream of blue magical energy engulfs him and takes him into the window, screaming in frightened anguish. As Red Skull disappears through the window, the ward stone falls into pieces and the energy inside dissipates. When the last of the energy is gone, The window in space closes as if it was never there. Huh, I'm glad I wasn't standing near him, Steve muttered, left alone in the cockpit by himself. Steve takes over the plane's controls. On a screen he reads target New York City with a map showing how far away the plane is from the target. He tries everything he can to change the target, but no matter what he does, the computer seems to be password protected. Soon, alerts of every kind started going off and the plane started tipping. Steve quickly grabbed the yoke, which is the steering wheel, and tried pulling up. He was able to slow his descent slightly, but the plane is still going down. Seeing no way out of this, Steve tries the radio and searches for a channel he knew Chester Phillips would be on. Coming. This is Captain Rogers. Do you read me? Steve says into the radio once he found the right channel. Captain Rogers, what is your call? Phillips replies, but Peggy snatches the microphone from him. Steve, is that you? Are you alright? How could you leave me behind like that? Peggy says as with worry and anger blatant in her voice. I'm sorry, Peg. I couldn't lose you, so I did what I thought was best. If given the choice again, I would repeat it the same way over and over. Schmidstead, by the way. Steve smiles bitterly as he speaks to the love of his life. Whatever. Well, talk about you leaving me behind later. What about the plane? Did you disable it as you planned? She asks, hoping everything is going well. That's a little bit tougher to explain, Steve says as he glances at the destroyed power source. Give me your coordinates, I'll find you a safe landing site, she says as soldiers behind her scramble around ready to find a good landing area. There's not going to be a safe landing. Everything is going haywire and I can barely control the plane, but I can try my best, Steve says as he knows he probably won't survive. I'll get Howard on the line. He'll know what to do. Peggy shakily answers and someone hands her a phone. There's not enough time. This thing's nose-diving too fast. It was heading for New York originally. I gotta try to put her in the water, Steve says as he tries to be hopeful. Please, don't do this. We have time. We can work it out. Peggy replies in panic as she tries to solve the problem. Right now I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm pulling the stick back as far as it will go, but I'm still nose diving. Peg, I have no choice, Steve says as he resigns himself to his situation. A moment of silence happens on the radio as neither side knows what to say. Peggy, I'm here. Peggy answers with heartbreak in her voice. I may need a rain check on our wedding, Steve says, implying he may die. Sniff. All right, we can wait until next June. That way we have the best weather. Tears cloud Peggy's vision as she replies. You got it. Steve agrees with a sad smile. I want to be married outside in a garden while the sun is setting behind us. Understood? She smiles tearfully as she imagines their wedding. You know, I still don't know how to dance, Steve jokes, causing Peggy to crack a small smile. I'll show you how. Just be there, Peggy says, longing for his safety. Well, have the band play something slow. I'd hate to step on your, Steve says as the line goes static and Peggy begins to weep surrounded by allied soldiers looking at her with sadness and pity. Steve, 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 she wails into the microphone, hoping for a reply but never received one.